Chapter 374. Li Zixuan, who had been woken up early in the morning and tidied up neatly, was ordered by his father to stay at home and wait for the Han family's makeup team to arrive. After waiting for a long time, Li Zixuan lay down comfortably on the recliner and went back to sleep. Li Zixuan, who was wandering in his sleep, naturally didn't know about the wave of family reunion that was happening on the streets of Cheng and city. He also didn't know that today's makeup team would be so huge that it would stun everyone. Hey! Old master, why isn't the makeup team here yet? Could it be that something went wrong on the way? Madame Li was anxiously pacing back and forth in the front yard, looking at the gate from time to time. However, after waiting for a long time and not seeing the makeup team, she finally couldn't help but ask. Haha. Madam, don't be anxious. What could happen to the emperor? They will definitely be here soon. Besides, didn't Madam just send Sanbao out to scout for news? There should be news soon. Li Jingma was also a little anxious, but he forced himself to calm down and comforted her. Humph. Still talking about it. Didn't our daughter-in-law get kidnapped outside Cheng and city last time? Fortunately, went there in time and nothing happened. Madame Li rolled her eyes and said unhappily. Ahem, wasn't that an accident? Besides, weren't those bandits already surrounded by the imperial army? Madam, don't worry about it. Li Jingma's face darkened, and he said in a muffled voice. I'm worried about it. Madame Li immediately jumped up as if someone had stepped on her tail. If I don't worry about my daughter-in-law, who will? One of you is sleeping soundly in the hall, and the other is drinking tea leisurely here. In the end, it's me who's worrying for nothing. All right, with such an unreasonable wife, old Master Li could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He smiled and said, ahem, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Madam, please don't be angry, they're here. Old Master, Madam, the makeup team from the Han family is here. So long. Just as the old couple was about to quarrel, Sanbao ran in and shouted while gasping for breath. You're here? He's here? Where is it? What's so long? Madame Li immediately forgot about her earlier emotions. She quickly glanced at the door and asked Sanbao. Madam, they are almost at the entrance of the workshop. Sanbao ran faster, so she came back first. The makeup line is so long, and there are so many people around to watch the fun. Sanbao took a deep breath and bowed. Haha. Good. Old master, our in-laws have also given us face. I didn't send so many betrothal gifts in vain. When Madame Li heard this, she was overjoyed. She thought that Han Tianhu had only sent back most of the betrothal gifts. She was already very satisfied with that. After all, the Li family had given her a lot of betrothal gifts. She only needed to send back a part of it, and it was already very ostentatious. It could be considered giving face to the Li family. Which mother wouldn't want her son's wedding to be lively? Haha. Of course. Tianhu isn't someone who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. He might have even supplemented the betrothal gifts from other places. The Han family's foundation is thin, but Tianhu's character is unquestionable. This marriage is going well. Old Man Li stood up and said with a smile. Yes. Shao He, go and wake young master up and wipe his face. Why are you in such a daze on such a joyous day? Madame Li was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She turned her head and ordered Shao He. Yes. Madam. Thinking of her young master, Shao Shi covered her mouth and smiled. She ran to the main hall to wake the lazy pig up. In just a short while, there were sounds of drums and gongs outside the door. Then, they saw Iron Egg, Hu Hanyun, Qin Huayu, and Li Dijian, who were wearing joyful clothes, striding into the residence first. Grand Master, Iron Egg is here to send my sister's makeup. Iron Egg smiled and bowed to Li Jingma and Madame Li. Good child, go in and rest. Iron Egg was very obedient in the Li family and was deeply loved by the two elders. At this time, Madame Li lovingly touched the back of Iron Egg's head and said softly, "The Han family presents their daughter's dowry 20 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land, 3 plates of coral pearls, golden amber pearls, beeswax pearls, and agarwood pearls, 4 pieces of green jade, 4 pieces of white jade, 2 pieces of crystal, 2 pieces of gold amber, 2 pieces of jade, 2 pieces of ivory, 2 pieces of jade, 2 pieces of ivory, 2 pieces of deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn." San Bao and Ah Fu took turns to sing the gifts at the door. Butler Wang Zhong leaned over the red square table that had been set up earlier and quickly recorded everything down. As he recorded, his forehead started to sweat uncontrollably. There seemed to be an endless supply of gifts. He couldn't finish recording them no matter how hard he tried. Madame Li listened for a while and felt that something was wrong. She had never seen many of these things before. Most of the dowry from the Han family should be self-prepared. She couldn't help but look at Li Jingma and ask, "Master, isn't this too much?" "Yes, it is indeed more than what we sent over." "Isn't this Han Tianhu too honest? For the sake of his daughter's reputation, where did he get so much wealth?" "Yo. It looks like there's still a long line behind." This? Li Jingma looked out of the courtyard and was instantly stunned. There were close to 200 ox carts and 400 to 500 gifts. The procession of gifts stretched for several hundred meters. Looking around, it was either gifts or people. The usually spacious Yongla lane suddenly became crowded. All the residents in the lane were alarmed and came to see what was going on. This led to more people delivering gifts and even more people coming to see what was going on. Hee. Old Master Li, Madame Li, Du Yanheng from the Du family in Chonghua Lane is here to send dowry for his niece. These are just some small gifts to show my respect. While Old Master Li was dumbfounded, Du Yanheng went forward and cupped his hands with a smile. "Ah. You are Han Yushi's uncle?" Li Jingma asked in surprise. "Yes, Yushi's mother is my biological sister. Because of my father, the two families might have been at odds. Today, I know that Yushi is getting married, so I came here specially to add dowry for my niece." "I see. Hee, you are a guest. Brother Du, please come in." Li Jingma looked at the silent Iron Egg beside him, and his eyes flashed. He knew that there must be something hidden in this, but he knew that now wasn't the time to delve into it, so he smiled calmly. Hee, thank you." Du Yanheng heaved a sigh of relief and walked in. "The Du family in Chonghua Lane is sending dowry for my niece 800,000 copper coins." San Bao then sang the Du family's gift list. "Uncle Li, Auntie Li, Huayu is here today to add dowry for my adopted sister on behalf of my parents." Thank you. This was an old acquaintance. When Li Jingma and Mrs. Li heard that the Qin family also came to send dowry for Han Yushi, their faces glowed even brighter. They quickly invited Qin Huayu to the side to chat enthusiastically. Coincidentally, Li Zixuan was also cleaned up by Xiao He, so the two brothers stood at the side and chatted about family matters. The Duke of Yi's mansion is sending dowry for his adopted daughter 4 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land, a pair of pure gold buttons inlaid with jewels, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, 4 pairs of pearls, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, 1 golden phoenix with pearls, and 1 golden hairpin with longevity fruit in the mouth of a pair of phoenixes. When it was time to read the Qin family's gift list, the quick-witted San Bao immediately raised her voice to the maximum. The onlookers outside all heard it clearly, and there was an uproar. Countless exclamations sounded from the crowd. Wow! So the bride is the adopted daughter of the Duke of Yi. Oh my God! The Qin family is here to add dowry. It's not a loss for the Li family's eldest son to marry into this family. It's more than not a loss. It's a huge profit. Did you hear how much dowry the Qin family added? 4 million copper coins, 1,000 mu of fertile land. What the heck? Is the Duke of Yi marrying off his adopted daughter at this time? Or is he marrying off his own daughter? That's right. Such a thick dowry means that Miss Han's status in the Qin family is also very high. Hearing the discussions outside, the corners of Madame Li's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a very elegant arc. She was now very satisfied with this marriage. Cough cough. Li. Master Li, Madame Li, I am Li Dijian. Under the orders of my father and mother, I specially came today to send my niece Yushi's dowry. Li Dijian, who was on the side, originally wanted to follow Qin Huayu and call Li Jingma and Madame Li uncle and aunt. However, when he remembered that Han Yushi was his niece, he felt that it wasn't right to call them by seniority. However, if he called Li Jingma brotherly as a peer, he was afraid that Qin Huayu would be embarrassed. After thinking about it, he could only call him that. Chapter 375. First, an uncle popped up, and then another uncle popped up. Li Jingma's mind couldn't help but become a little confused. It wasn't that he hadn't been to the Han family manor, and it wasn't that he didn't know about the Han family's situation, but he had never heard of Han Yushi having such relatives. Also, why did the name Li Dijian sound so familiar? Uncle Li, Dijian is Duke Wei's eldest son. Qin Huayu saw Li Jingma's confused face and explained softly. Buzz. Li Jing, it was actually Li Jing's son. Li Jingma's mind was buzzing from this news. In terms of prestige among the people, Li Jing's reputation was definitely greater than Qin Xiong's. That was the Tang Empire's military god. The Tang Empire's military god who had won every battle. If Du Yanheng came over to deliver the dowry, he might have the intention of using Han Yushi's relationship with the Li family. Then, there was only one possibility for Li Jing to send his son over to acknowledge the family. Han Yushi was definitely Li Jing's grandniece. Li Jing, who was in a high position and had great prestige, wouldn't randomly come over to claim kinship just because of Li Zishuan's current achievements. Sorry for the disrespect. Thank you for your concern, Duke Wei. Dijian, please come in. Almost instantly, Li Jingma understood the crux of the matter. He was a little overwhelmed by the favor and quickly thanked him. As for why Li Jing became Han Yushi's granduncle, that was the Han family's own family matter. It wasn't convenient for him to ask too much. Haha. Old Master Li is too polite. Li Dijian smiled honestly and returned the greeting. Ah. This. Li Zishuan, who was standing beside Qin Huayu, was dumbfounded. Li Jing was also present when he was treating Qin Xiong's illness at the Qin manor. At that time, he even called Li Jing Uncle Li. In just a few short months, he had just married a wife. Why was he suddenly a generation lower than him? This was a little too big of a loss. He had to go back and ask Han Yushi properly. The majestic procession of gifts entered the Li residence at a very slow speed. All kinds of gifts were piled up like a mountain, and the front courtyard could not fit them all. In the end, some of the gifts were piled up in the west courtyard. Old Man Li saw that he was short of manpower, so he hurriedly sent for 3 accountants and 8 workers from the shop to sort out the gifts before noon. As for the storage of these gifts, they could only wait until noon. There were many gifts, but there were even more people who came. There were close to 200 people who came to deliver the dowry for the Han family. The other 3 families brought more than 300 people together. With so many people, it was impossible to let them come all the way here for nothing. At the very least, they should take care of lunch. Lunch for over 500 people was definitely not something the Li residence's own kitchen could handle. Although Li Jingma didn't expect so many people to come today, he was already prepared. The Drunken Immortal restaurant's kitchen had all been called over in advance. Today, the Drunken Immortal restaurant's business would definitely be down, but the Li family didn't care about that. Therefore, these 500+ ordinary people were very lucky today. They didn't spend a single cent and enjoyed a feast personally prepared by the Drunken Immortal restaurant's kitchen. There were 30 big tables in the front courtyard of the Li residence, 20 big tables in the open space in front of the Li residence, and 2 tables in the main hall to entertain the important people who came today. When it was time to eat, the fragrance spread for 10 miles. The entire Yongla Lane was filled with the fragrance of the Li residence's banquet. TSK. Old Master Li is really generous. Mmm. It's so fragrant. Is this chicken nibbled on? I didn't expect it. I can actually eat this expensive chicken today. I didn't come for nothing. Oh my god. This wine is so fragrant. It's a little. Bah. Big Dog Wang, you really don't know how to be content. Do you know what wine this is? This is the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's Gentle Village. It's 2 strings of money per liter. It's already very rare for us to have a pot on each table. You better cherish it. Ha. So this is the Gentle Village. I've never drunk it before. I have to taste it today. TSK. Big Dog Wang, you bastard, leave some for us. That's right. The people who came to deliver the makeup today ate and drank to their heart's content in the Li residence. The passers-by saw the commotion inside and smelled the fragrance inside. They couldn't help but stop and discuss in low voices. Their envy was obvious. Wow! The Li residence's extravagance today is really grand. They set up so many tables for the banquet? Hey, you didn't see the extravagance of the makeup delivery this morning, right? That's called a grand occasion. Chang'an City hasn't had such a grand ceremony for many years. Haha. After smelling the fragrance for so long, I don't even need to eat lunch. The Li family's chef's skills are really good. What do you know? Old Master Li specially asked the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's chef to come over today to prepare the banquet. Didn't you see that the Drunken Immortal Restaurant is closed today? The Li family is really going all out today. Hee hee. Why didn't Old Master Han ask me to deliver the makeup? Even if I have to work for a day, it's worth it to be able to eat this meal. Mother. I'm hungry. A little girl by the roadside twitched her nose and said to the madam beside her. Nyo is hungry? Then mother will go back and make something delicious for you, okay? The madam bent down and rubbed her daughter's little head as she said softly. No. Nyo wants to eat their food. The little girl blinked and pointed at the Li residence's main door. This, Chonghua Square. Du Residence, Side Hall. Old Master. I heard that Big Brother still went to deliver the makeup to that girl. A woman in purple in her 30s said to the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. Humph. Big Brother is really selfish. Seeing that girl climb up the social ladder, he went over to suck up to her. What a disgrace to the Du family. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He slammed the table and said angrily, "What did my father say when he was alive? Has he forgotten all about it? Besides, the Li family's Drunken Immortal and Gentle Village are said to be made by that girl. She has stolen a lot of business from our winery saint. That girl betrayed us and used the winemaking skills her mother taught her to deal with us. Big Brother actually went to deliver her makeup? How shameless. Old Master is right. That wild girl is really hateful. She caused our Du family to decline day by day. I didn't expect her to be able to hook up with a county man. She is really lucky. The woman in purple said viciously. Humph. If it was in the past, not to mention a county man, even if he was an earl, our Du family would not even put him in our eyes. Under the leadership of Du family, our Du family is really declining. But luckily, we are separated. I'd like to see how much benefit Big Brother can get from sucking up to that wild girl. The sinister man took a sip of tea and said with a sneer. Yes. Old Master is really wise. Our winery saint earned more than Big Brother's winery saint last month. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 376. Oh. The Du family in Chonghua Square and the pharmacist have sent people to deliver dowries to Miss Han. In the Sweet Du Hall, Li Er was eating the food that Empress Zhangsun had personally delivered while listening to Zhao Song's report on the interesting things that happened in Chang'an today. Yes, Your Majesty. The Du family is Miss Han's maternal uncle's family. As for Duke Wei, I heard that he is here to add to his grandniece's dowry. Zhao Song said respectfully. Your Majesty, how did Duke Wei have a grandniece so quickly? Why have I not heard of it before? Hearing this, Zhang Sun interrupted curiously and asked. I have not heard of it before either. I did not expect the small Han family to have connections with the pharmacist. Zhao Song, have you investigated the relationship? Li Er shook his head and asked Zhao Song with a frown. Your Majesty, if Miss Han's mother is indeed Du Dowling's biological daughter, then Han Tianhu is very likely to be the third son of Shouguang County Duke, Han Tianlin. I have read the Chang and county records. 15 years ago, Han Tianlin could not stand the humiliation of the Han family's matriarch and boldly ran away from home. After that, he had an affair with Du Dowling's youngest daughter, Du Xianxia. The Du family did not agree to this marriage at first, but later, old Madame Du mediated and Han Tianlin was able to marry Du Xianxia. But since then, the Du family and Du Xianxia no longer had any contact. Han Tianlin and Du Xianxia concealed their identities and led a leisurely life. Zhao Song was clearly prepared for this and reported to Li Er seriously. Shouguang County Duke? Han Shitting? Is this really the case? Li Er was stunned. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that Han Tianhu was Han Shitting's son. This was really big news. Han Shitting was the eldest son of Han Qinhu of the Sui dynasty, and Li Jing's biological mother was Han Qinhu's youngest sister. Therefore, Han Shitting and Li Jing were cousins, and Han Tianhu had to call Li Jing uncle when he saw him. It's absolutely true. Your Majesty. Haha. Your Majesty, this is going to be interesting. Empress Jiangsun chuckled and continued the conversation. Previously, I heard that Duke Yi took in Han Yushi as his adopted daughter. This concubine thought that it should be to prevent that girl from being wronged because of her low status when she marries into the Li family. But now, that girl has the support of the Du family and Duke Wei. This marriage has truly become a well-matched match. Guanyin maid is right, haha. I never thought that the girl from the Han family would have such a background. Ha! Li Zishuan, that brat, really knows how to pick a wife. Li Er smiled maliciously. East Market, Strange Interest Pavilion. Now, it was a different scene. Give me 2, Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Hurry up, it wasn't easy for me to get in line. A man excitedly said to the clerk of the Strange Interest Pavilion. All right, please wait a moment. Sigh. Give me 10 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, It's only 300 copper coins per book, too cheap. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes laughed. The price of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary was indeed very cheap. It had a lot of pages, and according to the previous price, one might not even be able to get it for 7 or 8 strings of coins. Sorry. Dear customer, everyone in the Strange Interest Pavilion can only buy 3 copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary today. One of the clerks hurriedly refused. What? There's such a thing? All right then, give me 3 copies. Outside the Strange Interest Pavilion, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone, line up properly, don't fight. Today, we have enough copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, so don't worry. It had been 2 hours since the market opened, but there was still a very long line in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion. There were scholars dressed in luxurious clothes, and there were also farmers dressed in coarse linen clothes. Due to the previous situation of the Strange Interest Pavilion, everyone in the line knew that there was a limited number of copies of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary. Thus, some of the people at the back of the line started to get restless. In order to maintain order, Sun Huayuan quickly calmed them down. Otherwise, there would be a large-scale riot. Shopkeeper Sun, you're not trying to trick us again, are you? Every time you say that you have enough copies in stock, it's always sold out in a short while. That's right. Your Strange Interest Pavilion is always unkind. I've already bought a membership card, but I still can't get anything. That's right. Shopkeeper Sun, don't try to trick us. As soon as Sun Huayuan finished speaking, a group of customers who had suffered from the hunger marketing policy of the Strange Interest Pavilion immediately voiced their doubts. It was not their fault. They had been cheated by the Strange Interest Pavilion too many times in the past. Some of the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion could not be used even if they bought a membership card. For example, the new horse carriage, Don't Touch Me. Purple members would still have to kneel if they came late. Which shop in Chang'an City would dare to do the same thing as the Strange Interest Pavilion? Fortunately, the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion were unique. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated by their competitors long ago. Sun Huayuan's old face reddened. He said awkwardly, "Ahem, everyone, I'm not lying at all. After 2 days and 2 nights of hard work by our workshop's craftsmen, the supply of Datong daily today has reached 1,500 copies. Everyone present should be able to get one." Everyone was stunned at first. They could not believe their ears. Then, a wave of applause followed. Good. Good job, shopkeeper son, 1,500 copies? Haha. Looks like I'll be able to get one for my eldest son today. Counting the people here, it should be my turn soon. Let's go to the restaurant next door to eat. That's right, that's right. The Strange Interest Pavilion has finally done something good. Let's go eat. Haha. Hearing that the Strange Interest Pavilion had 1,500 copies of Datong Daily in stock this time, many people felt relieved. They looked at the time and saw that it was lunchtime. Therefore, a large number of people at the back of the line went to find a place to eat lunch. The huge crowd in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion was relieved. Sun Huayuan heard the discussions of some people and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, I heard that young master is planning to expand the workshop. Now, it seems like a wise decision. If the production can't keep up, no matter how good the products of the Strange Interest Pavilion are, they will be drowned by the saliva of these people. Young master, I've bought the dictionary of Tang Dynasty that you wanted. In a corner of the East Market, a black horse carriage was parked under a big willow tree, enjoying the cool shade of the tree. At this moment, a servant in gray clothes and a small hat came to the front of the horse carriage with a red cover of the dictionary of Tang Dynasty. He bowed respectfully to the person inside the carriage. Well done. Bring it over. A feminine male voice sounded from inside the carriage. Yes. Young master. The servant in gray lifted a corner of the curtain and carefully handed the dictionary of Tang Dynasty in his hands. The curtain moved slightly, and through the gap, a slender and fair hand could be seen taking the dictionary. The curtain closed, and the carriage fell into silence. The servant in gray stood motionless outside, waiting for orders. A moment later, a young man's urgent voice came from inside the carriage. Pan Rong, return to the residence immediately. Yes. The servant in gray didn't dare to say anything else and immediately drove the carriage away. Chapter 377. This lunch was dark and gloomy. The people who came to deliver the makeup had grease all over their mouths and were eating happily. There were 50 tables outside, and basically every table was completely implementing the CD policy. This made the stray dogs outside the Li residence, who were waiting to eat the leftovers after the meal, suffer. With such a big lineup today, they were destined to have no food to eat. Wow! Awesome, 2F** King awesome. N. The Li family's food is really F** King good. Fortunately, I came with the master today to deliver the makeup. Zhao Sifang, that little brat, wanted to change shifts with me when he came. Fortunately, I didn't change shifts. Haha. A servant who came with Du Yanheng to deliver the makeup said proudly while rubbing his swollen belly. Hey. De Zhuang, if you change shifts, won't you regret it for the rest of your life? Haha. That's the truth. Burp. Today is just to entertain us who deliver the makeup. Tomorrow is the official wedding banquet. I don't know how sumptuous the food and wine will be at that time. It's a pity that I'm not qualified to come and participate. Go. You should be satisfied. The meal we ate today is enough for many people to envy for a lifetime. Those who come to attend Lord Li's wedding ceremony tomorrow are all high officials and nobles. How can it be our turn? Haha. That's right. I'll be satisfied after this meal. The lively banquet lasted until 1:30 in the afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon. More than 500 people who delivered the makeup rubbed their swollen bellies and left one after another under the leadership of each family. Of course, many of the gifts on the ox carts didn't have time to be unloaded, so all the ox carts were left at the Li residence. They would be returned after the wedding. Anyway, there was the symbol of each family on it, so there was no need to be afraid of confusion. Besides, when the bride was fetching the bride tomorrow, they could be placed at the back of the convoy to add to the extravagance. The people who delivered the dowry had eaten their fill and returned home, each looking for their mothers. The people of the Li residence, on the other hand, were extremely busy. More than 10 servants were busy tidying up the tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks, while the other 80 servants were busy helping to transport the dowry that had been sorted out in the morning to the Li residence's storeroom. This was a huge project. When Li Zixuan had just returned home a few months ago, he felt that there were too many maids and servants in the house. Now, it seemed that there was not enough manpower. No wonder it was often said in books that some rich and powerful families had more than 10,000 maids and servants. In this era, it was not exaggerated at all, because the business of the big families was even bigger. The current foundation of the Li family was still not comparable to those thousand-year-old families. Today, the amount of dowry sent by the Han, Li, Du, and Qin families was so much that it almost filled up the 2 courtyards of the Li residence. The Li residence was not a small residence. The entire area of the Li residence could be counted with one's fingers in the several nearby squares. Even so, the courtyard was still full. One could imagine how many gifts there were. If it was a small family, it was estimated that the house would not be able to hold it. The storeroom of the Li residence was in the backyard. It was an independent 3-story building. There were only some famous people's calligraphy and paintings, gold, silver, jade, and of course, a lot of copper coins. Li Zixuan had been here once, but never again, because he was not short of money to spend. Li Jingma personally went forward to open a simple and heavy copper lock, and then brought a few trusted servants in. The rest of the servants delivered all kinds of expensive gifts outside, and the servants inside were responsible for placing the gifts in appropriate places. In this way, the servants inside were actually the most tired, but none of them complained. Instead, they were all glowing and looked proud. The gifts that could be moved into the Li residence's storeroom were the more precious ones. For example, some of the cheaper furniture and decorations that took up more space could only be placed in the courtyard first, and even had to be piled up. As for the rice, wheat, and meat in the dowry, they had long been arranged to be placed in the Li residence's granary or sent to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. According to Li Zixuan's previous plan, he had originally planned to buy a large amount of food during this autumn harvest to deal with the locust plague next year. But now, it seemed that when the time came, perhaps only half of the planned amount would be needed, because half of the granary at home was filled with food. These are all Yushi's dowry. You can't use them without permission in the future, do you understand? Madame Li stayed inside for a while before coming out. As a woman, she couldn't help much inside. Li Zixuan was also bored inside, so he slipped out with his mother. Knowing that her son was deliberately playing tricks, Madame Li smiled and didn't want to expose him. She looked at the mountain of dowry outside, thought for a while, and then earnestly instructed her son. A woman's dowry in ancient times was usually the private property of the woman, especially at this time. According to the law, a woman's dowry was protected by the law. When a woman married into her husband's family, her dowry wouldn't become the family's public property, but still belonged to her private property. Not only could the parents-in-law not take it, even the husband couldn't take it. If the woman was divorced, then the dowry could be taken away. If the woman passed away, then the dowry would belong to her children. If she didn't have children, then most of the dowry would go to the mother's family, and the husband would get half of it at most. This still depended on negotiation, and it was also where disputes over property often happened. Therefore, the rights of women in the Tang dynasty were still very high, and they were protected by the government. It wasn't like the Ming and Qing dynasties, where women were completely dependent on men. They followed the father at home, the husband after marriage, and the son after the husband's death. The women of this time also had their own property rights, which was unimaginable in the future. Mother. I know, so don't worry. I don't care about that little bit of money. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. He was an awesome transmigrator, so no matter what, he wouldn't fall to the point where he had to rely on his wife's dowry to survive. If that was really the case, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Hee hee. My son is promising. Madame Li looked at her son's smug face and couldn't help but smile lovingly. Haha. Isn't that because I was born good? Glib tongue. Alright, go ahead and be naughty. I'll go and see if there are any oversights. Nothing must go wrong at tomorrow's wedding. Madame Li covered her mouth and smiled, tapping her son's forehead in annoyance. After such a long time of family reunion, she felt that she was getting happier every day. The only flaw was that she hadn't fulfilled her wish of having a house full of children and grandchildren. However, that was soon, so she felt full of motivation when she did things now. Thank you for your hard work, mother. Li Zishuan said sincerely. People said that having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. This was really true. If it weren't for the two elders, he wouldn't have been able to handle this wedding alone. He didn't even know the most basic wedding procedures, and who knew how much trouble he would have caused. Chapter 378. After leaving the backyard, Li Zishuan started to get busy with his own matters. He couldn't rely on his parents for everything, so he had to help out where he could. Tomorrow was the big day of the wedding. He had his own plans and arrangements to give Han Yushi a grand and special wedding. First, it had to be ostentatious and imposing. He couldn't just let the Han family have 10 miles of wedding procession today and the Li family have a few ox carts to escort the bride tomorrow. Li Zishuan had already prepared for this. Currently, the Li family had 25 of the new, "Don't Touch Me" carriages. Just this alone made them unique in the entire Tang dynasty. In addition, Li Zishuan had temporarily kept 35 carriages from the workshop, so they had 60 carriages in total. Also, he could borrow the few carriages he gave to Li Tai and Qing Chimo to make up the numbers temporarily. Together with the 3 carriages sent by the Han family today, they had about 70 "Don't Touch Me" carriages in total. That's awesome. It was equivalent to using 70 Maseratis to escort the bride in modern times. Who could be so rich? He transferred over 20 people from his father's side. Li Zishuan arranged for 5 of them to borrow the carriages and 1 to inform Faubert to send the new carriages over. The rest were arranged to prepare materials for decorating the carriages, such as red ribbons, red silk flowers, and so on. San Bao, come here. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a good idea. Young master. Are you looking for me? San Bao, go to the workshop now and tell Ma Zhou that tomorrow. Do you understand? Young master, San Bao will go now. With that, San Bao ran out like a wisp of smoke. Gi Lane. Meng residence. Brother, how do I pronounce this? In the main hall, Yaya was holding a dictionary of the Great Tang, and learning pinyin from her brother. She leaned over the table and pointed at a letter. It was worth mentioning that after Li Tai's persuasion that day, Meng Wenhao had already made a decision in his heart. As soon as he got home, he told his mother about his intention to transfer schools. At that time, Mother Meng almost subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she saw her son's determined expression, her heart softened. In the end, she didn't say anything. She just sighed and went to cook. Meng Wenhao couldn't understand his mother's intentions, and his heart sank. However, when he thought of what Li Tai had said and the countless surprises brought by Li Zishuan after he entered the school, he gritted his teeth and decided to stick to his original intention. Therefore, from that day on, Meng Wenhao didn't go to the school anymore and started his field vacation in advance. For the past few days, he had been helping some shop owners to settle the accounts outside to earn some pocket money. Today, because the Dictionary of the Great Tang was on sale for the first time, he thought of buying a copy for his little sister to learn how to read. As a student of the Imperial College, Meng Wenhao certainly knew the benefits of pinyin. He didn't need to listen to other people's superfluous propaganda. Pronounce this letter, G. Come, Yaya, pronounce it with your brother, G. Hearing his little sister's question, Meng Wenhao looked at the direction she was pointing at and taught patiently. G, is that right? Brother? Yes, Yaya is so smart. Meng Wenhao rubbed Yaya's head and smiled. How, come here. Mother has something to say to you. At this moment, Mother Meng walked in and said to Meng Wenhao after taking a look at the situation in the room. Okay, Mother, I'll be right there. How, do you know what day it is tomorrow? In the side hall, Mother Meng looked at her son and asked softly. Tomorrow? Hearing this, Meng Wenhao frowned and thought for a while. He really couldn't think of what day it was tomorrow. He couldn't help but wonder, Mother, I can't think of what day it is tomorrow. Please tell me, Mother. How, is muddle-headed. Mother Meng frowned and said seriously, How, didn't you see the big wedding ceremony in Chang'an City today? Tomorrow is your husband's wedding ceremony. How can you not remember? So Mother is talking about this? Meng Wenhao scratched his head gloomily. At first, he thought his mother was asking about what important day it was tomorrow. How, you said earlier that you wanted to follow Li Xianxia to the Yanhuang Academy. I'm not well educated, and I don't understand the principles behind it. But since this is your decision after careful consideration, I'll support you. Mother Meng sighed, turned around, and continued, besides, Li Xianxia is very kind and intelligent. Whatever he does, he won't harm his own student. I believe in my own judgment. How, you should prepare to go to Yanhuang College. What? Mother, you agree? Meng Wenhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. I agree. How, you started from the county school and got promoted to the Imperial College 2 years ago. Mother and your father have seen you overcome obstacles and get promoted step by step, but the road to becoming an official is still uncertain. How, even if you continue to overcome obstacles and get promoted to the Imperial College, you still have to go through countless examinations. With Li Xianxi's knowledge, it might be a very good way for you to follow him. This is the path you chose, How, and Mother supports you. I believe your father will also support you. Mother Meng looked at her son with bright eyes and told him the result she had thought about for a few days. Thank you, Mother. I won't disappoint Mother's expectations and will succeed soon. Meng Wenhao, who was a little dispirited before, suddenly became energetic and said excitedly. Although he had already made up his mind to stick to his dream regardless of whether his family agreed or not, if he could get his mother's approval, it was naturally the best and most perfect result. When mother and son work together, their sharpness can cut through metal. Haha. Silly child. As long as you and Yaya don't have to worry about food and clothing in the future and are healthy, Mother will be satisfied. Mother Meng chuckled and continued, Li Xiannan is a great benefactor to our family. Whether it is teaching you or saving your father's life, these are all things that we can never repay in our lifetime. How, you mustn't forget your benefactor. This is Li Xiannan's wedding. As his disciple, no matter what, you have to personally go and greet him and express your sincerity. Here's 2 strings of money. How, take it and go to the East Market to buy some congratulatory gifts. Don't be too shabby. Tomorrow, how, you can go to the Li Mansion to congratulate your master on his wedding. Mother Meng took out 2 strings of money and handed it over. Before Father Meng went out to sea, Boss Feng had given the Meng family a large sum of money to settle down. Therefore, the Meng family could still afford this money. Mother, no need. I recently worked as an accountant for a grain store and earned a lot of money. I don't need you to give me money. Chapter 379. What? No way. Absolutely not. Workshop, Datong Daily Editorial Department. A thin, silver-haired old man in purple slammed the table and said angrily, "The Tang Dynasty Daily has become the face of our Tang Dynasty. How can we treat the content of the paper as a child's play? Absolutely not. Even if County Magistrate Li is here, I can't agree. Junior Supervisor Yu, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. When the censorate was established by His Majesty, its purpose was to monitor the unreasonable content in Datong Daily. The scope of the censorate's authority was clearly defined. As long as it didn't involve party politics or maliciously smear the reputation of the court, it would be approved without any reason. When Ma Zhou heard this, he was not afraid of the old man's imposing aura at all. He immediately stood up and retorted, "The two requests that Lord Zhu has made today do not involve any political strife or maliciously smear the reputation of the imperial court. Junior Eunuch Yu has no right to reject them." Junior Supervisor Yu. That purple-clothed old man was none other than the head of the interrogation department of the Tang Daily that Li Qingxian had single-handedly established, Junior Supervisor Yu Shinan. Yu Shinan was good at calligraphy. During the Qin dynasty, he served as Minister of Justice Chao and Minister of Xiang. After entering the Sui dynasty, he became an official secretary. After the fall of the Sui dynasty, he was appointed by Dou Jianda as Assistant Minister of the Yellow Gate. After Li Er killed Dou Jianda, he appointed Yu Shinan as Minister of the Qin Palace, Secretary of the Secretariat, and Scholar of the Hongwen Academy. He was one of the 18 scholars, with Fang Xianling and others. In the 8th month of the 9th year of Wuda, Li Er ascended the throne and Yu Shinan was promoted to Minister and Scholar of the Hongwen Academy. This year, Yu Shinan was already 69 years old, so he submitted a petition to resign. Li Er refused and promoted him to the Crown Prince's right concubine's son. Yu Shinan refused and was promoted to Junior Supervisor. This year, Li Zishuan's Datong Daily came out of nowhere and stirred up a storm. It made some people in the court nervous. The 70-year-old Yu Shinan was once again appointed to the censorate as an army supervisor. Old Yu's enthusiasm for his work would make him a model worker in modern times. He really lived his life for work and for the world. You brat, you're twisting words and forcing logic." Hearing Ma Zhou's seemingly reasonable but completely fallacious arguments, Yu Shinan's old face flushed red as he scolded angrily. "If Junior Eunuch Yu doesn't agree, then we can only vote. Scholars present, if you agree with Lord Zhu's temporary arrangement, please vote. If you don't pass, then I can only ask His Majesty to make a judgment." Ma Zhou shook his head and looked at the rest of the people in the field. Today, it was the first time the original staff of Datong Daily had clashed with the newly established Interrogation Division. There were 5 scholars in the Inquisition Division. When there was a disagreement, they could vote on their own. The minority had to obey the majority, so it could be considered quite democratic. Junior Supervisor Yu, what Steward Ma said is reasonable. Although Li Xiannan's temporary arrangement is somewhat absurd, it is not against the rules. Furthermore, in view of the fact that tomorrow is Li Xiannan's big day, this arrangement is understandable. There is no need to bring this small matter to Her Majesty, right? That's why I agree. An old man who was about the same age as Yu Shinan spoke up. This person was called Su Shizhang. He was also one of the 18 scholars in the Hongwen Library. His reputation was not much lower than Yu Shinan's, and he was currently the Interrogation Division's physician. Physician Su's words are reasonable. I agree as well. I agree as well. I agree as well. The rest of the people expressed their agreement. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's side was in the right. Even if they did not agree, it would be useless. Instead, it would cause a lot of trouble in the future. After all, the editorial department had the right to supervise the Interrogation Division. Using the country's national weapon for personal use, what nonsense. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, Yu Shinan angrily snorted and left in a huff. Hey, Lord Zhu. 35 new carriages are all here for you. In the evening. Pang Feiji led the huge fleet of carriages to the Li residence. Coincidentally, he met Li Zishuan in the front yard, who was instructing the servants. Pang Feiji hurriedly threw down the reins in his hand and walked up to him with a smile. "Oh. Not bad, not bad. You came at the right time. San Bao, bring a group of people to decorate these carriages. Hang all of them with red ribbons and red silk flowers." After the 35 carriages squeezed into the residence, the front yard immediately became crowded. As far as the eye could see, there were carriages everywhere. Li Zishuan looked around and ordered. "Okay. Young master." Sanbao responded and went to bring people to work. Cough. "Lord Ju. Why don't I go and help too? Anyway, these brothers have nothing to do." Brother Chicken saw that they were the only ones who had nothing to do and hurriedly tried to curry favor with him. This guy had long integrated himself into the Li group. If it wasn't for Yuchi Jingda calling him back to the Wuho government for a meeting every once in a while, this guy would have probably forgotten that he was a Wuho. There was no other reason. It was just that ever since he followed Li Zishuan, his life had been too comfortable. "Ha! That's great. Airplane, if you guys have nothing to do now, stay and help. There will be plenty of good wine and food tonight." When Li Zishuan heard this, his eyes lit up. He was still lacking manpower. He didn't expect that someone would send him a pillow when he was about to doze off. He used to call Pang Feiji Pang Siggy, but Pang Feiji felt that it was too distant, so he strongly requested Li Zishuan to call him Feiji. In the end, Li Zishuan called him Airplane. Anyway, outsiders wouldn't be able to tell that there was anything wrong with it. Hee hee. "Lord Ju, the brothers below are waiting for you to say that." Pang Feiji chuckled and turned to order. "Did you all hear that? Go and help." "Haha. Yes, boss." The 30 over people brought by Brother Chicken responded excitedly and went to find Sanbao to get work. The news of the Li family spending a few thousand strings of coins to host a banquet to entertain the makeup team had long spread. They were lucky enough to have a meal here, so how could they not be willing? All he did was contribute a little bit of strength. "Airplane, don't go first. I have something to talk to you about." When Li Zishuan saw that Brother Chicken had rolled up his sleeves and was about to go to work, he couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny. If this guy was in the modern world, he could be considered the director of a local police station. Why was he acting like a henchman now? "Ah. Okay, Lord Ju, please give me your orders." "It's like this, how many people do you have under you now?" Li Zishuan brought Brother Chicken to the main hall and asked. The workshop and strange culture together have a total of 100 brothers. "Lord Ju, do you feel that you don't have enough manpower? Then I'll go and call them all over now." No need, no need. There's no need for that today." Seeing that Brother Chicken was ready to run at any time, Li Zishuan quickly said. Chapter 380. It's like this. Airplane, go to the right Marquis household and ask Uncle Yuchi if you can bring your Marquis subordinates with me to the Han family manor to escort the bride tomorrow. Li Zishuan slowly told Pang Feiji his purpose. The extravagance of the wedding procession was not only reflected in the procession, but also the size of the procession. Today, there were already 200 people from the Han family who were sending the dowry. In addition to the procession from the other families, there were more than 500 people. If his procession tomorrow was less than this number, wouldn't it be embarrassing? There were only about 100 people in the Li residence, and not everyone could go. It couldn't be better if Pang Feiji's team of Marquis were to join. Wedding? Haha. This is good. When Pang Feiji heard Li Zishuan's plan, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. In his opinion, Li Zishuan was treating him as his confidant. He quickly said, Lord Ju, you don't have to look for General Yuchi for this matter. When I was sent to Chitsu culture, General Yuchi personally told me that my 100 brothers are at your disposal. Li Zishuan shook his head and insisted, no. It's better to go and report, so that people won't talk about it. You can go now. If Uncle Yuchi agrees, you can bring your people here tomorrow morning. Remember to make them clean up before you come, don't embarrass me. Okay. Lord Ju, don't worry. I will order them to bathe today. Then I will go and look for General Yuchi now. Pang Feiji laughed and said. Okay, go. After a while, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong, the two military bosses, actually came together. Li Zishuan quickly went to welcome them. Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, why are the two of you here? After welcoming the two bosses to the main hall to serve tea, Li Zishuan smiled and asked. Haha. Today, the whole Chang'an city is talking about the Han family's dowry. You're famous now. Bah. You don't know anything, why serve tea? Bring the wine. There was no need to guess. To be able to say such shameless words, it must be none other than Qing Yaojin. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. He waved his hand and hurriedly asked the servant to bring a pot of wine. Haha. Little Xian. This old man didn't expect that there would be so many people giving Yushi her dowry today. What's more, I didn't expect Tianhu to be the son of Shouguang County Magistrate. Back then, the Han family was also a prestigious family. So, this marriage is really well matched. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said with a rueful smile. Who is Shouguang County Magistrate? Oh, right, Duke Wei's family also came to send makeup today. They even said that Yushi was his grandniece. This kid was still confused. Can Uncle Qin dispel my doubts? Li Zishuan said gloomily. The feeling of being drunk while everyone else was awake made him very unhappy. Haha. We just received this news. The apothecary is right. Han Yushi is indeed his grandniece. Back then, the sister of Han Qinhu, the pillar of the previous dynasty, was the apothecary's biological mother. And Han Tianhu is Han Qinhu's grandson, Han Tianlin. This kid has been hiding his identity all these years and has filled all of us. Han Qinhu's original name is Han Qinbao. Tianhu was originally Han Shiding and a common woman's illegitimate son. Back then, the Han family let Han Shiding take Tianhu's biological mother as his concubine to prevent the family scandal from spreading. Tianhu then became Han Shiding's third son. However, the Han family's matriarch, Lu, was jealous. Within a year, she persecuted Tianhu's biological mother and killed her. Tianhu was alone in the Han family and suffered abuse. 15 years ago, which was the 8th year of the Dai dynasty, Tianhu was discovered to be secretly learning the family's martial arts. Lu wanted to join forces with the family elders and use this as an excuse to kick him out of the family. Tianhu had a feeling and ran away from home that night. He concealed his identity and wandered around the pugilistic world. In the same year, Tianhu and the Du family's young miss, Du Shinyang, the youngest daughter of little wine sage Du Daoling, had feelings for each other and secretly pledged to marry. The Du family was the imperial winemaker and had a strong reputation. Of course, they wouldn't agree to this marriage. However, Du Shinyang had a strong personality and threatened to kill herself. In the end, old Madame Du's heart softened. She prepared a small dowry and quietly married Du Shinyang to Han Tianhu. The following year, in the 9th year of the Dai dynasty, Han Shiding followed Duke Chu, Yang Xiangan, to rebel and force Luoyang. In the end, Yang Xiangan was defeated and committed suicide. Han Shiding was also captured. His wife and children were all imprisoned. The Han family also completely declined. Therefore, when Tianhu ran away from home that year, it could be said that he avoided being implicated in this unexpected disaster. Li Zishuan's jaw dropped. In his previous life, he had read many versions of the legend of the Sui and Tang heroes. Naturally, he knew that Han Qinhu and the Han clan were an extremely powerful existence in the Sui dynasty. He had thought that Han Lijing was just an honest and hard-working farmer. Who would have thought that he was actually from one of the top military families of his time? Moreover, Han Lijing seemed to be very charming. As a descendant of a general's family, he was able to hook up with the Du family's young miss. Li Zishuan couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Han Lijing. He was really a role model for his generation. Haha. How is it? Kid? Do you think you've picked up a treasure? You're marrying Han Xinhu's great-granddaughter. TSK. When Xing Yaojin saw Li Zishuan's shocked expression, he couldn't help but smile mischievously. Uncle Cheng, what are you talking about? Regardless of whether Yushi is from an ordinary family, or the daughter of a noble family, I treat her with sincerity. The concept of a well-matched family doesn't exist for me. Li Zishuan said seriously. He didn't marry Han Yushi because he coveted anything from the Han family. No matter if Han Yushi's identity was noble or ordinary, she would only have one identity after marrying into the Li family, and that was his wife. Sour, you're really sour. When Xing Yaojin heard that, he exaggeratedly waved his hand in front of his nose to get rid of the air. Qin Xiong couldn't help but say, Ahem, Jijia, why don't you act like an elder at all? I think that Xiao Xian is right. You're a good kid. I'm not worried about Yushi marrying you, haha. After chatting with the two big shots for a while, Li Zishuan finally understood why they were here. It turned out that they were here to pick up the bride tomorrow and support him. The Qin and Qing manors had a total of nearly 400 servants. Tomorrow, Qin Xiong and Xing Yaojin would bring these people to accompany Li Zishuan to the Han family manor to escort the bride. In old Cheng's words, with so many people from the bride's family coming today to deliver her dowry, if there were fewer people going to escort the bride tomorrow, wouldn't that be a loss of face? After understanding the purpose of these two people's visit, Li Zishuan was very touched. He bowed to them and then personally sent the two big shots out. Xing Yaojin was all smiles and carefree on the surface, but he really treated him as a nephew. Whenever Li Zishuan encountered something, Xing Yaojin would always be the first to jump out to support him. As for Qin Xiong, after this marriage, the Qin family and the Li family would be even closer. Chapter 381. Young master, it's time to get up. Li Zishuan was excited for a long time last night when he thought about how he was going to marry a wife today. He only fell asleep late at night. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, when he was sleeping soundly, Xiaoxi came to wake him up. Okay. Time to get up. Li Zishuan knew that he could not stay in bed today no matter what. He rubbed his eyes and jumped up. Then, he stretched out his hands and let the two maids help him put on his clothes. He was already used to the decadent feudal life of a rich man. If there was no one to serve him now, he probably would not even know how to wear clothes. Young master, you have to wear this new set of clothes today. It will be more troublesome to wear it. Please wait patiently. After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she took a red round neck robe from the side. There was a belt around the waist and a loose robe on the outside. It was imitating the style of an official's robe. Ordinary people did not have the right to wear clothes of this color and style. However, when it was a wedding, the imperial court allowed the commoners to wear the same clothes as the officials. The bride was also allowed to wear a phoenix coronet. The wedding ceremony of the Zhou dynasty advocated decorum and solemnity. It was different from the wedding ceremony of the later generations. The color of the wedding dress followed the xuanfu system. The groom wore a noble's hat and a xuanduan ceremonial robe. He wore a black robe, a white silk robe, and a red robe, or shoes, on his feet. The wedding dress of the Tang dynasty was a combination of the solemnity and holiness of the previous times and the warm celebration of the later generations. Usually, the men's clothes were crimson and the women's clothes were green. However, there were also many bridal dresses that were crimson. Young master, this wedding dress was designed by Madame a month ago. It was made of the best fabric and the best tailor in Chang, and city was hired. The embroidery on it was made by Madame herself recently. Xiao he said in a crisp voice as she tidied Li Zishuan's collar on her tiptoes. Li Zishuan looked at the exquisite patterns on the clothes. It was as if he could see his mother doing embroidery every night under the candlelight. A warm feeling rose in his heart. In terms of the patterns and colors of the wedding dress, the Tang dynasty inherited the styles of the Zhou dynasty, the Warring States period, and the Wei and Jin period. They combined the delicate and exquisite designs of the Zhou dynasty, the grand and expansive designs of the Warring States period, the lively and concise designs of the Han Dynasty, and the light and changeable styles of the Wei and Jin period. On this basis, they became more luxurious and creative, causing the art of clothing and patterns to reach the peak of history. The patterns in the Tang wedding dress did not completely follow the traditional patterns of the past. They boldly used realistic patterns such as flowers, plants, and other patterns. The patterns of the wedding dress were the most representative ones. They reflected the luxurious elegance of the Tang dynasty and implied that the marriage would last for a long time. Moreover, this style of wedding dress pattern had been influential for nearly 1,000 years. Even in the 21st century, some Chinese wedding dresses were often seen with such patterns. Dressing up, fixing the crown, putting on the clothes, and putting on the shoes took almost an hour. It had to be said that the bridegroom's attire was really troublesome to put on. Wow! Young master looks so good in this bridegroom's attire. Xiao He took 2 steps back and exclaimed with her eyes wide open. The little girl's eyes were almost shining with stars. He's really handsome. Xiao Shi also exclaimed with a face full of infatuation. Haha. Your young master, am handsome to begin with. Li Zishuan said proudly. He just looked at the bronze mirror and realized that the effect of the clothes was really good. In fact, at the beginning, he instinctively resisted wearing this kind of bright red clothes. He did not expect that after wearing it, the effect would be so good. Perhaps the tailor's skills were too good. Li Zishuan expressed that the cloth, the style, and the embroidery, even if it was in the modern era, it would definitely be top-notch. Hee. Young master is really shameless. Just after breakfast, Pang Feiji led 100 martial marquises to the Li residence. Li Zishuan glanced at them and secretly nodded. He thought that Pang Feiji was quite reliable when doing things. These people were all wearing tight clothes and tidied up neatly. It was obvious that they had all taken a bath yesterday. At the very least, their hair was not as shiny as before. Li Zishuan was very satisfied. He did not ask for these people to smell good. He only asked that they did not stink. After chatting with Pang Feiji for a while, Li Zishuan directed them to start pulling out the 70 new horse carriages and more than 200 ox carts. Yesterday, the servants of the Li residence had decorated all the carts. They were all tied with red silk and red silk flowers, looking very festive. After half an hour, the carriages of the Li residence were all lined up. At the front was the horse carriage that Li Zishuan usually rode. It was also the first new horse carriage that was born in this world. What was different from the other horse carriages was that the compartment of this horse carriage was installed with thick metal plates. It looked sturdier and heavier. In addition, as "Don't Touch Me No. 1, this horse carriage itself had a very important commemorative meaning. 270 carriages. It was just a number, but when it was placed in front of you, you would know how shocking it was. The long streets of Yongla Lane were almost completely filled. The huge carriages could not be seen at a glance. The residents of Yongla Lane who were already awakened by the commotion all ran out to watch the show. Wow! Such a big show. What is the Li family doing? Is it a wedding? Of course it's a wedding. This wedding procession is so big. Yes, this old man has lived for more than 70 years, and I've never seen such a grand wedding procession. They're so particular. Yes, they have face. The Li family is very particular about their face. You can't say that. It's mainly because the Han family sent a grand wedding procession yesterday. The bride's side has already made such a big show. If the Li family's side doesn't make a big show of it, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? Besides, if they don't make a big show of it, how can they suppress the bride in the future? That's right, she's the adopted daughter of Duke Yi, the grandniece of Duke Wei. Li Zishuan was outside organizing the carriages. Old Man Li and Madam Li were also very busy in the courtyard. They were calling the servants to prepare the banquet. The bride was going to be picked up at dusk today, and the guests started to come in the morning. According to Li Jingma's idea, his son's wedding must be a grand affair. Holding a banquet that lasted for 3 days would take at least 500 to 600 tables and cost nearly 10,000 strings of coins. This scale was comparable to the wedding banquets of some 1,000-year-old families. Haha. Little Xian, I, old Cheng, am here. Come out quickly and let your Uncle Cheng see what today's groom looks like. With a rough laugh, Cheng Yaojin rode his horse and came to the front of the Li residence. Wow. Not bad, not bad. Kid, your appearance is not bad. You're only a little worse than I, old Cheng, when I was young, ha ha ha. Cheng Yaojin got off his horse and looked at Li Zishuan carefully for a while. Suddenly, he laughed shamelessly. Chapter 382. That madman Cheng is really shameless. He doesn't have any respect for his elders. Just as Li Zishuan was about to raise his head and spit at old Cheng's salted soda water, Wuxia Xianxia patted his horse to kill and verbally attacked Demon King Cheng, helping Li Zishuan vent his anger. You're the shameless one. You look like a charcoal ball, and you're so stupid. Old Cheng wasn't afraid at all. He moved his lips and retorted. Ha! Madman Cheng, do you want to fight? These wicked words made Wuxia Xianxia so angry that his hair stood on end. These two people were really enemies in his previous life. As soon as they met, they would fight. Li Zishuan's head hurt when he saw them. Let's fight. Who's afraid of you? Cough, cough. Can't the two of you stop? Don't you know what day it is today? Stop fooling around. Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda rode over from behind and said seriously. Uncle Qin, Uncle Niu, Uncle Wuxia, you're all here? Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. In this world, only Qin Xiong, Li Er, and a few others could restrain Cheng Yaojin. Xiao Xian, today is your wedding. Of course, we old fellows have to come. Shu Bao and Ji Jia want to send you to the wedding. How can I, old Niu, and your Uncle Wuxia be missing? Niu Jinda got off his horse and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder as he laughed. Thank you, uncles. Li Zishuan thanked them sincerely. He had never thought of troubling these two military big shots to help, but now that they had taken the initiative to come, Li Zishuan was extremely grateful. He had to repay this favor in the future. The few of them chatted in front of the mansion for a while. At this time, the sun was already halfway up the sky. The auspicious hour has arrived. The convoy is setting off. Li Zishuan asked for the opinions of a few old generals and roared in a loud voice. Let's go. Crackle, crackle. With the sound of firecrackers, the huge convoy began to move out. Li Zishuan rode a tall horse and walked at the front. Today, no one would compete with him for the limelight. Not long after, the carriages left Yongla Lane. The Qin, Cheng, Niu, and Wuxia families' carriages were all waiting outside Yongla Lane, because if they all went in, Yongla Lane would probably explode. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he came out to take a look, he was really shocked. The four families had brought a total of 700 to 800 people and more than 200 carriages. Although these carriages weren't as luxurious as the new carriages, they were still very shocking when placed together. Little Xian, you look so energetic today. Yes, yes. He's indeed handsome. The group outside Yongla Lane was personally led by Cheng Chimo, Wuxia Baolin, and Qin Huayu. When they saw Li Zishuan come out, the three of them hurriedly went up to greet him. Chimo, Huayu, Baolin, thank you for coming to help me today. Li Zishuan chuckled and cupped his fists. Little Xian, you're treating me like an outsider. We're brothers, let's not be so formal. Just drink a few more cups with your big brother today. Cheng Chimo patted his chest and laughed. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at Qin Xiong. Uncle Qin, why are there so many carriages? Qin Xiong laughed and said, Our families aren't as capable as you to get so many new carriages. These 230 carriages were all rented from a few carriage companies in Chang'an. Li Zishuan nodded and cupped his hands. I'm sorry to have let you guys spend so much money. Of course, he couldn't say that he was returning the money. This was a debt of gratitude, and it couldn't be repaid with money. Li Zishuan was sure that if he dared to say, "I'll pay for the rental of the carriages," Qing Yaojin's hammer would fall on him immediately. Haha. It's okay, it's okay. Let's go to the Han family village quickly. Qin Xiong nodded with satisfaction and laughed. The 5 families gathered together, and there were more than 300 carriages. Behind them were more than 200 ox carts, and there were close to 1,000 people accompanying them. The ox and horses neighed, and the crowd was noisy. Those who didn't know would think that they were about to start a rebellion. East of Chang'an City. Chunming Gate. Yesterday, the Han family's wedding procession had entered through Chunming Gate. Many people guessed that the Li family's wedding procession would also leave through Chunming Gate. Therefore, many of the Chang'an residents who had seen the drama yesterday did not have anything to do today. They deliberately came to the street near Chunming Gate early to wait. How many people do you think the Li family's wedding procession will be today? There should be at least 300 of them. Yes. Without 300, they won't be able to bring out so many people. Yesterday, the Han family's wedding procession had more than 200 people. At this time, a young man in green came running from the west. He laughed and said, let me tell you something. I just came from Yongla Lane. How is it? How many people did the Li family send? I don't know. Yongla Lane is full. There are people and carriages everywhere. There are many people outside Yongla Lane. 3 Grand Dukes and a County Duke are there too. Oh my, 3 Grand Dukes. Wow, it sounds like the procession is much bigger than yesterday. Today is going to be interesting. Looks like it's going to be more lively today. I'll go buy some pine nuts. I can't miss this show today. Li Zishuan knew that his wedding procession would attract attention, but he didn't expect it to be so eye-catching. Not long after the 5 families merged and left Yongla Lane, they saw countless onlookers on both sides of the road. Some people even brought their whole families along. Oh my God. Why are there so many new carriages? Oh my, how many are there? Let me count. I think there are 50 to 60 of them. 70. I've counted. There are 70 in total. Don't touch me. Wow. 70. How much is that? Someone is willing to pay more than 2,000 strings of cash for each carriage. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that these carriages alone can be sold for more than 100,000 strings of cash? The Li family is really rich. Everyone's focus was still on the 70 very eye-catching, "Don't touch me" carriages in front of the procession. It couldn't be helped. After all, this thing was the hottest in Chang'an recently. Chao Wendong was in a corner of the crowd. When he saw the 70 "Don't touch me" carriages, he was instantly hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. Back then, Sun Huayuan said that the workshop left a few in stock for Li Zishuan's wedding. At that time, he believed him. In the end, you're telling me that there's only a few in stock. This is a total of 70 new carriages. Even if the Li family had more than one carriage, there should be at least dozens of them in stock from the workshop, right? What's worse was that the people around him were talking about how he spent more than 2,000 strings of cash to buy a carriage that day. This hurt Chao Wendong a second time. However, when he thought that he might be able to use this incident to show his face in front of Li Zishuan in the future, he felt a little better. Chapter 383. Wow! Li Xiannan is so handsome today. Yes, yes. He's so handsome. If Li Xiannan can bring so many carriages to my house to fetch me, I will definitely marry him. Bah, you slut, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you think Li Xiannan will like you? Humph. If he wants to like someone, he will like me first. You're the slut. You're the ugly one. Li Xiannan. Li Xiannan, I want to marry you. Li Zishuan was riding on his horse when he suddenly saw a group of beautiful young ladies in gorgeous clothes gathered in the crowd at the entrance of the East Market. They were excitedly calling out his name. Io, isn't that Miss Yen, the courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower in Peace Lane? It's so hard to see him normally. Without spending a few thousand, you can't even see him. If you want to listen to his song, you have to spend another few thousand. Who would have thought that he would come here today to fetch Xiao Xian? Brother, you're still the most charming one. Haha. Ching Chimo pointed at a beautiful woman in green and winked at Li Zishuan as he said with a smirk. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, from what Chonyo said, it seems like he often goes to that 100 Flowers Tower, right? I'll have to talk to Uncle Ching later. Hey. Xiao Xian, we're brothers. You can't do this. Ching Chimo said hurriedly as he glanced behind him guiltily. As the son of an official, visiting prostitutes was not a big deal. However, as parents, no one would want their children to spend all their time in brothels. Therefore, even when Ching Chimo visited brothels, he did it secretly behind his parents' backs. Haha. Chonyo, Xiao Xian is just joking with you. Can't you tell? But you should try not to go to such places in the future. Qin Huayu joked. It was rare for him to be so playful. Ha. Look, they're here. The Li family's bridegroom is here. On the streets near the Spring Bright Gate, someone saw a huge fleet of carriages slowly approaching from afar and exclaimed excitedly. Wow! It's really here. There are so many people. Yo! The groom is so handsome. No, look at all the new carriages. Oh my God. How much would that cost? The Li family is so generous. Wow. The three dukes really came together. This Li Xianji is really amazing to be able to invite so many dukes. Li Zishuan did not disappoint the crowd who had been waiting for a long time. The grand display made many people cry out in surprise, expressing all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Humph. Isn't she just a peasant girl? This Li Zishuan is still causing such a big commotion. How stupid. East Market, in a private room on the 4th floor of Yinshi Restaurant. A stunning lady was looking out the window in the direction of Li Zishuan's bridegroom's procession. The lady was about 14 or 15 years old. She was wearing a lake green long dress. Her perfect facial features were so exquisite that they looked like they were carved by humans. Her eyebrows were arched, her nose was arched, and her cherry lips were bright red. She looked at the grand fleet of carriages and snorted unhappily. However, no one noticed that an imperceptible trace of jealousy flashed across her eyes. Hee. Ning Er, you said it yourself. Han Yushi is just a peasant girl. Why do you have to be angry with her? This Li Zishuan is just lucky. So what if he has some spare cash? Can his Li family compare to our Chui family? Ha! A man in white came behind the lady and said nonchalantly while waving his folding fan. Second brother, you can't say that. Li Zishuan's achievements today are definitely not due to luck. Ning Er feels that this person is very powerful and smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so much wealth and such a high status in such a short period of time. The green-clothed girl shook her head and opened her red lips in disagreement. Oh. From what little sister said, you seem to know this Li Zishuan very well. Could it be? The man in white suddenly stood in front of the lady and stared into her eyes. Ah. Stupid second brother, how can you make such a joke? The girl was so embarrassed that she jumped up and punched the man in the chest. She snorted and refused to let go. Shoo! At this moment, 2 groups of soldiers and horses, totaling more than 200 people, rushed over. The commoners at the city gate began to discuss spiritedly. Wow! 2 more groups of people came. What are they doing? I-oh. They seem to be the Imperial Guards of the East Palace. Oh my God, is His Highness the Crown Prince here? It can't be, right? How can this Li Xianxia invite the Crown Prince? Shoo! Don't say any more. It's really the Crown Prince. The other group is brought by His Highness King Wei. Oh. This is a big scene. Oh my God. It's really the Crown Prince and King Wei. Silence. When Li Qingxian and Li Tai arrived on their horses, the surrounding commoners, who had been discussing animatedly, immediately quieted down and bowed towards the two of them. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. They were here to watch a big show, but they didn't expect to see such a big show. The Crown Prince and the Emperor's most beloved prince actually left the palace together to accompany a county boy to fetch his bride. If this was told to others, they would think it was a fairy tale. However, it happened right in front of their eyes. It was unbelievable. Li Zishuan himself was also taken aback. This was completely out of his expectations. Greetings, Your Highness, King Wei. Everyone was bowing. Of course, he couldn't make an exception at this time. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to pick on him. It didn't matter how they joked around in private, but in front of others, he still had to show the proper etiquette. Li Zishuan didn't want to bring trouble to his family because of this. Besides, in the Tang dynasty, there was no need to kneel. They only had to bow and cup their hands. Li Zishuan could easily get over this hurdle in his heart. If he had transmigrated to the Qing dynasty, he would have thought of ways to rebel. No modern person liked to kneel to others. Everyone, there's no need for such formalities. I'm just out for an inspection today. Li Qingxian raised his hand and gestured for everyone to dispense with the formalities. Then, he and Li Tai walked quickly to Li Zishuan and smiled. Xiao Xian. Today is your big day. Qing Ke and I are here to join in the fun. You don't mind, right? Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. As long as Your Highness and all of you don't mind, of course, I don't mind. Haha. Don't worry, Xiao Xian. Before Big Brother and I came, we already reported it to Father and Mother. It's fine, it's fine. Li Tai jumped off his horse and laughed. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched. He felt the ground tremble just now. He looked worriedly at the horse that little fatty had just ridden over. He frowned and said seriously, Qing Ke, where did you buy this horse? It can actually carry you. How about you buy me 10 horses later? Chapter 384. F***CK. Xiao Xian, how dare you scold me in such a roundabout way? I'm going to kill you. Li Tai was stunned for a while before he realized that Li Zishuan was calling him fat. He was furious and was about to attack. However, with his body size, it was harder than reaching the heavens for him to be as still as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. Before he could reach Li Zishuan's side, Li Zishuan had already leaped onto his horse in a flash and rode off with his whip raised. Let's go. Li Zishuan's last words echoed in the air. Haha. Qing Ke, where did you buy your horses? Give me 10 of them too, ahaha. Giddy up. Ching Chimo imitated Li Zishuan's tone and said that. Before Li Tai could get angry, he slapped his horse's butt and followed after Li Zishuan. Ching Chimo. You bastard. Li Tai stomped his feet and wanted to get on his horse as well. However, he was too heavy, and it would take a lot of effort to overcome Earth's gravity. Wu Chun Dao, hurry up and help me onto the horse. Li Tai looked at one of the guards he brought along and said angrily. Oh. Yes, Your Highness Prince Wei. The black-faced guard hurried over and helped Li Tai get on his horse. Everyone held back their laughter and didn't dare to make a sound. Li Qingxian shook his head speechlessly and said, Let's go. To the Han family manor. It was only then that the bridal procession started moving again, leaving behind a crowd of confused onlookers. They didn't expect the high and mighty prince to be so amusing. Moreover, Li Zishuan seemed to have a very good relationship with the Crown Prince and King Wei. This made everyone so envious that they were about to go crazy. At the end of the day, this was still a feudal society. The royal family would always be supreme in the hearts of the people. Ugh! A man from Li County actually dares to joke around with the Prince of Wei? Do you think His Highness King of Wei got angry just now? He's definitely not really angry. Otherwise, the Prince of Wei would have already sent his guards to arrest Li Xiannan. Hiss. Your Highness Prince of Wei has such a good relationship with Li Xianji? That's not all. Didn't you see the Crown Prince smiling and watching from the side? This means that His Royal Highness isn't angry. It seems that Li Xiannan and His Royal Highness have a good relationship. TSK. Li Xianji is amazing. Everyone looked at each other, stunned and shocked. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Li Zishuan or the Li family. Big White was quite intelligent and had been to the Han family village many times. There was no need to worry that it would take the wrong path or step on something sharp and stab the horse's hooves. Thus, after exiting the city gates, Li Zishuan sat on the horse's back with his head in his hands. Looking at the long line of carriages behind him, he felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. A group of 1,200 people, 300 horse carriages, and more than 200 ox carts meandered along the narrow path for about 4 to 5 li. The passers-by on the road all looked sideways and were stunned by this huge group. What the heck? Whose family are they going to fetch the bride? There are too many people. Look at this direction. They're going to the Han family village. Oh. I know, Li Xiannan is going to the Han family village to fetch the bride. Yesterday, the Han family went to the city to deliver the bride's dowry. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh. That girl from the Han family is so lucky. Look at this extravagance. This old man has lived for so many years, but I have never seen such a grand wedding ceremony. Ha. Who said it wasn't? Look at the Han family village a few years ago. Ever since Lord Li took over the village, not only did he reduce the rent, but he also let the Han family village's villagers harvest fruits to exchange for money. Later on, he provided free chicken seedlings and the like. Now, almost every family in the Han family village can afford to eat meat. Our village can't compare to them. Yeah. Now that Lord Li has married the daughter of Han family village, the Han family village's life will definitely get better and better. Sigh. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for not having a beautiful girl like Miss Han. Otherwise, Lord Li would have become our son-in-law. Ha. That's true. I can't be envious. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Zishuan's lips curled up slightly. The vanity in his heart was greatly satisfied. In the modern era, he was just a poor loser who had just graduated from school. Although he had a girlfriend, he did not have the money to buy a house or a car. He also did not have the money to hold a grand wedding for her. He did not expect that by chance, he would come to the ancient era and become a rich second-generation heir. He would soon have a beautiful wife and even hold a grand wedding that would shock the entire capital. Life was really like a dream, unpredictable and unpredictable. However, at this moment, Li Zishuan suddenly missed his girlfriend from his previous life. After all, that was the memory of 5 years of love. Even after more than 1,000 years, it was not easy to let go. The reason he did not think about it usually was because he did not recall the past. That feeling was buried in the deepest part of his heart forever. What's wrong? Xiao Xian, looking at your expression, you don't seem happy. Unknowingly, Li Tai drove the big black horse and caught up. He saw Li Zishuan's listless eyes and expressionless face. He did not look like a man who was about to get married. He could not help but ask curiously. Cough. No. I was just thinking, Qingke, why did you and Gao Ming come here today to join in the fun? You two have special identities, and every move you make represents the imperial court. Li Zishuan was good at lying. He had a serious look on his face as he tried to force Li Tai to lie. Li Tai wanted to curse, but he did not know if he should say it. He did not believe that Li Zishuan's thoughtful expression just now was because he was thinking about these boring things. What's wrong? Qingke, you don't believe me? I'm really curious why His Majesty asked you two to come with me to escort the bride. Tell me quickly. The highest level of Bulsh*Ting was Bulsh*Ting until you believed it yourself. Li Zishuan was currently in such a state. Originally, these excuses were all bullsh** ting, but now he was really curious as to why Li Er would let these two brothers out of the palace. After all, to let two princes accompany a county man to escort the bride sounded very ridiculous. Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, "I'll believe you for now. Actually, my brother and I didn't use the excuse of escorting the bride for you at all." "Oh? Then what is it?" "Qingke, did you and Gao Ming make up a lie to deceive His Majesty in order to escort the bride for me?" "That won't do. Why don't you go back to the palace now?" Li Zishuan was shocked. He did not expect these two to be so bold. They were a little too excited. "What are you thinking? My brother and I didn't come here to escort the bride for you. How is that deceiving His Majesty? Our main purpose today is to go to the plum village you mentioned earlier, to see if it's really suitable for building an academy. As for going to the Han village, it's just on the way." Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan with disdain and said lightly. He never expected Li Zishuan to be so narcissistic. He was really a narcissistic maniac. Chapter 385. Ugh. Seeing the disdainful look on the little fatty's face, Li Zishuan really wanted to throw a few punches and give him a blessing. But there were too many people around, so he could only think about it in his heart. "I'm just passing by. Hee hee. I didn't expect you to be so wise, Qingke. Hee hee. Of course." Li Tai raised his head proudly and snorted. "Yo. You're so arrogant just because I said you're fat. Why don't I give you another 10 questions, and you can see how many you can answer?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and said maliciously. Li Tai was dumbfounded. He shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "No, no, no, it's not convenient to compete with this now. Let's talk about it when we get back." The little fatty was already traumatized by Li Zishuan's questions. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't accept this trap. That's right, to Li Tai, once Li Zishuan proposed to take the initiative to set questions, it was definitely a trap. There was no need to think about it. "Haha. Qingke, there's something I forgot to tell you. Look, you've also learned Hanyu Pinyin. To me, the pronunciation of wise and mentally retarded are not too far apart. That's why when I say that someone is wise, it means something else. Haha. Big White, let's go. Hiya." After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he took advantage of the fact that Li Tai hadn't reacted to support himself with one hand on the horse's back. He did a beautiful 180-degree turn in the air and returned to his sitting position with his head facing forward. The entire set of movements was as smooth as flowing water. It was completed in a single breath of time. By the time Li Tai reacted, Li Zishuan had already run far away. F***ck. I fell for your trick again. Xiao Xian, you're the retarded one. Li Tai roared and slapped his horses but, charging forward. Second brother, not only is Xiao Xian close to the crown prince, but he's also close to Prince Wei. What should we do in the future? Qing Yaojin pulled Qin Xiong and purposely hung at the back of the group. He looked around and hesitated for a while before whispering to Qin Xiong. There was one thing he didn't say, and that was his son, Qing Chumo. Under the influence of Li Zishuan, the line between him and Li Qingxian and Li Tai was becoming more and more blurred. One had to know that Qing Chumo had previously always carried out his instructions and kept a distance from all the princes. Jijia, I know what you're worried about, but this old man feels that it's still too early for you to worry about that. Previously, the crown prince and Wei Wang were like fire and water. But ever since Xiao Xian appeared, they were able to coexist peacefully. Just like today. This old man thinks that little Xian is that variable. I believe that the current crown prince will not become the hidden crown prince of the past. The king of Wei will not become the king of Qin of the past. The current emperor will not become the retired emperor of the past. Therefore, we should just wait and see. Who knows, our children and grandchildren might have their own children and grandchildren. Qin Xiong calmly controlled the warhorse beneath him and calmly analyzed. It was just that the words he said were a little too shocking. If it was spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was not for Qing Yaojin personally asking, Qin Xiong would definitely not say these words that came from the bottom of his heart. Second brother's words make sense. Then I, old Qing, will ignore them for now. Qing Yaojin rubbed his chin deliberately and nodded in agreement. That's how it should be. Besides, today is Xiao Xian's big day. It's really not appropriate to talk about this. Let's go and welcome the bride properly. It's not right to always fall behind. Giddy up. Qin Xiong patted the horse's butt and laughed. Hey. Second brother, wait for me. Han family, Han Yushi's boudoir. Han Yushi sat calmly in front of the dressing table's bronze mirror and let a group of maidservants dress her up. These maidservants came with Madame Qin early this morning. After all, she was equivalent to half of Han Yushi's mother. Her daughter was going to get married, so of course she had to be attentive. A woman took a cotton thread and twisted it around Han Yushi's face to remove the hair on her face. This was called twisting noodles. In ancient times, unmarried women didn't know how to twist noodles. Twisting noodles before marriage was also called opening noodles. After opening noodles, she was married and had to change her hair bun. Madame Qin was personally combing Han Yushi's hair. Of course, it wasn't a girl's hairstyle, but a bride's hairstyle. On the table at the side, there were all kinds of hairpins. 1 comb to the head, don't worry about wealth. 2 combs to the head, don't worry about sickness. 3 combs to the head, have more children and live longer. Then comb to the tail, raise the case to the eyebrows. 2 combs to the tail, fly side by side. 3 combs to the tail, tie the heart with the heart forever. There is a head and a tail, share wealth and honor in this life. Yushi. Although I'm not your biological mother, you can treat me as your biological mother in the future. Mother hopes that you and Xiao Xian will grow old together and raise the case to the eyebrows. Madame Qin said sadly as she combed her hair. Yes, thank you, mother. Yushi will definitely live well in the future. This long-lost motherly love made Han Yushi's eyes turn red. She suddenly thought of her deceased biological mother and said sadly. Sigh. That's good. That's good. Hee hee. Madame Qin wiped her tears and smiled happily. Then, she continued to help Han Yushi tie her hair. After tying her hair into a bun and putting on her new clothes, Han Yushi immediately looked like a fairy descending to the world, stunning everyone in the room. Sister Yushi, you're so beautiful today. Hong Ling, a girl from the same village who had once brewed wine with Han Yushi, stood at the side and looked at Han Yushi, who had combed her hair and was wearing a phoenix coronet and robe. She couldn't help but praise her infatuatedly. Yes, I'm going to dress up my most beautiful appearance today. A faint smile appeared on Han Yushi's lips as she said softly. Hee hee, if Lord Li saw you like this, he would definitely be mesmerized. Little girl, you're talking nonsense again. Han Yushi was embarrassed and said angrily. Hee hee. I'm telling the truth. I'm even mesmerized by you, Sister Yushi, let alone Lord Ju. Isn't that right, Xiang? Hong Ling's eyes revealed admiration as she said with a smile. Yes. Hong Ling is right. Sister Yushi, you look really good today. Another girl from the same village, Xiang, also echoed. All right. Hong Ling, Xiang, don't flatter me anymore. When you put on your wedding clothes in the future, you'll definitely look better than me. Han Yushi couldn't bear the sugar-coated bullet's attack and quickly said. I'm afraid we don't have as good luck as you, Sister Yushi. A trace of loneliness and sadness flashed across Hong Ling's eyes as she thought so in her heart. Grandpa Han. Young master's wedding convoy is here. We're about to enter the village. At the entrance of the village, Daniel ran over and cheered loudly. Slap. Stupid boy, you have to call him son-in-law in the future. Don't call him young master, do you hear me? What welcomed Daniel was not praise, nor was it a reward, but a big slap. An old man at the entrance of the village said resentfully. Haha. Uncle Han is right. Daniel, you didn't take the slap for nothing. You have to be careful in the future. Our Han family manor will be little girl Han's maiden home in the future. Lord Ju will be the son-in-law of our Han family manor. Everyone, do you hear me? Old Hu laughed and shouted at the crowd. Yes, sir. The villagers at the entrance of the village agreed in unison. Daniel, take a few children and inform the people in the village. Regardless of gender, old or young, come here to welcome the son-in-law. Old Hu instructed. Today, Han Tianhu was busy marrying his daughter. Among the children, his words were the most authoritative. Okay, Uncle Hu. On the other side, Li Zishuan led more than 1,000 people and walked for more than 2 hours before arriving at the Han family manor. There was no choice. There were too many people and cars. Moreover, the road from Chang and to the Han family manor was not wide and flat. Of course, it took a lot of time to walk. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw a group of people gathered. There were more people than the last time he came to the Han family manor for a mobilization meeting because many of them were from Plum Village. Welcome back to the village, son-in-law. When they saw Li Zishuan appear, everyone shouted in unison, giving Li Zishuan a shock. Chapter 386. Not bad. Little Xian, when other people get married, the bride's family will make things difficult for them. But when you come here, it's like you're going home. You're amazing. Teach me. After entering the Han family manor, Li Zishuan led everyone to the Han family's small courtyard. The grandiose procession of horses and carriages almost filled the entire village. Just as Li Zishuan was thinking about how to turn the procession around, Qing Chimo ran over and asked with a fawning face. Why are you learning this? You don't even have a girlfriend yet, and you're already thinking about getting married. Aren't you thinking too much? Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and said indifferently. His eyes and expression were clearly saying, you're a single dog, don't worry about it. Even if you learn it, you won't be able to use it. Qing Chimo was furious. He wanted to go up and fight, but he was pulled back by Qing Yaojin. Brat, watch from the side and learn well. Don't mess around. After so many years, I haven't seen you get a wife. Useless. Qing Chimo opened his mouth. Not only was he fed dog food by Li Zishuan, but now he was being fed dog shit by his own father. My life is really bitter. Bride, rush her out. 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 When they arrived at the Han Manor's courtyard, today's wedding ceremony had reached the most important part, rushing the bride's makeup. Li Zishuan brought so many carriages, so of course, he couldn't bring all of them to the Han Manor. Only the leading carriage was brought here to pick up the bride. The rest of the carriages were lined up on the small path in the village. Following Li Zishuan was the 1,200 people who came with the bride. With so many people, the small courtyard of the Han clan would definitely not be able to fit all of them. Only a little over 100 people entered the courtyard with Li Zishuan. The rest of the people were in the open space outside the courtyard to bolster Li Zishuan's momentum. More than 1,200 strong men shouted the same sentence in unison. It could only be described as a deafening sound wave. Those who had gone through military training in high school or university would definitely be very familiar with this scene. It was just like more than 1,000 people shouting slogans in unison during military training, each louder than the previous one, and each louder than the previous one. At this moment, the noise had clearly broken through the upper limit. This was especially true for Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin, who were famous for their loud voices. They were shouting and yelling at the same time, trying their best to kick up a fuss. This kind of noise completely broke the atmosphere. Looking at the two of them, it didn't seem like they were here to help Li Zishuan rush the bride, but to make a fool of themselves. In the boudoir, a group of people suddenly covered their mouths and chuckled. Han Yushi could tell that this was Li Zishuan's good brother's mischief. She shook her head in amusement and didn't get angry. She just looked at the dressing table in silence. Madame Qin laughed and scolded, it must be Chimo and Baolin. Those two kids are just messing around. I'll have to scold them when we get back. Mother, it's okay. Everyone is happy. It's good to be lively. Han Yushi smiled slightly. Madame Qin smiled and nodded. After a while, she called Han Yushi to get ready to go out. Yushi, that's enough. Let's go out. So, Li Zishuan could finally see his wife, whom he hadn't seen for a long time? Of course not. There were still procedures to be completed. Madame Qin and the maidservant supported and surrounded Han Yushi as they carried her out of the boudoir. Now, even if the bride left the room and went to the hall, the house would hang layers of screens and curtains to block the way. There was a saddle on the ground inside the tent, and Han Yushi was supported to sit on the saddle. She faced the south and back to the north. At this time, no matter how one looked at it, one could only vaguely see a graceful shadow. Next, it was time to prepare for the birthing ceremony. Birthing the wild goose was the core part of the wedding ceremony in the Tang dynasty. Because wild geese were monogamous and loyal, the ancients used wild geese as mascots. They hoped that the newlyweds would live happily ever after and never stop until death. That being said, even though the social status of women in the Tang dynasty was higher than that of women in the later dynasties, it was still normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Therefore, this so-called birthing ceremony was just a beautiful fantasy of a married woman for her future husband. Li Zishuan looked at the faintly discernible graceful figure behind the screen, and his heart was filled with joy and excitement. He turned around and picked up the live wild goose he had brought from home. Circulating his Xianxia, he accurately threw it over the screen. Behind the screen, the maidservants and young girls from the same village saw the wild goose being thrown over. They swarmed over and grabbed the wild goose, then used some ropes to tie up the wild goose's body and mouth. They didn't let it move or cry and just left it there. After the wedding, the groom's family would come back with something to redeem the wild goose and set it free. Then, there was the melodramatic plot that Li Zishuan often saw in countless time travel novels in his previous life, reciting poems. This had to be recited until the bride was so touched that she asked someone to tear open the curtain. Only then could the couple meet. At this time, the groom was usually very anxious. Because ancient times were not like modern times, many couples would not meet before marriage, let alone know each other. Therefore, the groom was usually eager to know what his future wife looked like. However, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi were different. They were free to fall in love. Although he already knew that Han Yushi was as beautiful as a fairy, Li Zishuan still had to recite a poem. However, he was already prepared for this. Last night's stars and last night's wind, west of the painting tower, east of the Kasha hall, body without the wings of a colorful phoenix, hard as one. Next seat, send Go Chun wine to warm, separate Chow shoot to cover the red wax lantern, Shiyu listen to the drum to respond to the official, walk the horse lawn tie to turn the canopy. Good. 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 Well done. Once Li Shangyin's untitled poem was released, it would definitely shock everyone, right? Haha. You think too much. Most of the people present were rough men. How many of them were cultured? How many of them knew how to appreciate poems? Qing Chimo and the others did not care about the poem. As long as it was written by Li Zishuan, they would praise it in unison. However, it was an eternal masterpiece. Among the people present, there were always people who knew what was good, such as Mrs. Qin and Han Yushi. Good, good, good. I didn't expect little Xian's literary talent to be so outstanding. This make-up poem can be considered a rare masterpiece. Mrs. Qin savored it for a moment, then clapped her hands and laughed. She had originally thought that Li Zishuan would use a few works of his predecessors to bluff his way through. After all, Li Zishuan was not known for his talent in poetry. She had never thought that she would be able to hear such a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation today. Body without the wings of a colorful phoenix, hard as one. Han Yushi's eyes bloomed with infinite brilliance. She kept repeating these two lines of the poem. Gradually, her eyes became a little moist. She said softly, "Mother." Let them take down the screen. Ah. Good, good, good. Looks like little Xian is quite capable. He moved Yushi with a poem. Hongling, take down the screen, take down the curtain. Mrs. Qin was stunned, but she did not object. She was only slightly surprised and got someone to do it. Chapter 387. Yo! The bride is out. The bride is out. When they saw Han Yushi, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red gown, being escorted out, more than 1,000 people in and outside the courtyard burst into deafening cheers. Ching Chima widened his eyes and clapped his hands excitedly. Wow! She's out. She's out. Little Xian is so awesome. A poem was enough to summon the bride. Under normal circumstances, the makeup urging process was not smooth. It would take a long time. Firstly, the bride had to show her modesty. Secondly, the bridegroom's makeup urging poem often used some old works of predecessors that others had used again and again. There was nothing new about it, so it was very difficult to move the bride. But today, Li Zishuan's untitled poem made Han Yushi remove the screen and come out to meet him. It was really beyond everyone's expectations. After today, this poem would probably be passed down by everyone. However, it was likely that it would not be long before this poem would be used again and again by many people. In the end, it could not escape the fate of becoming a cliché. Smack. I told you to follow behind little Xian. Watch carefully and learn well, right? You brat, you have to hurry up when you go back. Qing Yaojin's big hand slapped the back of Qing Chimo's head as he spoke casually. Qing Chimo rolled his eyes and secretly wondered if this old man of his was his biological father. At this time, Li Zishuan's attention was no longer on this side. From the moment Han Yushi came out, his eyes were sucked over, and he could no longer look away. He saw Han Yushi wearing a bright red shirt with a long skirt that reached the ground. There was a belt on the skirt that tied the skirt below her chest. She looked slender and luxurious. Of course, this red gown was not one layer, but layered on top of each other. Coupled with her slim figure, it looked even more three-dimensional. Han Yushi wore light makeup as she looked at Li Zishuan affectionately with her big eyes. A hint of shyness appeared on her face. The gorgeous decorations made her look as noble and beautiful as a fairy. A cool and comfortable feeling went straight into Li Zishuan's heart. At this moment, this guy felt like he was in love again. The woman in front of him was the luxurious version of the Han Yushi he had seen in the past. This was because Han Yushi usually looked pure and beautiful without makeup. She also dressed very simply. How should he put it? Although she was also very beautiful, there was still a trace of immaturity. Now that she had put on some light makeup, coupled with the bright and luxurious phoenix coronet, her feminine charm was completely released. This astonishing charm was enough to make 10,000 flowers lose their color and thousands of people become silent. Li Zishuan was the closest, after all, he was the groom. Of course, he had to be the first to see the bride's appearance. The impact he received was also the greatest. A trace of sparkling and translucent liquid appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes seemed to be possessed as he stared fixedly at Han Yushi's small face. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan's pig-like appearance and knew that her young master was shocked by her beauty. She was extremely happy in her heart, but she was burned by Li Zishuan's naked invasive gaze. After a moment, she saw that Li Zishuan was still standing there and staring at her. Finally, she could not help but say softly, "Young master. It's time to pay respects to father." Li Zishuan was shocked and realized that he had been rude. He quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and quickly walked to Han Yushi. He reached out his wolf claws and grabbed Han Yushi's little hand tightly. He had not held hands for a long time. He missed this feeling very much. Hee. Wife, why are you still calling me young master? Li Zishuan laughed mischievously in a low voice. Sob. We haven't gone through the wedding ceremony yet. Han Yushi understood Li Zishuan's meaning and could not help but say shyly. Haha. Let's go now. We'll pay respects to father-in-law first, then go back and pay respects to my parents. Li Zishuan laughed and pulled Han Yushi out of the central room. Everyone in the courtyard saw Li Zishuan pull out a woman who was as noble and beautiful as a peony flower. In an instant, all the scumbags were stunned. Those women in the manor who did not see Han Yushi dress up were also stunned. When they heard that the curtains were going to be removed, everyone was still cheering loudly for Li Zishuan's success in speeding up the makeup with a poem. At this moment, after Han Yushi walked out, everyone was collectively speechless when they saw that peerless face. One in front and one behind, one moving and one still, formed a sharp contrast. The situation at the scene once again proved Han Yushi's charm at this moment. F. CK. Little Xian had found himself a celestial daughter. This Miss Han was not so beautiful in the past. The scene was silent for a long time. Ching Chumo was the first to break the silence. He widened his eyes and murmured, "Haha." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard his funny words. Ching Yaojin felt that he had lost all his face and greeted this guys but with a kick. Speaking of which, there was no such thing as a red veil at this time. The red veil was not an ancient ritual of the Han people. It only became popular during the northern and southern dynasties. Although it was very widespread, it was not an official ritual. At this time, there were things similar to the red veil, known as knee coverings. There were all kinds of colors, but they were mainly red. Moreover, they were not worn in the first half of the wedding. Therefore, Ching Chumo and the others could see Han Yushi's peerless beauty. This kind of knee coverings were usually covered after leaving the house so that unrelated passers-by would not see it. The people in the house, regardless of the man's or woman's, were all people who were recognized. Li Zishuan had some understanding of this before, and this guy did not particularly care. Anyway, he just wanted to let everyone see and show off. Haha. A talented man and a beautiful woman. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Tianhu, you gave birth to a good daughter. Qin Xiong stroked his beard with great satisfaction and praised Han Lijing beside him. Han Lijing's face was flushed red. Today, his mouth did not close. At this time, when he heard that, he quickly said humbly, "You flatter me, General." Haha. You Han Tianhu. This old man hasn't settled the matter of you hiding your identity. I'll settle the score with you later. Haha. Qin Xiong said half-jokingly. Ah. Li Qingxian was also a little stunned. He had seen Han Yushi a few times before, but it was completely incomparable to the way she was dressed now. At this moment, Han Yushi was really like the sun in the sky, shining so brightly that people could not open their eyes. Although he had been in the palace for many years and was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, he could not help but be dazed when he looked at Han Yushi at this moment. If I can meet such a woman in the future, I will have no regrets even if I only have one wife in my life. Big brother, you'd better forget it. You are the crown prince. How can you only marry one person? It would be more like it if it were me. Li Tai heard that and recovered from the shock. He curled his lips and said sarcastically. Chapter 388. Li Zishuan didn't know what the others were thinking. Anyway, after he held Han Yushi's hand, he said to himself in his heart, "I'm satisfied with this life to have such a beauty." In the main hall, Han Lijing wore new clothes and sat at the head of the table with a rosy face. The seat on his right was empty, but there was a memorial tablet beside it. Qin Xiong, Mrs. Qin, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and the others sat on both sides. As for Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, Qin Huayu, and the others, they didn't even have a place to sit. They could only stand at the side. Here, there was no status of monarch or minister. As long as they were juniors, they had to stand. At this moment, Li Zishuan walked in slowly with the beauty in his hand under everyone's envious gazes. He was about to bow when he heard Han Tianhu say, "Yushi, you haven't had a good day since you were born. I've let you down. Your mother passed away early too. If it weren't for your adoptive mother coming over to help today, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be someone to dress you up. Fortunately, you've finally found a good home. Your mother's spirit in heaven will also be happy. Today, you and little Xian can also pay your respects to your mother. Father. Boo-hoo. She was about to get married, and Han Yushi was already very reluctant to leave her family. When she heard Han Lijing's emotional words, how could she hold it in? Her knees immediately went weak, and she knelt on the ground, tears flowing like rain. Li Zishuan also quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Han Lijing and Han Yushi's mother's memorial tablet. Then, he said in a clear voice, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please accept a bow from your son-in-law. Today, your son-in-law is fortunate enough to marry your daughter, Han Yushi. I will definitely cherish her. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please don't worry. From now on, Yushi is your son-in-law's wife. Your son-in-law will definitely dote on her, protect her, and love her. No matter when, where, or what the situation is, no one can hurt her. We're willing to be lovebirds in heaven and even branches on earth. Your son-in-law is willing to be devoted to Yushi and grow old together." Clap, clap, clap. Good. Well said, little Xian. After Li Zishuan's passionate confession, everyone was immersed in this beautiful vision of love. The room became silent for a while. Ching Chimo saw that no one was cheering for his good brother, so he quickly clapped and cheered loudly. In fact, he was sincerely cheering for Li Zishuan. What Li Zishuan said was not profound. He could totally understand it. Moreover, he felt that Li Zishuan's words were very good. In the future, when he married a wife, could he learn from him? Ching Chimo felt that today's trip was not in vain, because he had learned Li Zishuan's flirting skills. It was not easy. Qin Yaojin was just about to scold his silly son when he heard the rest of the crowd burst into loud cheers. Good, good, good. Son-in-law is right. When the villagers of the Han family villa heard Li Zishuan's words, they cheered loudly. Because from these few words, they could tell that Li Zishuan valued Han Yushi highly. Of course, they were happy. Good. What a good lovebirds in heaven and even branches on earth. Well said, little Xian. Li Qingxian clapped and praised. Good. Little Xian's words of love are amazing. You have to specially teach us a lesson like this later. The little fatty, Li Tai, said excitedly. Li Zishuan's face darkened when he heard the little fatty's words. Damn, the romantic atmosphere that he had spent so much effort to create was ruined by Li Tai in an instant. This kid was really asking for a beating. Young master. Han Yushi's lips moved slightly, and she looked at Li Zishuan with tears in her eyes. This vow of undying love had once again moved her heart. Li Zishuan cast aside the distracting thoughts in his heart and smiled at her. Then, he clearly felt Han Yushi's little hand holding his even tighter. Li Zishuan could not help but feel very proud. Damn, these words were said in such a way that it was worth it. Han Lijing, who was sitting at the head of the table, showed a gratified smile at this moment. He got up and personally helped Li Zishuan and his daughter up. He said, "Son-in-law, please get up quickly. I believe that you will treat my daughter well." Then, he looked at Han Yushi and solemnly said, "Daughter, from now on, you are a member of the Li family. Remember to be filial to your in-laws and thrifty in managing the family. You must love each other, respect each other, love each other, and grow old together. You must be happy, and you must be harmonious and beautiful." Speaking of which, men in ancient times were really happy because when the bride was fetching the bride, the father-in-law would speak up for the son-in-law and warn the bride to be obedient and virtuous. There was a lot of specific content, and the things inside were detailed to a very deep level. If it were today, modern women could not even do 1/10 of it, but ancient women had to obey all of it. Han Lijing, who had never liked to nag, had obviously done his homework this time. He pulled Han Yushi and talked for nearly half an hour, all of which was to tell his daughter to pay attention to this and that at her in-laws' house. In the end, he saw that it was almost time, so he finally said, "The auspicious time is here. Go quickly." Father. Han Yushi did not move. Her eyes were full of tears. She could not bear to leave. Han Lijing forced a smile and said, "Girl, go quickly. Don't miss the time. Yushi, let's go. If you miss home in the future, I can accompany you back at any time." Li Zishuan squeezed her little hand and said gently, "Okay." Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and nodded. However, she did not go out. Instead, she turned to look at Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin. She bowed and said, "Yushi thanks adoptive father and adoptive mother for your care during this period of time. Yushi will not dare to forget this great kindness." To be honest, Qin Xiong and his wife played a very big role in this marriage, whether it was on the surface or in the dark. If it were not for the two of them, this marriage would definitely not be as smooth as it was now. Han Yushi's heart was like a mirror, so she had to bow this time. Sigh. "Good daughter, get up quickly. That's nothing." Mrs. Qin felt as if she was marrying her daughter today, and her heart had been very uncomfortable. When she saw Han Yushi bow, her eyes turned red, and she quickly went forward to help her up. "Good child, go quickly. Don't miss the time because of us." Qin Xiong waved his hand and forced a smile. "Okay. Father, adoptive mother, I'm leaving." Han Yushi looked at the three people in the room seriously, then handed her palm to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan also bowed to Qin Xiong and his wife, then pulled Han Yushi out of the door. The people in the courtyard automatically opened up a path. At this time, Hong Ling took a red knee cover and carefully covered Han Yushi with it. Through the red silk, Li Zishuan led Han Yushi to the side of "Don't Touch Me, number 1, which was hung with red silk. He said softly, "Wife. Get in the car." "Okay." Han Yushi was slightly shy and nodded gently. Chapter 389. Chang'an City. At this time in Chang'an City, other than Yongla Lane, the other streets and corners were also very lively, but it was a different kind of liveliness. Newspaper delivery. Newspaper delivery. The freshly printed Datong Daily to celebrate the wedding of Li County's man. Everyone gets a free copy. You can even earn money after reading it. Pfft. What? Today's newspaper is free? Did I hear wrongly? A diner at a nearby stall almost choked to death when he heard this voice that was obviously different from the past. He dug his ears and said doubtfully, "Well, I'm also wondering if I've heard it wrong." The diner opposite him said, "Let's go and ask. Won't we know?" Yes. The two of them were considered slow. Ever since the paperboy said that sentence, dozens of people had already surrounded them, fighting to be the first to ask, "Hey, doll, you just said that today's newspaper is free. Is that true?" "Yes." "Is it really free? Did you say it wrong, or did we hear it wrong?" Seeing that they were all asking questions at once, the newsboy hurriedly shouted, "Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunties, you didn't hear wrongly. Today, Datong Daily is celebrating the wedding of Li County's man. All the newspapers are free, but each person can only get one copy. In addition, not only is the newspaper free, but you can also earn extra money after reading it and participating in the activities on it." Wow. It's actually true. Give me one copy. Give me one too. I came first. Give it to me first. As soon as the newsboy's voice fell, the surrounding people immediately went crazy and wanted to get a copy. Anyway, it was free. Even if they couldn't read, they could take it back and pretend to be educated people. Moreover, the newsboy just said that they could earn money after reading the newspaper and participating in the activities on it. Where else could they find such a thing that fell from the sky? Give me 2 copies. I can buy the other one with money. Of course, this made it difficult for the servants who bought newspapers for their masters, especially those who bought newspapers for multiple masters. They could only go against the huge flow of people and force people to buy newspapers for free. Haha. It's not easy to get the newspaper. Let's see what's different about today's newspaper. A young man who looked like a scholar excitedly took the newspaper and found a secluded place. Then, he couldn't wait to open the newspaper and start reading. The first thing he did was to look at the novel section, but today's novel section was different. Wow! Today, 10 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey had been updated. No wonder today's newspaper was so thick. I've earned enough. Such a thick newspaper today would have been sold for 10 copper coins in the past. Haha. Holy sh*t. Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality has also been updated by 10 chapters. Crazy. All the novels had been updated by 10 chapters. Oh my god, today is such a good day. First of all, he realized that the number of updates for today's novels was astonishing. Then, he happily started reading novels. The first one he read was, of course, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. She saw the words written on it, Chapter 134, Ascension to Immortality Assembly, added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. Wow! Men from Li County are so charming. Even Leather Knight congratulated him on his wedding. After reading the title, the scholar couldn't help but sigh. Although he was poor, he was a true mortal's fan. In the eyes of a fan, they would always think, the person I like is super awesome. Therefore, when he saw that the author of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality had specially added an update for Li Zishuan, the scholar naturally thought that the author he supported was giving face to Li Zishuan, and not that the author was purposely licking Li Zishuan's boots. The scholar glanced at the titles of the other 9 chapters. In the end, they all had the sentence added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. He sighed in his heart for a while, then began to read the content. In just half an hour, he finished reading all 10 chapters of The Legend of a Mortal. The scholar was still not satisfied, so he continued to read Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality Assembly. However, after reading the title, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 50, Storm Ahead, added to celebrate Li County's man's wedding. Damn, this heavenly beauty is actually sucking up. Li County's man's wedding is indeed worthy of celebration, but there's no need for this, right? See, this was the difference between an idol and a passerby. The author of Zhang Xiaohua's Journey to Immortality Assembly, Chen Tianhua, would probably cry in the toilet after hearing this sentence. After curling his lips and complaining a little, the scholar continued to read. Why wouldn't he read something that was free? Phew. This is so satisfying. 3 novels, 30 chapters, and I don't even need to spend money. Today is so satisfying. I still have to thank Li County's man for his wedding. Haha. The scholar smiled in satisfaction and was about to put away the newspaper and go home. Suddenly, he remembered that the paperboy just said that he could earn money by participating in the activities in the newspaper. The scholar hurriedly flipped to the first half of the newspaper to look for that legendary activity. Actually, he didn't need to spend much effort to find it. On the first page of the newspaper, in the middle, there was a line of the most eye-catching words. It said, "Great luck, free chicken dinner, special activity to celebrate Li County's man's wedding." Damn, why is today's headline like this? If this fellow was a modern person, he would definitely complain. Isn't it just a rich second-generation heir getting married? Why is it still flooding the front page of the newspaper? The words "celebrate Li County's man's wedding" were everywhere. The scholar couldn't escape even if he wanted to. In order to celebrate Li County's man's wedding today, Datong Daily is holding a large-scale special activity. Today, anyone who holds a Datong Daily, picks a bouquet of flowers, not white, in the wild, delivers it to the Li residence in Yongla Lane, and sends a message of blessings to Li County's man and Miss Han's wedding will be able to receive a free chicken dinner from Drunken Immortal Restaurant. There is no limit to the number, but the activity ends at 4:45 p.m. Everyone participating in the activity, please hurry up and line up. After reading this short headline, the scholar's eyes widened and he vomited blood. Damn! There's actually free chicken dinner. Why did I only see it now? It had been 2 hours since he finished reading all 30 chapters of the novel. God knew how many people who saw this news had already picked the flowers and rushed to Yongla Lane. There was no need to say anything. A bouquet of flowers was worth a lot of money. Only a fool wouldn't do it. The scholar stuffed the newspaper into his arms and went straight to the eastern suburbs of the city. There were all kinds of flowers there, so it was relatively easy to complete the task. In fact, the scholar's guess was not wrong. Now, the entire city of Jianghu had gone crazy. The people who heard the news flocked out of the city to pick flowers in exchange for the chicken dinner. The soldiers guarding the city were dumbfounded. In the past, it was the people outside the city who wanted to enter the city like crazy. Today, it was the people inside the city who wanted to leave the city like crazy. A big wedding and an activity had created a situation where everyone was happy together. Li Zishuan could be said to have created the first fancy wedding. No wonder Yu Shinan didn't agree to the newspaper doing this. Chapter 390. Xiao Hang. Where are you going? I'm going to pick flowers. Why are you picking flowers? You can exchange the flowers you pick for chicken at Yongla Lane. Didn't you read today's newspaper? I didn't read it. Is there really such a good thing? Of course, but you have to get a Datong daily before picking flowers. Don't worry, today's Datong daily is free. You don't have to spend any money. Oh. Then I'll go now. Similar conversations took place in almost every corner of Jianghu city. Perhaps the rich people would not take a piece of chicken seriously, but in any era, the rich people were always in the minority. Moreover, the world had just settled down, and the people were far less wealthy than the people in the Tang dynasty. Therefore, there were still many people who cherished the rare piece of chicken. Hey! I was the one who saw this flower first. Go away. *T, I saw it first. In the western suburbs of Jianghu city, two naughty children were pushing each other over a nameless purple wildflower. It wasn't that they were stingy, nor was it that they were lazy and unwilling to look for other flowers. It was just that the thousands of people who came out of Jianghu city today had gone crazy. They were like locusts passing through. Wherever they passed, flowers would not grow. In this season, there were many kinds of flowers in the fields in the suburbs. However, at a glance, one could only see a few small wildflowers. It was very difficult to gather a bouquet. I saw it first. Just as the two naughty children were about to fight, a middle-aged man carrying a basket came and shouted, "Cough, cough. Why are you two naughty children? Isn't it just a bouquet of flowers? I just picked two more in the mountains. I'll give you one. Stop fighting." The two naughty children heard him and stopped immediately. One of them reached out and took the bouquet from the middle-aged man. Then, he thanked him. "Thank you, uncle. Uncle, you're a good person." Yes. "Thank you, uncle." The other naughty child echoed. "Haha. That's right. Hurry up and eat the chicken you're eating." The middle-aged man scratched his head and laughed. "Here. Manager, here you go. This is a flower I picked. Do you think it's okay?" Yongla Lane, the back door of the Li residence. 6 long lines had already formed in this alley. It was really impossible to see the end of the line. Even the scorching summer couldn't stop these people's enthusiasm to eat chicken. The person in charge of today's chicken dinner event was none other than Ma Zhou. In order to prevent this event from affecting the guests attending the Li residence's banquet, Ma Zhou specifically arranged for the location of receiving the chicken dinner to be at the back door of the Li residence. This way, it wouldn't cause congestion at the front door. Yes, sure. Then, you can send our Lord Zhu a blessing and leave your name on it. Then, you can receive a free chicken. The man behind the table took the bouquet, looked at it and said, "My name is Wang Depeng. I wish Lord Li a happy marriage. Is that okay?" The person who came to collect the chicken that he had bitten off hummed and hawed for a long time before coming up with such an old-fashioned blessing. Clearly, this guy was uncultured. The person in charge of distributing the chicken didn't laugh at him. He only said, "Yes, this is paper and a pen. Do you want to write it yourself or do you want me to write it? You write. You write. My handwriting isn't good. The person hurriedly waved his hand. Hee, that's good. The person in charge smiled faintly. It was obvious that he had met many similar people today. He picked up the pen and finished writing in a few strokes. Then, he put the note into the bouquet and handed it to the servant behind him. Then, he took out a piece of chicken wrapped in a paper bag and said, "This is the first time I've met such a person. Okay, this is your chicken dinner. I thank you on behalf of Lord Zhu for your blessing." The person who came to collect the chicken dinner was shocked by the person in charge's polite attitude. He took the chicken dinner and hurriedly bowed and said, "You're welcome. You're welcome. Take care." Next. The person in charge laughed and shouted loudly. Wow! Another person came out with a chicken dinner. How many chickens did the Li family prepare? The crowd behind the line exclaimed. I don't know. The newspaper said that there's an unlimited supply. As long as you come before 4:45 p.m., I think they prepared a lot. TSK. Li Xian's man is so generous. This wedding is known by the whole city. I wonder how much money was spent. Haha. What's this? Didn't you see the wedding procession that Lord Zhu brought out this morning? Just the carriage alone cost hundreds of thousands of strings of coins, not to mention the crown prince, Prince Wei, 3 dukes, and a prefectural duke all went to support them. Damn it, Li Xian's man is so awesome. Xiaoxi, quickly bring a dozen people to move the bouquets at the back door to the front yard and place them there. Lord Zhu is coming back with the bride soon. Ma Zhou saw that a large number of bouquets had accumulated at the back door. He hurriedly instructed Song Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan racked his brains to organize a wedding that Han Yushi would never forget. In the end, the one who had to work hard was still Ma Zhou. Okay, Master Ma. I'll go right away. Song Xiaoxi didn't dare to slack off and went to call for people. After a while, when the bouquets at the back door were moved to the front yard, Ma Zhou personally brought a few people to the front yard and started the work of placing the bouquets. Although he didn't know much about garden art, Li Zishuan had roughly taught him how to place the bouquets. The guests who arrived at the Li residence in advance looked curiously at Ma Zhou and the rest as they moved the bouquets around. They didn't know what they were doing. However, as time passed, those who didn't think much of it gradually became shocked. They realized that they were already in a sea of flowers. The colorful flowers trembled in the wind, and the faint floral fragrance lingered at the tip of their nose. This feeling was wonderful. Wow! It's so beautiful. Li Xian's man really knows how to have fun. Wow! It's so beautiful. Master Ma, Boss Chow from Chonghua Square sent 100 pots of Luoyang red. It's outside now. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi trotted over and reported to Ma Zhou in a low voice. Ma Zhou was shocked. Peonies were not cheap, not to mention the famous variety of peonies, Luoyang red. These 100 pots were worth at least thousands of strings of coins. Bring me there quickly. Ma Zhou hurriedly ordered. On the other side, Li Zishuan led the bridal escort team and finally saw the city walls of Chang'an. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally brought home the beauty. His hard work for so many days was not in vain. Xiao Xian, when we went there were so many people at the city gate. Why is there no one now? Ching Chimo covered his forehead with his hand, blocking the sun, and looked at the city gate. In the end, he found that there weren't many people there. He couldn't help but patted his horse and asked curiously. Haha. Maybe those people are eating at home now. Hey! Why are you in front? Go back quickly. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously and then rudely drove Ching Chimo away. His position was reserved for the groom, and he could chat with the bride at any time. How could he let Ching Chimo come over? Chapter 391. Wifey, are you hot? After chasing away Ching Chimo, the powerful third wheel, Li Zishuan began to flirt happily. Anyway, there was still a distance between Chunming Gate and Yongla Lane. It was also excellent to find a beautiful wife to chat with. I'm not hot. Young master, you must be very hot outside, right? Han Yushi's gentle voice came from the window. When Li Zixuan heard it, he felt as cool as if he had eaten a popsicle. The only fly in the ointment was that Han Yushi was still unwilling to call him husband. She said that she wanted to wait until after the formal wedding ceremony. Hey! What a stubborn and shy girl. But I like it. Not hot, not hot. Haha. Wifey, you don't have to worry about me. Li Zixuan laughed heartily and said indifferently. Oh right, wifey, if you're thirsty, there's water in the carriage. If you're tired, lie on the sofa and rest for a while. Anyway, no one will see. Don't worry about those details. When Han Yushi heard that, although she was touched, she was also very speechless. How could a groom be like this? However, this carriage was indeed comfortable. It was spacious, not bumpy, and cool. She was worried that she would faint from sitting so far in the carriage on such a hot day with a veil over her head. She didn't expect it to be so easy when it came to it. Young master, Yushi is not thirsty or tired. You don't have to worry. About 1:30 in the afternoon, Li Zixuan led the bridal escort team and finally, triumphantly returned. Cough, cough, finally to the door of the house. Back. Back. The bride is back. Suddenly, dozens of people ran out from the courtyard. At the front was Li Jingma and Mrs. Li. Behind them were Ma Zhou and some guests who were watching the fun. Xian, you're finally back. Where's my daughter-in-law? Mrs. Li said excitedly. Li Zixuan was a little speechless. She was concerned about her daughter-in-law the moment she came. In the carriage. Li Jingma interrupted, all right, now is not the time for idle chatter. Go in and get ready. The wedding ceremony will begin soon. Don't miss the auspicious hour. Li Zixuan nodded and helped Han Yushi out of the carriage. They stepped on the red carpet and walked towards the door. Li Jingma greeted Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and a few other distinguished guests. It was worth mentioning that Li Qingxian and Li Tai, the two fellow sufferers, did not return with them when the bridal escort team returned from the Han family village. This was because they had come out with a commission today. First, they rode light horses to Plum Village. After completing the field inspection, they quickly caught up with Li Zixuan's large group. The two brothers had really put in a lot of effort to help Li Er complete his task. Wife, there's going to be a surprise later. You better be mentally prepared. Although Han Yushi was unwilling to call Li Zixuan husband along the way, this fellow was thick-skinned. He kept calling her wife and couldn't stop at all. This fellow was thinking, if you don't want to call me husband, you can't stop me from calling you wife, right? It was as if, although you don't like me, you can't stop me from liking you. Surprise? What other surprises are there? Han Yushi thought to herself, today's grand bridal escort ceremony was already very surprising. How could there be another surprise? Hee hee. You'll know soon. Li Zixuan laughed softly. As soon as she stepped into the Li residence, Han Yushi understood what Li Zixuan meant by surprise. The knee covering on her head was only a thin layer of silk. Although it could block part of her vision, she could still vaguely see the things outside through it. Han Yushi felt that she would never forget the magnificent scene in front of her for the rest of her life. In the center of the courtyard, there was a step-shaped bonsai that was piled up with peony flowers that were taller than a person. The fiery red color was like the blazing fire of the morning sun, burning her heart. There were many other types of flower bouquets around the courtyard. There were orchids, lotus flowers, hibiscus, and so on. However, there were even more unknown wild flowers. The entire courtyard was like a sea of flowers. It was colorful and very beautiful. Wow! Why are there so many flowers in this front courtyard? Ching Chumo, who was behind him, said in shock after entering the door. Don't tell me little Xian bought this specially for the wedding decoration? Li Tai said with his eyes wide open. It should be like that. Little Xian's thinking is getting more and more strange. Li Qingxian glanced at the flowers in the courtyard and nodded in admiration. The most excited and shocked was Han Yushi. Her shoulders were trembling, and her eyes were a little red. She whispered in disbelief, "Young master, these flowers, they're all prepared for you." These flowers in the courtyard were just picked by the people of Chang and city today. Every bouquet of flowers has a blessing left by them. Our marriage today is blessed by the people of Chang and city. The gods and Buddhas in the heavens are worshipped by the people and enjoy the incense of thousands of families. I, Li Zishuan, will also be blessed by thousands of people and enjoy endless flowers when I marry my wife today. Li Zishuan smiled. He didn't wait for Han Yushi to ask and said loudly. In fact, when he saw the peonies in the center of the courtyard, he was also shocked because he had not asked anyone to buy peonies before. However, now was not the time to be puzzled. He could only bury his doubts in the bottom of his heart. After understanding the origin of these flowers, Han Yushi opened her mouth in shock. No one in the Great Tang knew such a romantic way of expressing love, right? At this moment, Han Yushi's heart melted. She no longer had any resistance to Li Zishuan. Husband, for Yushi to be able to marry you, she must have done a lifetime of good deeds in her previous life to cultivate her good fortune. Yushi is so lucky. So happy. Thank you for giving me such an unforgettable wedding. It was the first time he heard Han Yushi say such touching words of love. Li Zishuan could not help but stop and look at her deeply. Then, he said softly, "You and I are husband and wife. From today onwards, we are one. There's no need to say thank you. Being able to give you happiness is my greatest happiness. Husband." Han Yushi was touched. She had thousands of words in her heart, but when they reached her mouth, they only turned into this affectionate call. If it were not for the wrong occasion, she would have already thrown herself into Li Zishuan's arms. No woman could resist such a romantic scene and such touching words of love. Cough, cough. I say, Xiao Xian, if the two of you want to say such loving words, you have plenty of time to do so in the future. Why don't you prepare for the wedding now? Ching Chimo's words came from behind. Han Yushi quickly turned to look elsewhere to hide her shyness. Li Zishuan glared fiercely and said softly, "Chou Niu, I will ask you for advice on martial arts every day in the future." Don't. I didn't say anything just now. Ching Chimo's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. At the same time, he secretly hated his cheap mouth. Haha. Seeing this, Han Yushi could not help but purse her lips and chuckle. Li Zishuan ignored this clown. He held Han Yushi's hand and walked toward the main hall. Chapter 392. Before the formal ceremony, there was a ceremony to show the man's family's connections. As the Li family and the Han family were far apart, it was already afternoon by the time Li Zishuan returned from the wedding. Therefore, some of the guests who were usually busy chose to come in the afternoon. As for those who came in the morning and had already given their gifts, they were left for the ceremony. The Du family of Chang and's Chonghua Square is here to congratulate. Gift of 80,000 coins, a jade Buddha, and a pair of golden cups. Minister Yan of Chang and's Eternal Peace Square is here to congratulate. Gift of 400,000 coins, a pair of pure gold buckles, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buckles, for sets of pearls, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, for gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, a golden phoenix with pearls, and a golden hairpin with a pair of one holding longevity fruits. Wow! Even Minister Yan sent someone to give gifts. And these gifts aren't light either. As the Minister of Works, Yan Lide was a well-known figure in the entire imperial court. His actions instantly caused many people to discuss in private. Wei Zhuqing of Chang and's Yongxing Square is here to congratulate. Gift of 4,000 coins and a piece of calligraphy. Pfft! Even Wei Zhuqing is here. It's just that the gifts are a little too little. Everyone was surprised to hear that even Wei Zheng had come to congratulate Li Zishuan on his wedding. However, when they heard about the gift he had brought, everyone's face darkened. A gift of 5 strings of cash, this was really, Li Zishuan wanted to vomit blood. Was this old man Wei Zheng here to sincerely congratulate him on his wedding, or was he here to get a free meal? How is it just a little too little? This is 100 times less than what Minister Yen gave just now. That's enough. You guys should be content. In the past, Wei Zwicheng never attended these banquets. Ordinary people couldn't even invite him with money. Last time, when the eldest son of Elder Shao married the princess of Xiang City, Wei Zwicheng only gave a gift of 5 strings of coins. At that time, Elder Shao was so angry that his nose was crooked. Haha. In that case, the Li family's reputation is really big. Haha. That's how it works. The people of Chang'an were always the most well-informed. After a while, Wei Zheng's background was immediately exposed, but he did not feel ashamed at all. He was still tasting his wine, as if he did not hear the discussion outside. Humph. Anyway, everyone in Chang'an knows that I'm an honest and clean official. I've already given you a lot of face by giving you 5 strings of cash as a congratulatory gift. Besides, my calligraphy must be worth a lot of money, right? Little Xian, you didn't lose out at all. Since this old man has paid such a big price to attend the wedding, I have to eat more later to recoup my losses. That was what Wei Zheng thought to himself. Duke Wei of Jinning Square has come to offer his congratulations. He's gifted 800,000 taels of silver, a pair of white jade and mandarin duck buttons, 4 pairs of beaded silk, beeswax, and turquoise robes, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces. San Bao, who was singing at the door, also felt a little awkward. She quickly read out the gift list for the next family. Whoa! Duke Wei is really extravagant. He just added so much dowry to the Han family yesterday, and he's sending so many congratulatory gifts today. Yeah. This congratulatory gift is more than 200 times more than what Wei Zwicheng gave. Li Jing had indeed spent a lot of money this time. He had basically spent 1/3 of the gold, silver, and goods that he had accumulated from his military exploits over the years because of Li Zishuan's wedding this time. Wei Zheng, who was sitting at the side and tasting his wine, heard some people's discussion and his old face instantly darkened. Why the F***ck are they comparing me again? Li Jing usually gets a lot of money after winning a battle. Last time, I was just an advisor. Where could I get money from? How can they be compared? Thinking of this, Wei Zheng could not help but look at Li Jing and San Bao with hidden bitterness. San Bao, who was singing at the door, had no idea that Wei Zheng had been whipped again. He continued to read, Bu Zhengfang's house of the Duke of Yi has come to congratulate him. They have sent 1 million gold coins, a pair of pure gold buttons, a pair of white jade mandarin duck buttons, 4 pairs of beaded silk, beeswax, and turquoise robes, 2 small knives with jade handles and ivory handles, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces. The house of Duke Lu of Huaid Lane has come to congratulate us with 2,400,000 yuan, 4 gold necklaces, 6 silver necklaces, 1 golden phoenix embroidered with pearls, a pair of golden phoenix embroidered with pearls, a pair of golden phoenix embroidered with pearls, a pair of Hetian white jade phoenix embroidered with jade, a pair of phoenix embroidered with emerald, a pair of phoenix embroidered with jade, a pair of phoenix embroidered with emerald, 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 a pair of phoenix embroidered with emerald. The congratulatory gifts sent by Qing Yao Jin were even more explosive. It was not an exaggeration to say that they stunned everyone. The reason why there were so many gifts was firstly because when the Han family sent off the bride yesterday, Qin Xiong could go and add to the dowry because of his foster father's identity, but the Qing family could not. Old Qing felt that he was one step behind second brother Qin, so he had to make up for it today. Secondly, because of Li Zishuan's immortal drunkenness and gentle village, the Qing family had also earned a lot of money behind him. As the saying goes, return the favor. When it was time to support Li Zishuan, he had to not be stingy. Hiss. Duke Lu is really generous. 4,003,000 strings of cash. Ha. Ordinary people like us will probably never see so much money in our entire lives. For the banquet held by the Li residence today, the main guests were sitting in the front courtyard. However, outside the courtyard, there were also 50 tables set up in the open space in front of the Li residence. Ordinary people could come and eat as long as they gave some gifts. Hearing that the gifts were getting more and more generous, the people outside were really shocked and dumbfounded. When they thought of the eggs, fish, and other things that they had given, some people who were thin-skinned flashed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. However, these people were thinking too much. Li Zishuan had never expected to make a fortune through the congratulatory gifts. His wedding was mainly for fun. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much money to let thousands of people celebrate. Also, the show had just begun. As the three treasures gradually read out, the congratulatory gifts were more and more explosive. Not only the gifts were explosive, but the identity of the gift giver was even more explosive. 44 supervisors of the Imperial College of Mathematics came together to congratulate us. They gave us 2 million yuan and a book of Teacher Xie's sayings. This special congratulatory gift made everyone look at him in a different light. A teacher was greater than the sky. A successful teacher was very respected in ancient times. The Prince of Hejian's residence came to congratulate us. They gave us 3 million yuan, 4 pairs of top-grade luminous pearls, a golden phoenix with pearls in it, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with longevity fruits in it, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with pearls in it, a pair of Hejian's white jade hairpins inlaid with jade, a pair of phoenix hairpins with jade in it, and a pair of phoenix hairpins with jade in it. Before Li Shaogong went out to sea, he had promised that when Li Zishuan got married, the prince's residence would give him a big gift. Now, it had come as promised. The Prince of Xianxia, Li Daozong, came to congratulate us. He gave us 2 million yuan, 2 pieces of elephant tusks, 2 pieces of deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn. The crown prince came to congratulate us. He gave us 4 million yuan, 2 pieces of jade, 2 pieces of elephant tusks, 2 pieces of deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn. The Changsun estate of Chongren Market came to congratulate us. He gave us 1 million yuan, 2 pieces of deer bone, 2 pieces of ox horn, 1 piece of golden phoenix with pearls in it, and a pair of phoenix hairpins with longevity fruits in it. The Prince of Wei came to congratulate us. He gave us 4 million yuan, a pair of golden phoenix hairpins with pearls in it, a pair of phoenix hairpins inlaid with jade in it, a pair of phoenix hairpins with jade in it, and a pair of phoenix hairpins with jade in it. Princess Changel has come to offer her congratulations. She has gifted 3 million taels of silver, a pair of phoenix hairpins decorated with jade, a pair of crimson gold hairpins, a pair of crimson gold hairpins, a pair of jade hairpins, and a pair of white jade hairpins. His Imperial Majesty sent an envoy to congratulate us. He gave us 10 taels of gold, 10 pieces of brocade silk, 10 pieces of silk, and a pair of jade rui. The crown prince, the princes, and the princesses all came to congratulate us. One after another, these gifts caused the commoners who were watching the commotion and freeloading outside to feel their scalps go numb. Normally, they would not be able to see such important figures. Today, they had only come to eat a banquet, yet they had seen all of them. The most shocking thing was that Li Er had also sent someone to deliver gifts. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were commoners or nobles, were all stupefied. Chapter 393. The auspicious hour has arrived. Smoke is drifting in the air, the lights are shining brightly, and the bride and groom are ascending to the flower hall. After the ceremony, Wang Zhong, the butler in the main hall, sang loudly. The most important part of the wedding ceremony, had finally arrived. All the guests turned their attention to the two newlyweds in red. Mr. and Mrs. Li sat on the main seat and looked at the newlyweds with joy in their hearts. Mr. Li's right hand that was stroking his beard couldn't help but tremble slightly. It could be seen that his heart wasn't calm at the moment. In the main hall, of course, there were many people of noble status who were closely related to the Li family. They sat on the side and watched the ceremony, such as Li Qingxian, Li Tai, Li Daozong, Princess Hejian, Qin Xiong, Qing Yao Jin, and so on. Let's welcome the newlyweds, the first bow to heaven and earth. After getting a nod from Mr. and Mrs. Li, Wang Zhong sang at the top of his voice solemnly. As early as the northern and southern dynasties, it was a fixed ceremony for couples to bow to each other. In the northern areas before the Tang dynasty, couples bowed to each other as a ceremony, and it was held in special houses decorated with green curtains. After the Tang dynasty was founded, the term, bow to heaven and earth, officially appeared. The three bows in the ceremony were inseparable from the ancient idea of the unity of man and nature in China. During the spring and autumn period, Laozi summarized the things in the world into three categories: heaven, earth, and man. He thought that although man was the master of all things, heaven and earth were the carrier of production and life. Therefore, when getting married, they should first bow to heaven and earth to express their gratitude to heaven and earth. At the same time, they prayed that heaven and earth could ensure that the newlyweds' children would be safe and healthy. In addition to heaven and earth, parents were also important factors in one's life. Therefore, the ceremony was also an important part of the ceremony. Li Zishuan felt excited and refreshed as this was the first time he got married. He held Han Yushi's hand and solemnly bowed to the outside of the house. He came to the Tang dynasty for no reason. Maybe it was heaven's fault that he came to the Tang dynasty. After going through such a strange thing, Li Zishuan still had a certain level of respect for heaven and earth. Second, bow to the parents. There was no need to say anything more. He had to sincerely bow, not only for the previous owner of this body, but also for himself. Husband and wife, bow to each other. Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi with an expression. Through the thin knee cover, he could still see the outline of her flower-like face. He was looking at Han Yushi. How could Han Yushi not be looking at him? This handsome man in front of her had given her too much happiness and too much romance. To be able to marry such a man, Han Yushi truly felt that she was the happiest and luckiest woman in the world. After looking at each other for a moment, the two of them seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding and bowed to each other. The ceremony is complete. Send the bride to the bridal chamber. Wang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. As the MC of the wedding, he had practiced these few lines in private for a long time. He was so nervous just now, but fortunately, he managed to hold on. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and looked at Xiao He and Xiao Shi holding his wife as they walked out of the hall to the new room in the west courtyard. Haha. Today is my son's wedding. Thank you for coming. We will start the banquet now. Everyone, please eat and drink well. Li Jingma stood up with a smile and cupped his hands to the guests in the room. As mentioned earlier, the Li family was quite far from the Han family. Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't be able to make it back before noon with such a huge entourage. Therefore, the formal banquet was arranged in the afternoon. As for the guests who arrived in the morning, naturally, they wouldn't be starved. At noon, fruits and snacks were provided. Haha. Old Master Li is too polite. We will definitely eat and drink well. Haha. Haha. Your family's delicacies are famous in Chang'an City. I, Old Sheng, am here today, and I won't be polite. To be honest, I, Old Sheng, haven't eaten since last night. Haha. Madman Sheng, you are so shameless. Ha ha ha. Wherever the father and son of the Qing family were, there would be joy. These two clowns, old and young, could liven up the atmosphere wherever they were. There were 2 banquet tables set up in the hall of the Li residence to entertain the distinguished guests. However, how could old Sheng, who came from the wind and went in the rain, be willing to drink in the house? Under his organization, a group of generals found a table in the courtyard and sat down, starting a drinking contest. The sound of finger-guessing, laughter, and scolding resounded throughout the venue. Old Xing pushed the atmosphere of the wedding banquet to its climax. When the others saw that the dukes and princes didn't care about their image and ate and drank to their heart's content, they had nothing to worry about. Therefore, the wedding banquet became more and more lively. The entire Li residence became lively. Laughter and finger-guessing could even be vaguely heard outside Yongla Lane. As the groom, of course, he had to be dragged around to toast. However, Li Zishuan had cushions. They were Qing Chimo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and Li Huairan. The four of them were Li Zishuan's groomsmen today, also known as groomsmen in modern times. They needed to accompany Li Zishuan to toast with him. Cho Ox, you're the one with the highest alcohol tolerance among us. Remember to stand in front later. If you do well today, we'll call it even. Otherwise, you know what I'm going to say. Li Zishuan put his arm around Qing Chimo's shoulder and chuckled. Everyone could hear the threat in his words. On the wedding night, every moment of the night was worth 1,000 gold. Li Zishuan didn't want to be drunk. How could good wine be more important than beautiful women? Qing Chimo looked at Li Zishuan's fists and thought about how Li Zishuan was able to tie with his father in a martial arts competition. Qing Chimo instantly made a decision. Haha. No problem. We are brothers. There's nothing to talk about. Besides, I, Old Sheng, love to drink the most. Thus, the five-man team started to fight in the jungle. Qin Huayu was in charge of making the first move, pouring wine. Qing Chimo, Yuqi Baolin, and Li Huairan were in charge of crazily attacking, drinking wine. Li Zishuan was in charge of stealing the beam and swapping it for the guests and killing them, serving mixed wine to the guests. In an instant, their efficiency exploded. From the group of civil officials in the main hall to the group of military generals outside, these guys ran through all of them. Next was the group of ordinary guests. Li Zishuan and his four teammates also ran through all of them. Finally, he came to the most special guest table of the day. It was the 44 students of the Imperial College. It should be 38 now. Li Tai, Li Huairan, Qin Huayu, Qing Chimo, Yuqi Baolin, and Iron Egg weren't there. The 38 students sat together. Li Zishuan, dressed in his wedding attire, came to the front, raised his wine glass, and laughed. I'm very happy that you guys could come. I like the thank you teacher book that you guys gave me. No matter where you guys go in the future, let's drink to this first today. Cheers to all of you. This glass of wine wasn't mixed with water, but it was genuine drunken immortal. In fact, when he was toasting just now, he didn't mix any water in the wine for the guests who were especially close to the Li family. With his current skills, drinking 1 or 2 liters of drunken immortal was no problem. Students toast to Sir. I wish Sir a happy marriage. Meng Wenhao stood up and led the rest of the students in a toast. Meng Wenhao was actually the one who organized the group gift today. Chapter 394. They bowed to heaven and earth at dusk and drank until the lights were lit. When the banquet ended, it was almost midnight. Many people were drunk. Li Zishuan pretended to be dead drunk and lay on the table in the corner of the courtyard, refusing to move no matter what. The groomsmen couldn't pull him away, so they could only leave this knucklehead guy and go drink alone elsewhere. Li Zishuan laid on the table and saw that no one was paying attention to him. Then, he took advantage of the dim lighting and used the orchid butterfly steps to enter the west courtyard. His speed was so fast that no one could match him. Ah! Young master. Have you finished drinking? At the door of the bedroom, Xiaoxi saw a black shadow sneaking towards them. She was so scared that she wanted to shout to catch the thief. However, the black shadow was already in front of her in a blink of an eye. Xiaoxi took a closer look and recognized that it was Li Zishuan. She patted her chest, let out a sigh of relief, and asked. Yes, yes. I've finished drinking. The banquet has ended. How is it? Is Yuxi asleep? Li Zishuan looked into the room and answered absent-mindedly. He did not notice how alluring Xiao she was when she patted her chest. Otherwise, he would definitely look around. Not yet. Young mistress has been waiting for you. Young master, I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup. Xiao she said considerately. No need, no need. I'm not drunk. Ask the kitchen to bring me some bath water. Li Zishuan sniffed and realized that his body was full of the smell of alcohol and sweat. He could not help but frown. Regardless of whether other grooms would take a bath before the wedding, he had to take a bath. This was because he was slightly obsessed with cleanliness and had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. That's right, he was a virgin in his previous life. Oh. Young master, please wait for a moment. Xiao she knew her young master's personality and did not refute. She agreed and went to arrange it. Sigh. Xiao he, you go with him. Also, get some food from the kitchen. Yushi has waited for so long, she must be hungry. Oh. Got it, young master. Xiao he stuck out her tongue and also ran away. Hee hee. Li Zishuan laughed proudly and then opened the door gently and entered the room. Han Yushi was dressed in red and sitting in front of the bed. When she heard the movement, she quickly looked at the door. Through the knee cover, she could see the outline of a familiar man. Moreover, when Li Zishuan was talking to the two maidservants outside the door, Han Yushi had vaguely heard it. Husband. Hee hee. Wife, don't move, I'll help you. Li Zishuan chuckled and scurried to the front of the bed. Then, he picked up the jade rui and carefully removed the cloth covering Han Yushi's head. Even though he had already seen Han Yushi's peerless appearance in her wedding dress, Li Zishuan was still stunned when he lifted the cloth covering her knees. Her hair was tied up high, revealing her long neck that was as white and delicate as a swan's. A pair of simple teardrop-shaped earrings flashed with a silver light. Her eyelashes opened outwards, like a young girl in Jiangnan's rain town slowly opening up an umbrella, arching in a moving arc. Her face was lightly powdered, maintaining her natural beauty, but adding a touch of charm. The red button-down shirt, coupled with the high-waisted skirt, outlined two perfect arcs of Han Yushi's figure, especially the full, soft, breasts, above. From Li Zishuan's vantage point, he could even clearly see a white ravine. Beautiful, she was simply too beautiful. Li Zishuan was once again mesmerized by Han Yushi. Husband, haven't you seen enough after so long? Han Yushi blushed and pouted coquettishly. Not enough, not even for a lifetime. Ouch. Li Zishuan said infatuatedly. Suddenly, he felt something warm in his nose. Something flowed out. He reached out and wiped it, only to find that he had a nosebleed. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. In his previous life, he also had a nosebleed when he kissed his girlfriend for the first time. After that, his girlfriend often teased him about it. He didn't expect that he still couldn't change this bad habit after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty. Ouch. Husband, you're bleeding, I'll get someone to call the doctor. When Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan's face was covered in blood, she thought that Li Zishuan was injured. Her eyes immediately turned red. Cough, cough. I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm just too excited after seeing my wife's beautiful face. Li Zishuan took some tissue paper and comforted her gently while wiping his nosebleed. Oh my, aren't these ancient girls too naive? Are you really okay? Han Yushi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked suspiciously. I'm really fine, just a nosebleed. Cough, cough, the weather is hot recently, and it's easy to get heaty. Li Zishuan said nonsense. Oh. Han Yushi nodded her head, seemingly believing him. Young master, the water is here. Young master, the food is here too. Just as Li Zishuan was brewing his emotions and preparing for the next wave of attacks, the voices of two maidservants came from outside the door. Heh, she's my wife anyway. Why should I be afraid of her running away? Bring it in. Li Zishuan stood up and shouted outside. Then, he looked at Han Yushi and said, Wife, you must be hungry after waiting for so long. Eat something first. I'm stinking of sweat and alcohol. I need to take a bath. Han Yushi wanted to say that she didn't mind, but she was afraid that it would be too embarrassing to say it, so she only whispered, okay. Li Zishuan smiled and went out to take a bath. With his wife in mind, Li Zishuan took a bath quickly. In less than 15 minutes, he had finished scrubbing. He changed into soft pajamas and went to the inner room. He found that Han Yushi had also finished eating and was wiping her mouth with a silk handkerchief. Hey! Wife, have you finished eating? Yes. Thank you, husband. Han Yushi was indeed very hungry after waiting for so long. Li Zishuan asked someone to prepare food for her as soon as he came in. This meticulous consideration touched Han Yushi from the bottom of her heart. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? I told you earlier that from now on, we are husband and wife. I won't let you suffer any grievances, and you don't need to thank me. Do you understand? Li Zishuan looked into Han Yushi's eyes and said seriously. The two maidservants serving at the side saw that the couple was about to get into the main act. They looked at each other and went out quietly. They closed the doors and windows for Li Zishuan. Husband. You're so nice. Hee hee. What's this? Wife, you'll know that I can be even better in the future. Huh, it's time for us to drink wine. Here, wife, take it. Li Zishuan poured 2 small cups of wine and handed one to Han Yushi. Okay. Han Yushi smiled sweetly and took it. 2 arms crossed. One was thick and strong, and the other was slender. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with it, as if they were born to be together. Chapter 395. With a wife like this, I will never leave you. I will accompany you in life and death, and we will grow old together. In the bedroom, Li Zishuan looked into Han Yushi's eyes and said solemnly under the candlelight. Han Yushi's eyes immediately became misty. She said firmly, with a husband like this, I will never leave you. I will accompany you in life and death, and we will grow old together. This sentence was like a confession, but also like a vow. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, then drank the wine in one gulp. Ahem, ahem. Wife, look, it's getting late. Let's rest. Li Zishuan looked around and finally revealed his wolf's tail. Before Han Yushi got married, Mrs. Qin had more or less told her some general knowledge about men and women. When she heard the word rest, her face instantly became as red as a big red cloth, so red that water could drip out. Okay. Han Yushi responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He quickly pulled Han Yushi to the bed and sat down excitedly. Wife. You're so beautiful. Such a beautiful woman would only belong to him in the future. Li Zishuan was intoxicated as he looked at the peerless beauty in front of him. Han Yushi was shy and happy, but she said, a woman's face is like a shooting star in the sky. It's short and beautiful. Youth is fleeting, and youth is fleeting. So what if I'm beautiful now? One day, I will become an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. When that time comes, will my husband despise me? Li Zishuan smiled, took Han Yushi's 2 small hands, pressed them to his heart, and said very seriously, I'm sorry. He said seriously, Yushi, ever since I met you, no one else can be like you. You can make me drunk with wine, chase after you with horses, swing my sword for you, and fall for you with my heart. People call me crazy, and I have no regrets even if I die. Even if you have white hair one day and your face is past its prime, I will still hold your hands like today and give you the gentleness of the world. I'll hold your hands and give you my tenderness. These words of love really had a fatal attraction. It made Han Yushi's maiden heart, which she had cherished for many years, melt in an instant. Her eyes also became a little blurred. Her soft body couldn't help but fall into Li Zishuan's embrace. Husband, to be able to hear your words, even if Yushi were to die right now, she would be satisfied. Han Yushi buried her head in Li Zishuan's chest and said emotionally. Little fool, are you so easily satisfied? You're not allowed to talk about death. We have to live well. We have to be husband and wife for the rest of our lives. We have to be the happiest and most loving couple in the Great Tang. If I don't have you, how can I live? Li Zishuan hugged Han Yushi's fragrant and soft body and continued to say sweetly and affectionately. N. This concubine will listen to my husband. This concubine wants to be husband and wife with my husband forever. Han Yushi's arms exerted more strength as if she wanted to rub herself into Li Zishuan's body. Oh. Summer clothes weren't thick to begin with. Hugging like this was actually no different from kissing skin. Feeling the warmth from the beauty, body, in his arms and that indescribable wonderful, touch, feeling, Li Zishuan instantly reacted. Ah. My husband, you. Sensing that something was wrong below, Han Yushi, who had received a period of pre-marriage education these few days, was stunned for a while before she realized what it was. She immediately broke free from Li Zishuan's embrace as if she had been electrocuted. Then, like an ostrich, her head was deeply embedded in his chest. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head again. Ugh! Li Zishuan was extremely embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain that this was a natural reaction, he was suddenly dumbfounded again. Because the great beauty in front of him was a little, naked, gone, naked. Han Yushi's clothes today were a pair of lapels paired with a high-waisted skirt. In this era, there were no elastic belts, so the skirt was tied to the top of the chest part. Those who had watched Tang Dynasty TV dramas should know how easy it was to go out of clothes like this. Just now, Han Yushi's struggle in Li Zishuan's arms made the laces at her chest, which were not tightly fastened, become messy, and the skirt naturally fell down 2 inches, so, Li Zishuan felt that this was the most beautiful scenery in the world. Nothing, no power, could move his eyes away from it. He even wanted to bury his eyes in it. Ah! Husband, why are you staring there? Ugh, so embarrassing. As if she had felt Li Zishuan's burning gaze, Han Yushi raised her head and immediately realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly covered up her exposed, spring, light. Gulp. Li Zishuan's eyes were fixed on the place where Han Yushi's hands were covering. His Adam's apple couldn't help but move. Wife. Li Zishuan's voice had actually become somewhat hoarse at this moment. My husband. Han Yushi did not dare to look directly at Li Zishuan's invasive eyes. When she thought about what she was going to experience next, she was both afraid and somewhat expectant. At this moment, her mind was blank. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and did not think about anything. Seeing Han Yushi raise her small face and close her eyes, looking like she was at his mercy, how could Li Zishuan, whose blood had already rushed to his head, hold it in? He roared and pounced on her. 50,000 words omitted here, accompanied by a cry of pain. The big red curtains suddenly trembled and swayed. Shadows rose and fell, but one could hear a burst of rough, gasping, mixed with several almost inaudible, gasping, breaths. After a long time, the room returned to tranquility, leaving only the flickering candlelight. In the outer room, the 2 little servant girls who were asleep had long been woken up. Their faces were flushed red. Outside the room, the moon in the sky seemed to feel shy and hid behind the dark clouds. Chapter 396. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight shone across the horizon and began to spread its enthusiasm and brilliance to the vast land. Those who were truly working hard for their livelihood had actually woken up early, and those who did not have to worry about food and clothing would also be awakened by the light at this moment. The windows in ancient times were all covered with very strong oiled paper, but this thing did not block the light. At this time, there were no curtains, so once the sun rose every day, the room would become bright. Even if you wanted to continue sleeping, you would be shaken awake by the strong sunlight. Comfortable. Li Zishuan was also awakened by the sunlight. He rubbed his eyes and felt a weight on his right shoulder. He lowered his head and saw a fair beauty with her head resting on his shoulder. She was still in a deep sleep. Sleeping Beauty, this was the real Sleeping Beauty. Han Yushi's brows were slightly furrowed, probably because she was hurt last night. Her hair was messy, and coupled with her exquisite facial features and peerless appearance, Li Zixuan could not help but have an illusion. This was probably a fairy in the sky who fell asleep beside him after playing in the mortal world, right? Moreover, this fairy was not wearing clothes. His right hand touched the fairy's smooth, jade back, and his eyes secretly glanced down at the peaks, ridges, under the quilt. A certain part of Li Zixuan's body had the most common, physical, natural, reaction that most men would have in the morning. Han Yushi seemed to have sensed something. She twisted her body and snorted. Li Zixuan had a guilty conscience and was so scared that he immediately did not dare to move. A moment later, it seemed that the Han Yushi in her dream could not bear the dazzling sunlight outside. She stretched lazily, then rubbed her eyes with her right hand and opened her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, their eyes met, and there was infinite flirtatiousness. Ah! Hubby, why are you looking around again? After a while, Han Yushi realized that Li Zixuan's eyes were always looking under the quilt. She quickly pressed down the brocade quilt with her hand and said coquettishly. Cough cough, you can't blame me for this. It's mainly because my wife is too beautiful. Li Zixuan's body stiffened. He tried his best not to let the crime tool touch Han Yushi because he realized that he wanted it again. This was not good. Han Yushi would not be able to take it. Husband, why are you so good at sweet-talking? Isn't that right? Han Yushi rolled her eyes coquettishly and said playfully. My dear wife, you're wrong to say that. What I'm saying is not words of love, but the truth. Li Zixuan said seriously. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan's mushy words of love came out of his mouth, and each one was more powerful than the other. She quickly covered her ears and didn't dare to listen anymore. She was afraid that if she heard too much, her body would go soft and she would throw herself into his arms. After tormenting for so long last night, she couldn't even muster the strength in her body now. Haha. Li Zixuan looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Young master. Young madam. Do you want to wash up now? At this moment, Xiaohe's voice came from outside. The little maidservant also went to fetch water after hearing the movements inside. She didn't expect that the two inside had not woken up yet when she came back from fetching water, so she couldn't help but urge. Because the sun was already high up in the sky, she had to urge. Ah! It's actually already this time. It's over, it's over. Father and mother will definitely think that I'm not a good wife. Only then did Han Yushi notice the sunlight outside. Thinking that the bride had to serve tea to her parents-in-law in the morning, she was so anxious that her tears almost fell. It's fine, it's fine. My father and mother are very easy to talk to. They definitely won't blame you. Li Zixuan hugged her body and comforted her gently. How can it be fine? It's all your fault. Last night, you were so. Han Yushi used her little fists to pound Li Zixuan's chest non-stop. She still didn't give in. It's my fault, it's my fault. Wife, let's get up quickly. It's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. Haha. Han Yushi's little strength was like a massage when she hammered on his body. Li Zixuan laughed comfortably. Humph. Then husband, quickly close your eyes. I'm going to put on my clothes. As Han Yushi spoke, she picked up Li Zixuan's big hand and covered Li Zixuan's eyes. Hey. It's not like I didn't see it last night. Li Zixuan muttered. You're not allowed to look. Han Yushi was about to cry from anxiety. Okay. I won't look. I won't look. Wife, quickly put it on. Li Zixuan begged for mercy. Only then did Han Yushi feel relieved. She swiftly lifted the brocade quilt and began to prepare to put on her clothes. Unexpectedly, just as she sat up, a sharp tearing pain came from her lower body. She couldn't help but cry out in pain, "Ah! It hurts." "Wife, what's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Hearing Han Yushi's cry of pain, Li Zishuan hurriedly opened his eyes and came over to ask with concern. "Humph. It's all because of you." "Ah. Husband, quickly close your eyes." Okay. Close. "Wife, why don't you not get up? I'll talk to father and mother. It'll be fine," Li Zishuan said with heartache. Last night was indeed his fault. In many transmigration novels he had read in his previous life, after the male lead transmigrated to ancient times, he would usually marry a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Then, because the male lead felt sorry for the female lead who was too young, he would usually treat it as Lu Xiaohui and wait a few years before breaking the female lead's virginity. Li Zishuan actually planned to do the same yesterday, but being alone, man, widow, woman, in the same room, and Han Yushi was so beautiful, he really couldn't hold back and committed a crime. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed too beastly. How can that do? Husband, you're talking nonsense. If I do that, others will definitely say that I don't know etiquette behind my back. Han Yushi shook her head and objected. After saying that, she gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and began to get up and put on her clothes. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. This ancient girl was not only beautiful, but why was her personality so good? After the two of them put on their clothes, they quickly washed up under the service of two little maidservants. Then, Li Zishuan brought Han Yushi to the front yard. Along the way, all the servants would respectfully greet them when they met. "Hello, young master." "Hello, young madam." As Li Zishuan listened, he suddenly felt that there was one more person in his life who was bound to him for life. This feeling was really wonderful. When Han Yushi heard these people call her young madam, she couldn't help but feel happy that she had finally entered Li Zishuan's life. All of this was like a dream. It seemed that her life was going to be brand new from now on. Chapter 397. Supporting the limping Han Yushi, they slowly came to the main hall. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were already waiting there. The two elders were all smiles and did not show any displeasure because the two of them had come late. Lan who was wearing a new set of clothes, was beside them. Ever since Li Zishuan and Han Yushi came in, the little girl's eyes had been staring at their faces. Housekeeper Wang Zhong had already prepared tea. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi took the teacups, knelt down in front of the two elders, and raised the teacups above their heads. The two of them said in unison, "Father, Mother, please have some tea." Okay. The two elders received the teacup with smiles on their faces. They placed it by their mouths and took a sip before putting it aside. Mrs. Li hurriedly glared at him and said, "Xian, why aren't you helping Yushi up? The ground is so hard." Cough, he's starting to feel sorry for his daughter-in-law so soon. Li Zishuan couldn't help but think. However, he wouldn't be jealous, because Han Yushi was also his darling. So what if there was one more person feeling sorry for him? He was thinking nonsense in his heart. Li Zishuan's hands did not stop. He reached out and was about to pull Han Yushi up, but Han Yushi waved her hand and refused. Han Yushi knelt on the ground and cupped her hands at the two elders. "Father, Mother," Yushi woke up too late and made father and mother wait for a long time. Sigh. What a stubborn girl. When Li Zishuan heard the reason, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his good wife who always took the blame for herself. In the end, it was because he was too mischievous yesterday that caused Han Yushi to wake up late. Silly child. What are you talking about? Hurry up and get up. Mother will tell you in detail. Before Li Zishuan could plead, Mrs. Li had already stepped forward and pulled Han Yushi up. She held Han Yushi's hand and said seriously, "Son, in ancient times, son didn't just refer to a son. It could also be used to refer to a daughter. We don't have so many rules in our family. You can get up whenever you want. No one will say anything about you. Before you married into our family, Xian would only wake up in the afternoon. In any case, we don't have to worry about food or water, so it's fine even if you guys wake up a little later. Isn't that right, Master? In fact, Madame Li could not wait for the two of them to wake up later. As an experienced person, Han Yushi had just entered the door when she saw that something was wrong. She knew what had happened to them last night. Madame Li, who wanted to hug her fat grandson, naturally hoped that her son and daughter-in-law would communicate feelings more in the room. Ugh! When Li Jingma saw that his wife had led the fire to him, he was stunned. Then, he felt a dangerous gaze from the side. He quickly said, "Ahem, Yushi. Your mother is right. You can wake up as late as you want in our house. Actually, the people in our family don't like to wake up early. It's not good for you to wake up early." In fact, Li Jingma's thoughts were the same as Mrs. Li's. He also wanted to have a grandson as soon as possible. However, in order to please his wife, he let his imagination run wild and said a little more. "Ah." Hearing Li Jingma's words, Han Yushi was dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? It wasn't written like this in the storybooks. The situation that the neighbors usually talked about when a certain family's daughter married into a certain family wasn't like this. What happened to the intrigue between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? What happened to waking up early to work and perform well in front of mother-in-law? Why was it all a mess? How could there be parents-in-law who encouraged her to laze in bed and wake up late? Han Yushi felt that this world was a little messy. Ahem. Wife, why aren't you thanking father and mother? Li Zishuan couldn't help but find it funny when he saw his wife's confused look. Previously, he was also doted on by his parents. But then again, he really felt that he was very lucky to be able to meet such a good pair of parents. Oh. Thank you, father and mother, for your magnanimity. Han Yushi reacted and said hurriedly. Hee, good child, this is mother's greeting gift to you. Take it. Mrs. Li's smile had never stopped since her son got married yesterday. Today, she saw that her son and daughter-in-law were loving and inseparable. Moreover, this daughter-in-law was gentle and obedient. She couldn't help but be even more satisfied with this marriage. She secretly thought that her son had good taste. Li Zishuan saw clearly from the side. His mother was going to give the jade bracelet that she had always been wearing to Han Yushi. He had also taken a closer look at that jade bracelet previously. It wasn't an ordinary item. It should be a family heirloom. Now that his mother could take this out, it meant that she approved of this daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan smiled and glanced at Han Yushi. He was happy for his wife from the bottom of his heart. Han Yushi still understood that she didn't dare to reject an elder's gift. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and took the jade bracelet. She bowed and said, "Thank you, mother. Yushi will definitely take good care of this jade bracelet." Hee. It's fine as long as my son likes it. Mrs. Li waved her hand and smiled. Then, she looked at her husband. Her meaning was self-evident. Father Li trembled and quickly took out a key from his sleeve. He went forward and handed it to Han Yushi. Yushi, this is the key to the first floor of our family's warehouse. It's all your dowry. Take good care of it in the future. Li Jingma's move was very generous. Although the bride's dowry in this era was all the bride's private property, under normal circumstances, when a woman just married the man, a portion of the dowry brought by the woman would first be put under the man's name for business purposes. Who would hand over all the dowry brought by the woman to his daughter-in-law the next day? Ah. This. Han Yushi was shocked. One had to know that the dowry she brought was a total of 50,000 to 60,000 strings of cash. Faced with such a large sum of money, she couldn't help but be at a loss. Li Zishuan touched her arm and gestured for her to quickly take it. Han Yushi quickly took it and said solemnly, "Thank you, father." Hee. You're welcome. You're welcome. After the tea ceremony, Li Zishuan gathered all the servants in the residence and planned to introduce them to Han Yushi. After all, she would be the mistress of the house in the future. How could she not recognize all the servants? Come, my wife, let your husband introduce you to his family. Thank you, husband. Li Zishuan pulled his wife to the front yard and looked at the more than 100 servants in front of him. He said loudly, I don't need to introduce this person next to me, right? In the future, my wife will be the mistress of the house. Her words represent my words. You must all carry them out seriously. Our Li family treats people generously, but we will never allow people to offend our superiors. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this huge Li residence. Do you all hear me? Yes, we hear you. The servants and maidservants all answered in unison. In fact, there was no need for Li Zishuan to personally instruct them. They were so comfortable in the Li family that they were not willing to leave. They would not offend their superiors. Come, Yushi, let me introduce you one by one. You already know this person. He is our butler, Uncle Wang. This is Uncle Wang's wife. Chapter 398. Li Zishuan introduced Han Yushi to all the servants in the house. Han Yushi was very generous. Every time Li Zishuan introduced someone to her, she would say a few words cordially. After that, she would reward them with some money, embroidered cloth, and other small gifts. Almost everyone had one. It was obvious that Han Yushi was prepared in this aspect. All kinds of rewards were suitable, not too much, not too little. It was just right. Mrs. Qin must have taught her before the wedding. The servants in the house did not expect the bride to be so generous. They were all very grateful. Of course, Han Yushi also prepared a gift for Lan Er. It was a set of exquisite head ornaments, probably worth tens of thousands of dollars. The little girl received such a beautiful gift and was overjoyed. She kept calling out, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. After these things were done, it was almost noon. The young couple simply ate breakfast and lunch together. Li Zishuan could not help but sigh in his heart. He was an otaku who liked to sleep in. This was the rhythm of assimilating with his wife. Li Zishuan's side was peaceful, but his legend was still circulating in the Jianghu. Cough cough, it should be the grand wedding yesterday that was still remembered by the people of Chang'an. It was passed down by word of mouth. From the betrothal gifts to the bride's makeup, followed by the luxurious wedding procession and the luxurious wedding lineup, and finally the national carnival that Li Zishuan single-handedly planned. Wave after wave, it affected everyone's hearts. Li Zishuan took this opportunity to show the people of Tang Dynasty a textbook grand wedding. The genius planning, creativity and the national carnival made countless onlookers who witnessed it at the scene gasp in admiration from the bottom of their hearts. TSK. You didn't see it yesterday. The Li family's wedding was so *king grand. I, old Yang, only now understand that the wedding banquets I attended in the past were all *t. In a restaurant, a middle-aged man in red was reminiscing to his three companions at the table. Oh. Old Yang, you went to the wedding banquet of Li County's men yesterday? Old Yang, how did you squeeze in? I wanted to give gifts yesterday and get a free meal, but I didn't get it. I didn't get it either. There were too many people. But fortunately, I used a bouquet of flowers to exchange for a portion of chicken. It was worth a lot of money. Hee hee. Yesterday, I, old Yang, used 3 strings of money to buy a seat for the banquet. That's why I'm lucky enough to witness this unprecedented wedding with my own eyes. Old Yang smirked. 3 strings of money. Old Yang, you're really generous. Hey. Old Huang, you're really short-sighted. No wonder you can't make much money all year round. Old Yang took a sip of wine and proudly said, you guys don't know, but the value of the food and wine in the banquet yesterday was definitely more than 15 strings of coins. The wine was the best wine and the dishes were all the signature dishes of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Don't you think it's worth it to spend 3 strings of coins to enjoy such a big meal? You can also see the wedding ceremony inside from the flowing banquet. You didn't see how grand the Li residence's wedding was yesterday. No way. The Li family's banquet is so sumptuous. Yeah. How much money did the Li family have to fork out for so many tables? The other three were obviously boorish people who didn't understand romance. They weren't interested in the grand wedding ceremony that old Yang mentioned at all. They only cared about the food. Therefore, old Yang's blabbering was destined to be like playing the lute to a cow. Seeing this, old Yang said resentfully, "What can I say about you guys? The Li family doesn't care about money at all when they hold such a grand wedding, do you know that? They're just looking for fun. Do you know what fun is? Whether it's the betrothal gifts or the bride escort, do you see how much money the Li family spent? Why would they care about this little bit of money? If they really cared, they wouldn't have given out newspapers and chickens for free. Hey, you guys don't believe me when I say you're stupid. The Li residence's wedding banquet yesterday was really lively. In a luxurious restaurant, a few rich businessmen chatted as they ate. As they talked, they couldn't help but talk about yesterday's legendary wedding. Yeah. I heard that it wasn't just the crown prince. The king of Wei and the princess went personally. Even the emperor sent someone to send congratulatory gifts. Wow. This means that Li Xiannan not only has a wide circle of friends, but he's also favored by the emperor. Yeah. This Li Xiannan not only knows how to do business, but he's also good at being an official. I heard that the students of the Imperial College went to send him congratulatory gifts yesterday. They gave him quite a lot. Haha. Li Xiannan is really competent as an official of the Imperial College. Pingkong Room, Baihua Building. Although we don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, our hearts are as one. Dote on her, love her, protect her, love her. We're willing to be two birds in the sky and two branches on earth. The gods and Buddhas in the heavens are worshipped by the people and enjoy the incense of thousands of families. I, Li Zishuan, will also receive the blessings of thousands of people and enjoy endless flowers on my wedding day. In an embroidery pavilion, a beautiful young woman in light pink looked at the lines of small words on a piece of paper in front of her and couldn't help but murmur. These were the poems that Li Zishuan recited at the Han family manor and the words he said at the wedding. Now, these few lines had already spread in certain circles in the capital. Why can't I, Gu Fian, meet such a good husband? I don't know what good deeds this Han Yushi accumulated in her previous life to be able to marry Li Xiannan. I'm so envious of people with poor lives. This woman was Baihua Building's top courtesan, Yan Er. She had even gone to watch Li Zishuan's wedding procession yesterday. Li Zishuan's wedding yesterday and those poems made many young ladies of the boudoir look at themselves in self-pity and envy. Tranquil Palace. In the bedroom on the second floor. Tranquil supported her chin with her hand and looked at the makeup-urging poem that Li Zishuan composed yesterday on the table. She couldn't help but think of the grand and lively wedding she saw with her own eyes at the Li residence yesterday. The sea of flowers and the words that Li Zishuan said to Han Yushi made Tranquil feel deeply intoxicated. In this era that didn't understand romance, no girl could resist yesterday's romantic wedding. In the heavens, we're willing to be lovebirds. On earth, we're willing to be intertwined branches. Brother Xiaoxian is so good to Sister Yushi. He even spent so much effort on the wedding. I'm afraid that in the future, there won't be a wedding that can surpass this grand occasion, right? I don't know what kind of husband father will find for Tranquil in the future. Will there be anyone who dotes on her like Brother Xiaoxian? After a long time, Tranquil sighed softly and muttered to herself. Li Zishuan didn't know that he had stolen a poem from Li Shangyin to hasten the makeup, but it had harmed countless young ladies and caused them to fall into lovesickness. Many young ladies began to use him as a benchmark and set standards for themselves to choose a husband. Chapter 399. After lunch, the couple returned to the west courtyard to rest. After all, it was summer, and the sun was at its hottest at noon. No one had the energy to do anything serious. However, Lan Er's unintentional words in the morning scared Li Zishuan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Brother, Lan Er wanted to play with sister-in-law this morning, but father and mother stopped me. Hee hee. Lan will go secretly next time. This way, father and mother won't know. Brother, what do you think? Li Zishuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought to himself, in the future, every time I enter the house, the first thing I have to do is lock the door from the inside. Otherwise, if my little sister suddenly barges in and sees something she shouldn't see, where will I put my old face? Maybe my wife will be traumatized because of this. I have to take this seriously in the future. Although he used to make up a story about a door demon to trick Lan into knocking on the door before entering, who knew if Lan would forget about this and barge in one day? On the way back to the house, Li Zishuan kept reminding himself that for his future sexual happiness, he must remember to lock the door at all times. Husband, father and mother have such good temperaments. This concubine was worried that father and mother would be unhappy. When they returned to the house, Han Yushi took the initiative to pull Li Zishuan's arm and said excitedly. Although she had been to the Li residence before and had a few pleasant interactions with father and mother Li, she had interacted with them as an outsider after all. Today was the first time she met her parents-in-law as a daughter-in-law, and the process was unexpectedly smooth. This made Han Yushi heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also sighed at how kind and benevolent father and mother Li were. As Li Zishuan went to lock the door sneakily, he smiled at his wife and said, "Of course, my father and mother are gentle by nature. They are the kind of good people who have never been jealous of others. Wife, you are so gentle and lovely. Of course, my father and mother like you and are willing to treat you well." Hearing Li Zishuan's sweet words, Han Yushi was slightly shy and said, "Husband, you're making me happy again. I think father and mother are only treating me like this because I'm your wife. But even so, I am still very happy. From now on, not only will my husband dote on me, but there will also be 2 more people who will care about me. Ever since I married my husband yesterday, I feel that even the scorching sun has become lovely and amiable." Simple words of love were the most moving. When Li Zishuan saw Han Yushi's cute appearance, he couldn't help but step forward and pull her into his arms. He intimately placed his chin on her forehead and said gently, "Our days have only just begun. Wife, you're already so excited. What will happen in the future? Do you remember what I told you earlier? We will be the most loving and blissful couple in the Great Tang, and everyone in the world will envy us." Han Yushi meekly pressed her cheek against Li Zishuan's chest and said softly, "But I already feel that I'm the happiest woman in the world now. My husband's talent and the grand wedding that you prepared for me yesterday, countless women are envious. Yushi is neither talented nor virtuous, and I'm not from a prestigious family. I'm so worried that I'm not worthy of my husband's deep affection. In the past, I didn't care about the pain of losing because I didn't get it. Now that I have such a good husband and such good parents, I'm really worried that my husband will despise me." Sigh, this wife of his was really gentler than water. Little fool. What did my husband say last night? With a wife like this, I will never leave or abandon you. I will accompany you in life and death and grow old together. Wife, you're already very good. I like you very much. You mustn't belittle yourself in the future. If you're really the daughter of one of those wealthy families, I won't take a fancy to you." Pfft. Han Yushi giggled and looked up to ask, "Why do you say that, my husband?" Yushi heard that all men in the world regard marrying a woman with 5 surnames as a supreme honor. "Why don't you take a fancy to me?" Haha. That's because they're stupid. Rich young ladies with 5 surnames are used to being arrogant and domineering. Although they're indeed gentle and pleasant on the surface, they still can't change their unruly and willful nature. They're not as gentle and virtuous as my wife, nor are their thoughts as pure as yours." As Li Zishuan spoke, his claws secretly reached for the protruding part under the S-line. Han Yushi was listening attentively to her lover's analysis. However, she was completely unaware of the wolf's claws invading her body. When she heard what he said, she said shyly, "I'm not as good as you say." Hee hee. We already met openly last night. Whether my wife is good or not, my husband knows best in your heart. Li Zishuan chuckled sinisterly. His hands naturally didn't stop. That wonderful touch really made him unable to let go. "Ah. My husband, how can you say such embarrassing things in broad daylight? How embarrassing. Ah. My husband, why are your hands there?" Han Yushi said coquettishly. Suddenly, she felt something strange behind her and hurriedly tried to break free from Li Zishuan's wolf's claws. Li Zishuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He increased the strength of his arms and didn't let his wife break free from his embrace. He smiled sinisterly and said, "My wife didn't rest well in the morning. Why don't you continue to rest now?" Hearing Li Zishuan's tone, how could Han Yushi not know what Li Zishuan meant by rest? She hurriedly tried to push Li Zishuan away with her hands and said, my husband is in the middle of the night." "Husband, that won't do. It's still daytime, and that place is still hurting." "Ugh." Li Zishuan, who originally only wanted to tease her, didn't expect his wife to take it seriously. When he heard Han Yushi's slightly sobbing pleading voice, Li Zishuan blamed himself slightly and hurriedly said, "Haha. My wife, what are you thinking about? This rest is not that kind of rest. I'm afraid that you're tired. I really want you to rest for a while." "Really? Of course, it's more real than real gold. My husband is so good. Haha. My wife, go and take a nap." The couple came to the bed and prepared to take a pure afternoon nap. Suddenly, how could I forget about this? It's so embarrassing. My husband, quickly turn around. Don't look. It was Han Yushi who had lifted the brocade quilt. A cold plum blossom stood proudly and entered her sight. She was immediately embarrassed and hurriedly pulled Li Zishuan's body, wanting her lover to quickly turn around. Han Yushi woke up in a hurry this morning and forgot to cut this thing down and put it away. Who drew the plum blossom on this bedsheet? Look at the dots of plum blossoms, the color is bright, and the layers are distinct. The snow-white silk next to it is like white snow, setting off the proud plum blossom that bloomed alone to the extreme. It has a profound meaning and is extremely interesting. It's as if the proud plum blossom is right in front of your eyes. It's really a rare painting scroll. Sigh. My wife, don't stop me. Let me collect it properly and pass it down to my descendants. Li Zishuan was very proud in his heart, it couldn't be helped. Any man would be proud in this situation, but his face was serious, as if he was really appreciating the painting. My husband, you're too bad. I beg you, don't look, it's so embarrassing. This bad guy with a wicked smile in front of her looked at the white silk that was stained with her precious first night's red blood and looked like he was investigating. He kept praising Ling Han for blooming alone. It was simply asking for Han Yushi's life. Han Yushi felt that her soul had left her. She was really ashamed and angry to death. She pulled Li Zishuan with all her strength and said. Chapter 400. After teasing the shy little lady for a while, Li Zishuan stopped while he was ahead. He walked to the side and turned his back, letting Han Yushi clean up the proud and aloof plum blossom alone. Otherwise, wouldn't this girl die of embarrassment? After nearly half an hour, Han Yushi cut the plum blossom, put it away, and changed the new bed sheets. Li Zishuan saw that her face was so red that it was about to drip water, so he didn't say those strange words to tease her. He just held her slender arm and said, "Okay, wife, take a nap. This nap can not only relieve fatigue, but also slow down the aging of the skin." Han Yushi's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Really? Hey, of course, it's true. Go to sleep." Li Zishuan stroked Han Yushi's soft hair and said softly with a smile. In order to cultivate his wife to be a sleeping goddess like him, this guy also put in a lot of effort. Yes, yes. Han Yushi nodded, took off her shoes happily, and climbed into bed to sleep. Youth and beauty were the most attractive poison for all women, and Han Yushi was no exception. Li Zishuan smiled, took off his shoes, and lay next to Han Yushi, ready to take a pure afternoon nap. Although it was a hot summer outside, there was an ice basin in the room to cool down. Not only was it not hot, but it was also a little cool. The husband and wife were covered with a thin quilt, hugging each other, and fell into a deep sleep after a while. Li Zishuan was very obedient this time because he knew that Han Yushi was injured. At this time, he could not just care about his own selfish desires and ignore the pain of others. He could not bear to torture this cute wife like this. Don't worry. Haha. What are the Empress and my beloved concubine talking about? They are actually chatting so happily. Even though I'm far away, I can still hear the laughter in the hall. Li Er came to Li Zheng Hall after the morning court. He planned to have lunch with Empress Jiangsun, but he didn't expect concubine Yang to also be here. She was even talking and laughing with Jiangsun. Your concubine greets your majesty. When the two beauties saw Li Er coming, they hurriedly got up and bowed. Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so courteous, haha. Zhen is just walking around, you can continue chatting. It just so happens that I can listen from the side." Perhaps Emperor Li Er, who worked day and night on state affairs, could only find some fun and relax in the harem. Knowing that Li Er came here to freeload and listen to gossip to relieve his boredom, Zhang Sun considerately called a palace maid and ordered her to go to the imperial kitchen to have lunch sent over. Then she sat beside Li Er and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I was just talking to my sister about yesterday's wedding." "Oh. It's that brat again. I've also heard about yesterday's wedding. That stinking brat actually used Tutong Daily to advertise his wedding. Yu Shinan even came to me yesterday to complain." When Li Er heard this, he immediately ridiculed in annoyance. Zhang Sun covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "It was because of Li Er's advertisement on Tutong Daily that yesterday's wedding was so lively. Your Majesty, you don't know, but until now, the people of Chang and city are still talking about yesterday's wedding." "That's right. I heard that the Li family received tens of thousands of bouquets of flowers yesterday. Just the chickens alone were given out more than 10,000 sets. If we calculate according to the usual price per set, the Li family lost more than 10,000 strings of cash. It's no wonder that yesterday's wedding was so lively." Concubine Yang heard this and interjected with a smile. "Haha. That's not how the accounts are calculated. That brat is ruthless. The cost of the chickens from Drunken Immortal Restaurant is only about 200 copper coins. Giving out more than 10,000 sets, that brat only lost 2 to 3,000 strings of cash." Li Er had more information than concubine Yang, who had lived in the palace for a long time. He shook his head and analyzed. Concubine Yang covered her mouth and laughed. "After hearing what your Majesty said, it's true. That Li Er is really cunning. He only used 2 to 3,000 strings of cash to make tens of thousands of people in Chang and city celebrate his wedding. This business is really worth it. Haha. I've said it before, that brat is most suitable to be a profiteer." At this time, the palace maids had already served the dishes. Li Er, Zhang Sun, and concubine Yang sat down and started eating. Zhang Sun suddenly thought of something and smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, the most popular thing in Chang and city now besides Li Er's wedding yesterday is the wedding poem that Li Er composed." Li Er asked curiously, "Oh? Doesn't that brat hate making a fuss? He can even compose poems? Let Maid Guanyin read it for me." Your Majesty, please wait a moment." Empress Jiangsun got up and went to the small table next to her, taking a piece of rice paper with tiny words written on it. Although the poem was good, as the Empress of a country, of course, she wouldn't be so bored as to memorize a love poem. Then, she softly read "Last night's stars and last night's wind," on the west side of the painting building, on the east side of the Kasha Hall. "I don't have the wings of the colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. Next seat, send the hook of spring wine to warm up, separate chow shoot to cover the red candles. I'll listen to the drum to answer the official, walk the horse and the orchid to turn the peng. I don't have the wings of the colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one." Good poem. Although Li Er didn't compose poems, it didn't mean that he didn't understand poems. He seriously tasted it for a while, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, he clapped his hands and praised, "This poem reminds me of the scene when I first met the Empress and my beloved concubine. At that time, I was often fighting on the front line, but I always had you in my heart. Perhaps this is what it means to be as one. TSK, TSK, Li Zishuan's poem is good. It can be considered to have written out my thoughts. Li Er shamelessly took Li Zishuan's masterpiece for his own use and used it to express his feelings to his wife. Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang looked at each other, somewhat confused by Li Er's sudden romance. We sisters will remember your Majesty's kindness in our hearts and will never forget it. Jiangsun reacted more quickly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, she quickly cooperated with Li Er and said emotionally, "Sister is right. As the ruler of a country, your Majesty is busy with state affairs all day long. You can still treat us sisters like this. This concubine is satisfied in this life." Concubine Yang wasn't stupid. After Empress Jiangsun finished speaking, she also understood that Li Er was borrowing poems from them today, so she quickly cooperated. They couldn't not cooperate. They couldn't let Li Er embarrass himself, right? That would hurt old Li. Empress, my beloved concubine are too polite. I have the two of you in this life, and my heart is satisfied. Eat. Eat. Haha. The old pervert Li Er lied against his conscience. Today, after old Li saw Li Zishuan's romantic poem, he didn't know what was wrong with him, but he also wanted to be romantic for his two wives. However, Li Er, who was good at both civil and martial arts, was too far away from Li Zishuan in the field of romantic flirting. He almost made the atmosphere stiff. Chapter 401. N. Husband, did you wake up long ago? Last night, after being tormented by Li Zishuan for most of the night, Han Yushi's whole body was about to fall apart. In the morning, if she didn't think that she had to get up to serve tea to her parents-in-law, she wouldn't get up even if the sky fell down. She was really sleepy. She fell asleep not long after lying in bed at noon. Li Zishuan was afraid that the sunlight outside would affect his wife's sleep, so he specially put on that divine weapon that he used to sleep in, the eye mask, for Han Yushi. Therefore, Han Yushi slept until 3:00 in the afternoon. As for Li Zishuan himself, of course, he didn't wear the eye mask. This was the only one in the family. In other words, he was the only one in the family who liked to sleep in, so there was no need to get so many. In fact, Li Zishuan wasn't very sleepy. Although he was tormented until the second half of the night last night, this guy was the type who became more and more energetic. If it wasn't for his wife's first time, this beast, might have tormented until even later. There were 4 great joys in life: sweet dew after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the time to pass the imperial examination. Li Zishuan, who had just experienced one of the 4 great joys of life, was only excited in his heart. How could he be sleepy? So he only slept for an hour before waking up. The reason why he didn't wake Han Yushi up was because a beauty looked really good when she slept. Although he couldn't eat it now, he could secretly kiss his wife when she was asleep, take advantage of her mouth, and gently touch her with his claws. It was also a different kind of fun to take advantage of her hand. As for the other reason, Li Zishuan thought that since his wife could fall asleep, then he would let her sleep as much as she wanted. If she slept too much during the day, she would naturally not be able to sleep at night. At that time, they could talk about life together. It had to be said that ever since she took care of her virginity last night and obtained the first blood, this fellow was now eating, marrow, knowing, taste, essence, worm, brain, filled with dirty thoughts. The pure and kind Han Yushi had fallen into the devil's claws, just like that. Perhaps it was because Li Zishuan's claws were too strong, or perhaps it was because she had really slept enough. Han Yushi stretched lazily and opened her eyes. She realized that it was pitch black in front of her. Then, she felt that there was something covering her eyes. After she reached out to pull off the blindfold, she saw her lover staring at her with his eyes. She was shy and happy, so she asked, "N. Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. How was it? Did you sleep well?" Li Zishuan put away his dirty thoughts just now and said, That's not right." How could he say that he had dirty thoughts? Wasn't it natural for him to want to do shameful things with his wife? Li Zishuan indicated that they were a legal couple. A legal couple. This guy finally convinced himself in his heart. I slept very well. Husband, what is this? It looks weird. Han Yushi held the eye mask and asked curiously. This thing is called an eye mask. It's worn on the eyes. This is a good thing. If I hadn't helped you put this on just now, you might have been woken up by the sunlight outside. Li Zishuan said proudly. Han Yushi heard this and widened her eyes. She said speechlessly, Husband, did you specially make this thing to sleep during the day? That's right. Wife, what's with your expression? Han Yushi looked at the eye mask, then looked at her lover and said hesitantly, Husband, I know that you have great wisdom. The curved plow, the scooter, the paper machine, Hanyu Pinyin, and so on. These things that benefit the people were all invented by you. I am proud to be able to marry such a husband. But, husband, can you use your great wisdom on the right path? This girl knows how to speak with restraint first and then praise later. Han Yushi praised Li Zishuan in the first half of the sentence, and then began to persuade Li Zishuan to turn over a new leaf. This was a typical case of restraining first and then praising later. Li Zishuan snappily pinched the little beauty's nose and said, That's right. Who said that this eye mask is not the right path? Only when a person has a good rest can he work well. Only when he works well can he earn more money. With more money, he can live a good life. And this eye mask of mine can let people rest well. Do you think this thing is important? Is it the right path? Ouch. It hurts. Husband, let go of me first. Han Yushi removed Li Zishuan's hand from her nose, then smiled mischievously and said, Hee hee. Husband, you're twisting words and forcing logic. Actually, you just want to use this to sleep in. Li Zishuan was furious. He hugged Han Yushi and was about to punish her. Twisting words and forcing logic? Who's twisting words and forcing logic? Say it again. He. Husband, stop scratching. It's itchy, It's so itchy. Stop scratching. Stop scratching. Do you know your mistake? I know my mistake, I know my mistake. Husband, let go of me. Han Yushi was scratched all over. Her long hair was scattered everywhere, and the front of her chest was also open. What a picture of a lazy beauty. Gulp. You can't let go even if you know your mistake. Li Zishuan glared and shouted. Before Han Yushi could react, his mouth had already moved closer. 50,000 words omitted here, ugh. Husband, why are you doing this in broad daylight? After a round of hugging, kissing, cough, of course, it was just a kiss. Li Zishuan couldn't bear to let his wife get hurt even more. Han Yushi's hair was messy, and her cheeks were red. She rolled her eyes at her lover and said coquettishly. In just 2 days of intimate interaction, she understood that Li Zishuan, who had always been sunny and upright, was actually so lecherous. It was just that she liked this kind of lecherousness very much. Wife, you mean that your husband can play tricks at night? Li Zishuan teased. No. Husband, you're bullying me on purpose. Han Yushi pouted and said aggrievedly. Wife, don't cry, kiss. No kiss. After Li Zishuan instilled a whole night of messy knowledge, how could Han Yushi not know what kiss meant? She hurriedly turned her face to the side, not daring to look at Li Zishuan again. In fact, she really didn't dare to kiss again. She was afraid that she would be unable to control herself and let Li Zishuan have his way again. Cough. Since you don't want to kiss, then we'll kiss in the future. It was getting harder and harder to coax his wife. Li Zishuan could only say gloomily. By the way, wife, turn around. I have something very important to ask you. Chapter 402. I won't listen. My husband must be lying to me again. Han Yushi covered her ears and shook her head with her back facing Li Zishuan. She had learned to be smart now and was always on guard against Li Zishuan setting a trap for her. Stop fooling around, I'm really not lying to you. Wife, quickly turn around, I really have something serious to tell you. Li Zishuan was speechless. Why didn't anyone believe him when he told the truth? He turned sideways and forced Han Yushi to turn around. Han Yushi said in disbelief, Husband, you really didn't lie to me? Muah. I didn't lie to you at first. I really wanted to tell you something serious, but since you don't believe your husband so much, then how can I disappoint you? Hee hee. Li Zishuan kissed Han Yushi's rosy little lips angrily and then smiled proudly. Oh. Bad husband, I knew you were lying. Han Yushi slapped Li Zishuan's chest in embarrassment and anger, trying to push him away. Hee hee. Wife, you still don't believe me? Li Zishuan pressed against Han Yushi's forehead and said with a smile. Oh. I believe. I believe. Husband, quickly say it. Looking at Li Zishuan's posture, how could Han Yushi not know what would happen if she said that she didn't believe him, so she quickly nodded. Hee hee. That's more like it. Li Zishuan chuckled and took the opportunity to touch Han Yushi's perky butt. Naturally, it caused the beauty to be coquettish, angry, again. Hee hee, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about serious matters. Li Zishuan sat up and leaned on the bed. Han Yushi saw that her lover really had something to say to her, so she quickly tidied her hair and leaned on Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, Husband, say it. Li Zishuan said seriously, Yushi, when did your last period come? Your menstruation? Han Yushi, who was waiting for Li Zishuan to get down to business, almost broke down when she heard this. Her first reaction was that Li Zishuan was deliberately teasing her again. Moreover, he was teasing her with such an embarrassing matter. This was too much. Husband. You lied to me again. How can this kind of shameful thing be considered proper business? Han Yushi was so angry that her eyes were a little red, and there was a trace of anger in her voice. Cough, cough. Wife, don't misunderstand. I really didn't mean to make fun of you. Hurry up and tell me, this is really important to me. Li Zishuan had long expected that Han Yushi would misunderstand. After all, ancient girls were not as open as modern girls. This kind of thing was very embarrassing for them. In order to make Han Yushi believe it as soon as possible, he could only put on a solemn expression and explain it seriously. But husband, why are you asking such an embarrassing question? Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan didn't seem to be joking. She was a little convinced, but she still asked hesitantly. Wife, don't ask about this first. Tell me first, and I'll tell you later. Li Zishuan waved his hand. Han Yushi stammered for a while and said embarrassedly, I should have my period on the 6th day, phew. That's good, that's good. It should be fine. Li Zishuan heard and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, Li Zishuan was calculating his wife's safe period. As the saying goes, 7 days before and 8 days after. Last night happened to be in the safe period. Although there was a probability of pregnancy during the safe period, the probability was much lower, wasn't it? Li Zishuan didn't intend to let Han Yushi, who was not even 15 years old, have a child so soon. This wasn't good for her body and the child's health. How did Li Zishuan know all this contraceptive knowledge? Although he was an engineering otaku in his previous life, he also had a girlfriend, okay? He had checked the basic knowledge that should be checked. Although he was still a virgin in the end, because his girlfriend was afraid of pain, he also felt sorry for his girlfriend. In the end, the two of them didn't take that last step. Husband? What do you mean by fine? What were you mumbling about just now? Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan kept saying things that others couldn't understand like a lunatic, so she asked hurriedly. Husband, I was just calculating whether my wife would get pregnant after we did that kind of thing last night based on my wife's period time. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Li Zishuan also didn't want to hide it. He also wanted to take the opportunity to popularize Han Yuxi's knowledge. Hearing Li Zixuan mention last night's consummation in the bridal chamber, Han Yuxi was embarrassed. However, hearing that Li Zixuan could calculate whether she could get pregnant based on the time of her period made Han Yuxi a little incredulous. Husband, you're talking nonsense. When that comes, what does it have to do with being pregnant? Hey. Of course it has a lot to do with it. Generally, it's not easy for a woman to get pregnant in the 7 days before and 8 days after the arrival of her period. Do you understand? Li Zixuan began to give his wife a biology lesson. Oh. Han Yuxi nodded as if she understood. Then, she saw her counting her fingers. A moment later, she exclaimed, "Ah. If it's like this, then after we did that last night, wouldn't I not get pregnant?" Hey. Wife, what do you mean by that expression? Don't tell me you want to be a mother so soon. Li Zixuan poked her forehead and said in annoyance. Of course. Husband, you caused me so much pain last night. In the end, I couldn't get pregnant. What a loss. Han Yuxi rubbed her forehead and said with an aggrieved expression. Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. How could things like giving birth to a child be calculated like this? Wife, you're still young. It's not suitable for you to have a child. If you give birth now, it's not good for you and the child. Husband, you're bluffing again. How am I young? The people in the village who are younger than me already have children, and I'm fine. Han Yuxi pouted and said unconvinced. She felt that Li Zixuan was depriving her of the right to be a mother. Although it had been less than 2 days since she married into the Li family, Han Yuxi had fallen deeply in love with this place because there were parents-in-law who doted on her and a husband who doted on her. Although her husband always liked to play tricks on her, she liked this kind of intimate feeling. Therefore, she was also eager to give birth to a child for her lover. Li Zixuan said that she was too young to give birth at this time. Of course, she was anxious. Wife, have you heard of how many pregnant women die of dystocia every year in Jianghu city? Li Zixuan said with a serious expression. This. Han Yuxi's face turned pale. Wife, even if you don't know the specific number, you should have heard of many similar cases, right? Han Yuxi hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Li Zixuan continued. When a woman is 13 or 14 years old, her body is not mature yet. How can she give birth to the next generation? At this time, the risk of giving birth is doubled. This is why more than 30% of pregnant women in Jianghu city die of dystocia every year. Wife, you love me and want to give birth to a child for me earlier. I understand and am very grateful. But I, Li Zixuan, married Han Yuxi because I like this person, not to marry a birth tool. No matter what, your safety is the most important. We can give birth to a child later. You and I still have a long way to go. Have you forgotten? We still have to be the happiest couple in the Tang dynasty. In ancient times, the death rate of pregnant women in dystocia had always been high. In addition to poor medical conditions, another important reason was that women's childbearing age was too young. Li Zixuan could accept early marriage, but his wife had to give birth later. Chapter 403. After seriously teaching Han Yuxi about physiology for nearly an hour, he finally made this girl understand the huge disadvantages of giving birth too early. Li Zixuan was about to let out a sigh of relief when Han Yuxi's next sentence almost choked him half to death. Husband, how do you know so much about us women's affairs? Have you been studying this for many years? Li Zixuan was speechless. How could a man like him study women giving birth to babies every day? These were all things he saw on the internet or in novels in his previous life. Cough cough. Wife, there's something I want to tell you, but you must not tell anyone. Li Zixuan was silent for a long time before he suddenly said with a struggling expression. Husband, please tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Han Yuxi's eyes lit up and she quickly promised. Being able to share the secret in her lover's heart made her feel very excited. Looking at the flames of gossip burning in his wife's eyes, Li Zixuan was speechless. Sure enough, women liked to listen to such nonsense. It was the same in ancient times and modern times. My master once had a female confidant who specialized in medicine. She was especially good at treating women's illnesses. Back then, I had followed my master to the residence of that female senior several times. What I told you earlier was all from her medical notes. Then husband, what was the name of your master's female confidant? Did she end up with your master in the end? Han Yushi turned around and looked at Li Zixuan with sparkling eyes. It could be seen that she really wanted to know the answer to this question. Li Zixuan choked. He really wanted to say, wife, you're digressing. We're talking about medical problems now. Why are we suddenly talking about emotional problems? A female confidant is ultimately just a female confidant. My master pursued the heavenly Tao all his life and had no interest in romantic relationships. Every time he met up with that female senior, it was only purely for medical discussions. In the end, it was a love lost, but heartless flowing water. That female senior was called Hong Wuan. She was an expert in medicine and her attainments in medicine were not below my master's. Ah! How could this be? Why can't lovers be together? Senior Hong Wuan is so pitiful. Han Yushi tearfully grabbed Li Zixuan's hand and said sadly. Li Zixuan looked at the beautiful woman's pitiful appearance and regretted that he had been too free just now. Asterisk cough cough asterisk that's right, what he said was all made up by this fellow. The main thing was that this fellow got a little carried away while chatting, and the topic got further and further away. Now that it was like this, it was a little difficult to clean up the mess. Cough cough. Although Senior Hong Wuan has a favorable impression of my master, she has never thought of marrying him. Why is that? If you like someone, shouldn't you marry him? Han Yushi frowned and asked in confusion. What she didn't know was that in Li Zixuan's eyes, her expression was very cute and moving. Li Zixuan resisted the urge to kiss her and continued to talk nonsense with a serious face. Wife, not all the infatuated people in this world can be like you and me, having a smooth sailing life and finally getting married. Senior Hong Wuan's original name was Gu Ziyuan. It was said that when she was young, she was extremely beautiful. However, because she was born with a red Luan aura, no one within 100 miles dared to marry her. Senior Hong Wuan was heartbroken and changed her name to Hong Wuan, determined not to marry for the rest of her life. Later, she ran away from home and visited a famous teacher. She was engrossed in medicine and helped the dying and the injured. By chance, she met my master by chance. They had a lot in common in medicine and became close friends. However, between the two of them, one had no interest in love, and the other didn't want to harm the other party because of personal feelings, so they were separated for the rest of their lives. After my master passed away, Senior Hong Wuan sat quietly in front of my master's body for a day and a night. Then, she took the zither that my master left behind and played a song before leaving silently. There was no news of her after that. In his previous life, he had accompanied his girlfriend to watch so many melodramatic and bitter dramas. Finally, he hadn't watched them in vain. A love story full of melodramatic and routine slowly came out of Li Zixuan's mouth. It was just that his master in the underworld had suffered. For no reason at all, his evil disciple had created a piece of gossip. If this story were to spread, then spiritual master Ling Su's illustrious reputation would be destroyed in an instant. Wu husband, Senior Hong Wuan is so pitiful. Wu husband, will you be like your master in the future and abandon me to pursue the heavenly Tao? Wu I can't bear to part with husband. Han Yushi, who was born and raised in the Tang dynasty, had never experienced the baptism of the melodramatic dramas of the later generations. The story that modern people felt was very melodramatic was instead an incomparably strange fate filled with twists and turns in her ears. Therefore, when Li Zixuan finished speaking, this lady immediately burst into tears and tightly hugged Li Zixuan, not daring to let go. Seeing his wife crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt in his heart. He had gone overboard with his fabrications. However, the beautiful lady throwing herself into his arms and the wonderful feeling coming from her body made him feel secretly pleased. Especially since this era didn't have that kind of underwear. When Han Yushi pressed herself against him, Li Zishuan could immediately feel those two small nubs. At this moment, he hesitated. He didn't know if his nonsense was right or not. There were advantages and disadvantages. However, wasn't using this method to take advantage of his wife a bit shameless? Wife, don't cry, wife, don't cry. Husband will definitely not leave you. The way of heaven is vague. There are thousands of cultivators in the world, but how many of them can finally attain Tao? Mortals look up at the sky, there is no tomorrow, the moon hides, and the 4 seasons change. In the netherworld, all things follow the cause and effect. Eternity is the way of heaven. Husband, I don't cultivate the way of heaven, I only cultivate the way of humanity. With such a good wife, such good parents, and such a cute little sister, why would I, Li Zishuan, pursue the way of heaven? Wife, we have agreed that we won't leave each other and will follow each other in life and death. This sentence, I will do what I said. Li Zishuan originally just wanted to comfort Han Yushi, but as he spoke, he unknowingly brought up the way of heaven and the way of humanity. His master in this life had indeed spent his entire life pursuing the way of heaven. This point, what he said before was indeed true. Li Zishuan certainly scoffed at the illusory concepts of gods, demons, ghosts, and the way of heaven in his previous life. However, now that he had experienced such a bizarre thing as transmigration, these mysterious things like the way of heaven might really exist. But even if the way of heaven did exist, so what? Now that he had such a warm family and such a gentle and lovely wife, how could he abandon all the people he cared about to pursue the way of heaven, which might not even exist? In his previous life, when he played the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4, a sentence from the Fairy of Ninth Heaven at the end left a deep impression on him. If you want to cultivate the way of immortality, you must first cultivate the way of humanity. If you can't cultivate the way of immortality, how can you become an immortal? Therefore, no matter from any point of view, it was impossible for him to pursue the way of heaven with all his energy like his master. Otherwise, he would definitely not be in Jianghu now, but in Dragon Tiger Mountain. Really? Husband, you are so nice. Han Yushi raised her head and asked with tears in her eyes. Then, wife, shouldn't you give husband some rewards? Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and smiled evilly. His wretched appearance was just short of the word pervert written on his forehead. Oh, no, husband, stop fooling around. It's time to get up. Oh no, the sun seems to be setting. We will definitely be laughed at by others when we go out. Chapter 404. Newlyweds always like to be entangled together. Even if they didn't do anything, just whispering sweet nothings to each other, it was still quite addictive. The excitement of marriage and falling in love were obviously different, and it was even more so for the ancient people. Although the customs of the Tang dynasty were more open, marriage was still a big matter and could not be avoided by parents and matchmakers. 90% of the couples would get married first and then fall in love. The husband and wife did not know each other before marriage. After marriage, they would slowly get used to each other. If they got used to each other well, they would be happy for the rest of their lives. If they didn't get used to each other, they could only change to another person. Of course, this referred to the man. So many people liked to marry concubines. It was probably because they didn't get along well with the first wife. Li Zishuan and Han Yushi were lucky. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, they had experienced a lot of things together. They met, knew each other, fell in love, and finally got married. Therefore, once the two of them got married, they were inseparable and couldn't be separated no matter how hard they tried. The young couple did some shameless things in the room and only left the room at 5 in the afternoon. Li Zishuan felt that Xiao He and Xiao Shi were looking at him strangely, as if they were looking at an animal. Li Zishuan opened his mouth and wanted to argue with the two maidservants, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. If he was an animal, then so be it. At least it was better than being single. During dinner, Li Zishuan found that there was an extra dish on the table. It was a dish that he had never seen before. It was a dish that had never appeared in the Li family before. Come, try this soup. It's very good for your health. Madame Li was full of smiles. She stood up and picked up the small bowl in front of Li Zishuan and filled it to the brim. Li Zishuan was speechless. He was just about to ask what kind of soup it was when his mother gave him a bowl. He felt that there was something wrong with it. The soup in front of him looked black. There were a few pieces of spring onion floating on the surface of the soup, and there seemed to be a few pieces of meat and bones at the bottom. Although the appearance was a little bad, it smelled quite good. Mother, what soup is this? How come I've never seen it in our house? Although his mother would not harm him, Li Zishuan still wanted to ask. After all, everyone was curious. Hee, this is a soup made from a few different types of meat and a few herbs that can clear away heat. This is my first time making this soup, so it might not look good, but it's especially good for the body. Xian, drink some. Mrs. Li blushed and said embarrassedly. Mother, this soup smells so good. Let me try it too. Seeing that Mrs. Li's expression was a little unnatural, she thought that she was embarrassed because it was her first time making such a soup. As a daughter-in-law, Han Yushi naturally had to stand up and support her mother-in-law at this time. In her opinion, even if the soup her mother-in-law made for her for the first time tasted terrible, she would just have to endure it. It would be fine as long as her mother-in-law was happy. Mrs. Li's expression froze. Mr. Li, who was next to her, moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Han Yushi blinked in confusion, not knowing what went wrong. Ahem, Yushi. It's my first time making this kind of soup, so I might not have a good grasp of the heat. Let Xian or drink it. In the future, when I'm familiar with it, I'll make it for you. Mrs. Li saw that her son and daughter-in-law were looking at her hesitantly and hurriedly explained. After that, she glared at her son and said sternly, Xian, why aren't you drinking it? Do you want your wife to taste the soup for me personally? Hee, brother, drink it quickly. If it tastes good, Lan wants to drink it too. Lan smelled the fragrance of the soup and wanted to get a bowl, but after hearing what her mother said to her sister-in-law, she immediately sat down and urged her brother to taste it for her. It turned out that his mother was using him as a guinea pig to test the new soup. But why did she have to make it so strange? Li Zishuan was a little confused, but since his mother had already said so, and there was a mischievous girl beside her urging him, it would be unmanly of him to refuse. Thus, Li Zishuan tragically became a guinea pig. He picked up the small bowl in front of him and drank the soup clean in a few mouthfuls. He also picked up a few pieces of meat and ate them. In the end, this guy even smacked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Delicious. Li Zishuan gave a thumbs up under the expectant gazes of the crowd and praised, Mother, although this soup doesn't look very good, the taste is very good. Mother, you are really too talented. Even though it's your first time making it, you made it so well. This was definitely not Li Zishuan deliberately flattering his mother. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. It was just that in this soup, other than chicken, duck, and goose, he felt that there was another type of meat, but he couldn't taste it. Wow! Is it really that good? Then Lan wants to drink it too. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the snack vendor Lan was the first to stand up impatiently to scoop the soup. Li Jingma's hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled violently. Then, he quickly snatched the spoon from Lan's hand and said, Lan, you can't drink this soup. Why? Lan looked at her father in confusion. In her impression, her father wasn't so stingy with her. Ahem, this soup is specially made by your mother to nourish your brother's body. Your brother has been running around for the past few days to get married and is exhausted. Lan, don't fight with your brother for it. Perhaps realizing that his tone was a little inappropriate, Li Jingma put on a smiling face and patiently explained to his daughter. Father, there's still so much soup. I can't finish it alone. Let's all have a bowl each. Li Zishuan looked at the nameless soup that was more than a caddy in front of him and was speechless. No, Xian, this is the soup that your mother boiled for the entire afternoon. Hurry up and finish it. Don't let down your mother's painstaking efforts. If Lan, and Yushi want to drink it, your mother can make it tomorrow. Moreover, tomorrow's soup will definitely be better than this. Li Jingma quickly retorted. Yes. Xian, hurry up and drink it. Today's soup is just for me to try my hand. I'll make more tomorrow. Everyone will have a share. You can drink today's soup first. Madame Li also hurriedly said. Mother is right. Husband, you've worked hard these past few days. Hurry up and drink this soup. I can drink it tomorrow. Han Yushi also turned around and advised after hearing her parents-in-law's words. Oh. Then hurry up and drink it, brother. Lan won't fight with you. Lan glanced at him and generously waved her small hand and said. All right. Thank you, mother. Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. If he finished such a big bowl of soup, then what was he going to eat later? However, with 4 pairs of eyes staring at him, he had to drink it even if he didn't want to. Thus, Li Zishuan didn't eat anything for dinner because he was full. Madame Li nodded her head in relief when she saw this. Most of the soup's recipe that she just mentioned was true. It was just that she added a few pieces of sheep's penis to the meat and a few more aphrodisiacs to the medicine. She couldn't be blamed for this. In the afternoon, she heard from the servants that her son and daughter-in-law only left the room at 5 in the afternoon. She was worried that her son would overindulge and his body wouldn't be able to take it. Therefore, the Li family had such a new dish for tonight's banquet. It had to be said that Madame Li was worried sick for her son. However, Li Zishuan was wrongly accused. In the afternoon, other than hugging and kissing in the room, he and Han Yushi didn't run amok like his mother thought. In this way, the innocent Han Yushi would have to suffer again tonight. Chapter 405. It's really blue. When he woke up, the person beside him had already disappeared. After asking Xiao Shi, he found out that his wife had already woken up and was now learning how to do accounts from his mother in the east courtyard. Although Li Zishuan was in charge of the Li family now, his mother would still calculate the accounts of some of the shops every once in a while. She was worried that her son would be fooled by the shopkeeper. After all, it wasn't as if the evil servant had never bullied the master before. Li Zishuan persuaded his mother a few times that she didn't have to work so hard. Now that he had a noble title, which evil servant would dare to bully him? However, his mother didn't listen to him and insisted on her own views. Li Zishuan could only give up trying to persuade her. Now, the Li family welcomed a new mistress. Mrs. Li wanted to hand over the accounts of the shops in her hands and even the management of the Li family's internal affairs to Han Yushi. As for herself, she would live a leisurely life and quietly wait to hold her grandson. However, Han Yushi had just married into the family. It was obviously unrealistic for her to take over so many things at once. Therefore, Madame Li started a training class for her daughter-in-law from today onwards. Han Yushi was also very willing to learn. On one hand, she could use this opportunity to integrate into the Li family and become the mistress of the family as soon as possible. On the other hand, although Li Zishuan didn't care about her family background and loved her unconditionally, she didn't want to be a useless person. She wanted to share Li Zishuan's burdens. However, her student had dark circles under her eyes today. After Madame Li saw it, she was secretly pleased. It seemed that the tonic soup she made for her son last night was effective. Han Yushi, on the other hand, was complaining in her heart that Li Zishuan had tormented her again last night. He was as energetic as an animal, but she did not know that the real culprit was actually the mother-in-law who was teaching her by her side. Li Zishuan stood in front of the courtyard and twisted his waist a few times. He looked up happily and exclaimed that the sky of Tang Empire was really blue. Last night, when he felt the heat in his lower abdomen, coupled with the strange reaction of the 2 elders at the dining table, he understood that the soup that his mother made for him had added ingredients. The effect should be similar to the legendary all-nourishing soup. Li Zishuan, who had figured out the crux of the matter, really did not know whether to laugh or cry last night. Han Yushi's injury had not recovered, and he could not torment her there. Therefore, Li Zishuan, whose heart was burning, could only let his wife use other places to think of a way. Since he had a good night's sleep, he naturally felt refreshed when he woke up in the morning. However, did he go overboard last night? Li Zishuan scratched his head embarrassedly when he remembered his wife's bitter face last night. "Young master, I'll get the kitchen to heat up your meal." After she poured away Li Zishuan's face wash water, she came over and said considerately, "Oh, there's no need to heat it up. It's better to eat cold food on a hot day." Li Zishuan waved his hand and went to eat breakfast. Since his wife was busy with serious matters, then shouldn't he also do some serious matters today? The architectural design for Yanhuang College had not even been finalized, and there were still a lot of things to arrange. He had been indulging in the life of a married couple for the past 2 days, and he had become a little dispirited. However, he could not continue to be dispirited like this. Previously, he had resigned from the Imperial College in order to do something big. Of course, he also had the intention of using Yanhuang College to strengthen himself so that others would not dare to bully him casually in the future. Last time, it was the 8 professors who stirred up trouble. He might have been able to handle it, but what if the 8 assistant ministers stirred up trouble together next time? At the end of the day, his foundation was still too shallow. His current nobility was only obtained by relying on a few important inventions to Tang dynasty. Compared to those nobles who obtained their nobility through military achievements, his current position was obviously not very stable. The reason why he was still living a comfortable life was completely because of Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and the other nobles who came from the family of generals. However, in life, how could one rely on others to lift them up? One had to be strong to forge iron. Yanhuang College was an important breakthrough for him to gain a foothold in Tang dynasty. As a transmigrator, if one were to talk about what advantages he had compared to the ancient people, being an official in politics and mingling in the imperial court was definitely not a match for old foxes like Zhang Sun Wuji. However, it was not impossible for him to lead an army and kill the enemy. In any case, he was now a martial arts expert who was half a step into Zhongshe realm and was no longer a weak scholar. However, there were currently no important battles that required him to participate in personally. The battle that destroyed the Eastern Turkic Khaganate 3 years ago was still far away. Thus, his most outstanding advantage should be his knowledge that was ahead of the times. In his previous life, even though he did not dare to say that he was a top student, he still had a solid grasp of engineering knowledge. In his profession, he had dabbled in optics, mechanics, electricity, and mathematics. Even if he had forgotten some of it, he could use his perverse mental strength to recall it. With such a good prerequisite, of course, he would not waste it. Thus, he wanted to establish Yanhuang College. He wanted to establish his own sect and become the founder of engineering in Tang dynasty, a grand master of his generation. He wanted to nurture a large batch of outstanding engineering students and turn them into his comrades. Together, they would use engineering to change the entire Tang dynasty. At that time, with Yanhuang College as his foundation and a large batch of engineering students as his backing, who would be so blind as to find trouble with him? His family and future children would also have a solid guarantee. Just as Li Zishuan was complacently preparing to start the construction of Yanhuang College, Senbao reported that Chonghua Workshop's Chao Wendong had requested to meet him. As for Chao Wendong, Li Zishuan had heard from Sun Huayuan and Ma Zhou that this person's repeated actions were deliberately to curry favor with him. Li Zishuan had never believed that there was love without a reason in this world, so he was sure that this Chao Wendong must have some ulterior motive. However, he had been busy with marriage and being lovey-dovey with his wife recently, so he had temporarily put this person at the back of his mind. He did not expect that Chao Wendong would come just as he had time. This person was really in a hurry. "Bring him in," Li Zishuan ordered softly. Regardless of whether Chao Wendong had other requests or not, since he had taken the initiative to express his goodwill, he had to meet him. As for whether he would agree to the other party's request, he could only wait and see when the time came. "Yes, young master." A moment later, a slightly plump middle-aged man in purple followed Sanbao into the hall. "Young master, Boss Chao is here." Sanbao cupped her hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and gestured for San Bao to leave. Then, he carefully sized up the person in front of him. Other than his slightly large belly, Chao Wendong's appearance was considered average. At the very least, he was not very annoying. Greetings, Lord Zhu. I hope Lord Zhu can forgive my rudeness for coming uninvited. Li Zishuan could size up Chao Wendong, but Chao Wendong did not dare to look at Li Zishuan so unscrupulously. Once he entered the room, he kept his head down and looked at his feet obediently. He shuffled to Li Zishuan in small steps and bowed respectfully. Chapter 406. Haha. Boss Chao, you don't have to be so courteous. Li Zishuan helped him up and smiled politely. Then he said, Boss Chao, you threw 2,000 strings of cash to support the new carriage of the Strange Taste Pavilion. The day before yesterday, you threw 1,000 strings of cash to send over 100 pots of Luoyang red at my wedding banquet. I have yet to thank Boss Chao for his righteous actions. How can I blame you for anything? Chao Wendong was relieved when he heard that. The money he spent earlier wasn't wasted. With a good start to the conversation, it would be much easier to negotiate the rest. Lord Zhu, please don't flatter me. It's only a few thousand strings of coins. To Lord Zhu, it's probably just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, I really like the new carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. That's why I didn't hesitate to raise the price to buy it. Thus, I really don't deserve Lord Zhu's thanks. Chao Wendong cupped his hands and spoke politely to Li Zishuan. Scholars, farmers, businessmen, and businessmen all had a strict hierarchy. He had no choice but to be polite. Earlier at Strange Taste Pavilion, he did intend to help Li Zishuan with his new carriage. However, this kind of thing could be done but could not be said. Otherwise, the effect of the gift would be greatly reduced. It might even have the opposite effect. Chao Wendong, who had been at the bottom of society for so many years, was very familiar with the ways of officialdom. As expected, a faint smile appeared on Li Zishuan's face. Previously, he had retreated in order to advance. He had indeed intended to test Chao Wendong. Whether it was the Strange Taste Pavilion raising the price of the new carriage or the extravagant gift of 1,000 strings of peonies at the wedding, it was all voluntary by Chao Wendong. It wasn't Li Zishuan who forced it. If Chao Wendong wanted to repay the kindness, because of this, Li Zishuan could only flick his sleeves and send him off. He didn't want to be friends with such a scheming person. Fortunately, Chao Wendong's response satisfied Li Zishuan. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was sensible and knew how to adapt to circumstances. He was a hero. Haha. Boss Chao, you really are a broad-minded person. However, no matter what, Boss Chao did put in a lot of effort during my wedding, so I'm very grateful. I just don't know why Boss Chao is here today. After probing a little, Li Zishuan felt that Chao Wendong's character was not bad, so he did not beat around the bush and said directly. Ugh. Chao Wendong was stunned for a moment. The speed at which Li Zishuan cut to the chase was much faster than the officials he had interacted with in the past. This was somewhat different from the general, reserved and tactful, style of conversation in the current officialdom. Lord Zhu, to tell you the truth, I'm only here for one thing. I'm hoping that Lord Zhu can come forward and form a Chamber of Commerce. The members of the Chamber of Commerce can prioritize cooperation with each other. I've always wanted to cooperate with Lord Zhu regarding the scooter, Drunken Immortal, Gentle Softness, Datang Daily, and all the books from Strange Culture. However, I have no way to do so and can only wait at home. Since Li Zishuan did not beat around the bush, Chao Wendong decided not to dawdle and went straight to the point. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He could understand why Chao Wendong wanted to cooperate with him. After all, the businesses under him were all monopolies. Many people wanted to come in and take a share of the profits, but not everyone was qualified to enter. What surprised him was that Chao Wendong actually wanted him to form a chamber of commerce. Was this guy trying to cause trouble? Boss Chao, why do you want to form a chamber of commerce? Chao Wendong struggled for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, I've had several business dealings with your father, Master Li, but I didn't expect that the Li family would have such a young hero like Lord Zhu. In just a few months, he became the founding father of the Tang dynasty and took up an important position in the imperial college. He broke the iron law that has always been in our dynasty that merchants and their children can't enter the imperial court as officials. I and the other merchants all admire you and think that Lord Zhu is the hope of us merchants. Therefore, I'd like to be bold and ask Lord Zhu to lead us merchants to do something big to eliminate the prejudice of the imperial court and the people of the world against merchants. After Chao Wendong finished speaking, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Li Zishuan. He kept his upper body bent at a 90-degree angle and didn't get up. Li Zishuan was speechless. Logically speaking, this was the first time he heard that merchants in the Tang dynasty couldn't be officials. He had heard that the status of merchants in ancient times was low, but he didn't expect it to be low to this extent. They were being ostracized by all the classes in the world. According to historical records, the 4 classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were divided according to the spring and autumn period by the Prime Minister of the state of Qi, Guanzhong. He advocated that the people be divided into 4 classes: scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants. They would live in fixed areas according to their respective professions. This was called the 4 classes of occupations. This kind of specialized commodity economy model was respected as the basic form and guiding principle since the Han Dynasty. On the surface, the 4 classes of occupations seemed to be an inheritance of the ancient system of the Zhou Dynasty. In fact, there was a big difference. The fundamental difference was that the industrial and commercial and farmers were placed side by side, and they were all regarded as the stone people of the country. Therefore, when Guanzhong first divided the classes of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, there was no distinction between superior and inferior. The ancient people of China didn't seem to take commerce lightly. The people of Shang clan who established the Shang dynasty after the Xia dynasty were actually the earliest merchants. This is also the root of why we call them merchants. During the Shang dynasty, people were happy and good at doing business and engaged in handicraft manufacturing. Later, when the founders of the Zhou dynasty reflected on the lesson of the fall of the Shang dynasty, they believed that the fall of the Shang dynasty was due to the people's enthusiasm for industry and commerce. This caused the people's impetuousness and the country's foundation to be unstable. Therefore, they turned to the agricultural policy of despising industry and commerce. In the Zhou dynasty, the status of industry and commerce became very low. Workers were often placed side by side with the status of slaves, male and female slaves. In the later dynasties, as the rulers continued to suppress merchants, the status of merchants became lower and lower. During the Qin dynasty, even if merchants were rich, they couldn't wear silk clothes. During the Han dynasty, merchants couldn't be officials, and handicraftsmen were untouchables. Their property had to be declared to the imperial court. If the declaration wasn't true, their property would be confiscated. During the Tang dynasty, merchants couldn't enter the imperial court as officials. It wasn't until the Ming and Qing dynasties that the status of merchants changed. From rich merchants without an official career path to rich merchants with an official career path. China's merchants had successfully turned the tables. Therefore, for Li Zishuan to be able to obtain an official position as the son of a merchant, it could be considered an unprecedented stroke of luck. The main reason was that he had made enough contributions. Moreover, Qin Xiong and Xing Yaojin had always treated him as a junior and had constantly promoted that reward. In addition, he was the last disciple of the present age expert, spiritual master. This identity had almost completely washed away his identity as a merchant and added a lot of points to Li Er's impression. Therefore, he was able to obtain his current status as a baron. It could be said that his success couldn't be replicated by the thousands of merchants in the Tang dynasty. Even if Chao Wendong was envious, he couldn't do anything. Chapter 407. Boss Chao, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. My Li family is no longer a merchant's family. There are a few shops in my family that are managed by the servants. This duke and my family are not directly involved. As for what Boss Chao said about improving the status of merchants and changing the impression of merchants in everyone's eyes, this duke can't take on such an important and sacred task. Boss Chow, you'd better find someone else. In the Li residence's hall. Li Zishuan lowered his head and pondered for a long time before shaking his head and refusing. This Chow Wendong only paid a few thousand strings of coins and wanted him, Li Zishuan, to lead this group of merchants in a revolution. It was really a bit whimsical. To be honest, Li Zishuan sympathized with the unfair treatment of the merchants, but it was only sympathy. He wasn't willing to be the leader of the merchants and cause trouble. First, it wasn't worth it. If he wanted to break the 1,000-year-old class system of scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, he would have to pay too much of a price. Moreover, it wouldn't benefit him at all. He was now in the scholar class and could be considered to be the beneficiary of this class system. How could he be hot-blooded enough to stand up for the merchants just because of Chow Wendong's words? He wasn't an impulsive and brainless brat. Second, his current focus wasn't on this. His most important task right now was to do well in his Yanhuang College. He wasn't interested in these irrelevant things at all. So, why would he do something that didn't benefit him and wasn't interested in? He couldn't be obedient just because Chow Wendong had helped him a few times before, right? It was impossible. Chow Wendong's arms suddenly trembled when he heard this, and his expression quickly turned gloomy. He smiled bitterly as he cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, "It seems this Chow has been rude. I hope Lord Zhu can forgive me. This Chow will take his leave now." Wait. Li Zishuan stretched out his hand. Although this noble cannot personally establish a chamber of commerce, this matter of cooperation is still possible. Boss Chow, if you have any feasible plans for cooperation, feel free to go to the workshop and discuss them with Faubert and Ma Zhou. In addition, this noble has no prejudice against merchants. On the contrary, this noble believes that if the great Tang wants to progress and the people of the realm want to live a happier life, they cannot do without merchants. I think Mr. Chow is a man with his own ideas. Although I can't personally participate in the Chamber of Commerce you mentioned, I'm still very willing to give you some support within my ability. These words came from the bottom of Li Zishuan's heart. Historically, Chinese people had the most rigid view of merchants in the world. The low status of merchants was the result of thousands of years of stigmatization. Why did they stigmatize businessmen? Perhaps many people would think of the emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce policy of the past dynasties, but first of all, they had to understand that suppressing commerce referred to the merchants of the people, not the official merchants. Under the high-sounding excuses, they actually had the heart to monopolize the market. Therefore, emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce was an extremely hypocritical proposition. Just like the modern, purifying the internet environment and establishing a new style of civilization, it was a propaganda slogan of the people in power who were awe-inspiring righteousness while the people involved were cursing. If, 1,000 years later, there was a joker who interpreted it literally and believed that the net cleansing campaign protected the physical and mental health of the people, one would probably laugh their heads off. Unfortunately, history was not written by merchants. In order to maintain their market advantage and prevent the disclosure of trade secrets, merchants were unwilling to write books and spread their ideas and experiences. This gave the people in power a propaganda advantage. They could stand on the moral high ground and wantonly distort the role of merchants to gain an advantage in public opinion by tarnishing the reputation of the other party. As a result, for many years, most people actually believed it to be true. But in fact, the role of merchants in promoting social progress was unquestionable. The greatness of merchants could not be overemphasized. The so-called merchants do not create value was the biggest prejudice. Merchants created value, but labor did not. Merchants were the first driving force of social progress. Merchants brought vitality to society and promoted freedom, fairness, and democracy. Merchants invented and maintained the business system and logistics network, promoting the exchange and spread of ideas, people, and culture. For example, in the late Xia dynasty, it was West Asian merchants who introduced wheat, bronze, and mathematics to China. The glorious achievements of human civilization, such as science, technology, law, and art, were all byproducts of the business system. History was political and incomplete. Only by looking at history from the business perspective could history be restored to its original form. Therefore, from the perspective of social progress, Li Zishuan was very willing to see the status of merchants rise a little and the business of Tang become more prosperous. But if he was asked to be the vanguard of a revolution, then forget it. You could say that he was cold-blooded and heartless, but he had people he needed to protect. He would not take risks for something that was not related to him. That's great. In that case, I thank Lord Zhu for your help and guidance. Chao Wendong expressed his gratitude excitedly. Although this result was still a little far from his ideal, it was still better than nothing. At least he had something to look forward to. Hee hee. Take care, Boss Chao. Father, husband, try this fried chicken meatball and see how it tastes. Noon. The family gathered around the table and ate their lunch warmly. However, the dishes on the table today were obviously different from before. Li Zishuan could smell it with one sniff. It was definitely not made by the kitchen maid at home, Auntie Zhao, nor did it seem like it was made by his mother. That's right. Old Master, Xian, today's lunch was all prepared by Yushi alone. She put in a lot of effort. Mrs. Li narrowed her eyes and looked at her daughter-in-law with a smile. Don't we have a kitchen maid at home? Yushi, why did you cook the dishes yourself? Old Master Li frowned and asked. He thought that the servants did not do a good job. Father, I just wanted to do my best. It has nothing to do with Auntie Zhao. Father, quickly try it. Is it delicious? Husband, you should try it as well. There are several dishes here that this concubine made based on the chicken, braised pork, and meatballs that you ate before. Husband, see if they are to your liking. Han Yushi smiled sweetly as she picked up some food for Li Zishuan and said. Li Zishuan looked at the golden and tender chicken meatballs that were the size of pigeon eggs and had 2 or 3 green onions on the outside. He was a little surprised. Wasn't this similar to the salted crispy chicken that was eaten in the modern world? And it was a high-quality version of salted crispy chicken. If Han Yushi had not said that she imitated the dishes that he had invented previously, Li Zishuan would definitely have thought that his wife had also transmigrated. Damn it, his wife's learning ability was heaven-defying. She could even comprehend by analogy based on existing dishes. She was really a genius. Just looking at the appearance of these dishes is very appetizing. Let me try it. Li Zishuan smiled, then picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Instantly, his mouth was filled with fragrance. He gave a thumbs up and said, Delicious. It's really too delicious. Wife, it's lucky that I married you. Otherwise, our family's drunken immortal restaurant would definitely be losing money now. Chapter 408. Lon wants to eat too. Lon wants to eat too. Also, why did brother say that if we don't marry sister-in-law, our drunken immortal restaurant will suffer a loss? Lon stood up and asked curiously as she picked up some salted crispy chicken for herself. Han Yushi also wanted to ask, but when she heard Lon ask on her behalf, she sat quietly at the side and looked at her husband's handsome face, waiting for an answer. What's there to be confused about? Li Zishuan chewed on the delicious food in his mouth as he explained, our drunken immortal restaurant's sudden rise is all because of those new dishes I came up with. If your sister-in-law opens a restaurant of her own, every time we come up with a new dish, she only needs to taste it to figure out how to make it. Moreover, she can also make other similar dishes by analogy. In terms of taste, it can even reach a higher level. In this way, what advantage does our drunken immortal restaurant have? We can only suffer a loss. Haha. Xian is right. This marriage has become a blessing for the drunken immortal restaurant. Old Man Li said half-jokingly, causing everyone to laugh. Haha. Thinking about it, Xian, you have a good eye for choosing a wife. Madame Li covered her mouth and laughed. Husband, father, mother, you must be joking. How can Yushi's insignificant culinary skills be considered elegant? Not to mention opening a restaurant. I'm already very satisfied to be able to cook some food for husband and mother. Han Yushi heard everyone's praise. Although she was delighted, she still spoke modestly. Hee. Sister-in-law is really modest. Lan thinks that this dish is much better than the chicken that brother made. The snack seller, Lan, had eaten this salted crispy chicken for the first time, and she immediately changed sides and betrayed. From then on, she became Han Yushi's loyal, hardcore fan. Imperial College. A major event had happened today. The Imperial College's doctor, Cui Shanyu, had recovered from his illness and returned. However, other than the 7 doctors who had joined him in impeaching Li Zishuan, the others didn't seem to like him very much. Even the students of the Imperial College looked at him strangely. There was doubt, disdain in their eyes. Yes, disdain. Ever since Li Zishuan stopped coming to the Imperial College recently, most of the other students of the mathematics school also stopped coming to school. Without the weird and happy team from the mathematics school, the Imperial College immediately lost a lot of its vitality. Later on, news of Li Zishuan's resignation from the Imperial College spread. Many people were shocked and went to verify the authenticity of the news. To be honest, they had a very good impression of this young and talented person who had brought about a major change in the Imperial College's teaching methods and teaching system. Previously, Li Zishuan had created the Red List and Black List. The students of the other schools had been talking about it for a long time. Most of the students who could enter the Imperial College had a strong family background. In less than half a day, the news of Li Zishuan's resignation from the Imperial College was verified. Not only that, even the details of his resignation were dug up by some students. Suddenly, many students were outraged. The 7 professors, Zhu Qinglu, Sima Minglang, Gu Fengyan, Shengguan Yufeng, Lu Yanyu, Xing Zhanli, and Xikong Linghao, had been attacked by many unknown pebbles in the Imperial College over the past few days. Now, the culprit, Cui Shanyu, had returned. As students of the Imperial College, they naturally felt very ashamed. Some of the more daring second generations even looked at Cui Shanyu with a hint of eagerness. In this strange atmosphere, Cui Shanyu finally finished his morning class. The moment he stepped out, he saw the 7 fellow sufferers waiting for him. Brother Cui, did you just finish your class? Zheng Zhanli smiled. What are you all doing here? Cui Shanyu looked at the 7 people who were lined up neatly in front of him and was puzzled. Cough cough. Brother Cui, you don't know. The security in the Imperial College is not very good recently. It's not safe to go out alone. Lu Yanyu smiled bitterly as he walked. There was still a walnut-sized bump on the back of his head. Oh. Why is that? I've only left the Imperial College for less than half a month. Why would such a strange thing happen? Cui Shanyu stroked his beard and wondered. Haha. Let's not talk about these small matters for now. Now that Brother Cui has returned, the position of Secretary of the Imperial College should be in the bag, right? Zheng Zhanli chuckled. Lu Yanyu heard this and looked at Cui Shanyu enviously. Haha. What Brother Zheng said is right. That's right, didn't Brother Cui bring our joint recommendation to the Chancellor's place in the morning? How was it? What did the Chancellor say? The others also looked at Cui Shanyu curiously. Haha. What do you mean by in the bag? It's still too early to talk about this. Before the morning court assembly this morning, I sent your joint recommendations to the Chancellor. The Chancellor didn't say anything at that time. He only asked me to wait patiently for His Majesty's decision. So, don't say anything like, in the bag now. Don't make a fool of yourself if I don't become the Secretary of the Imperial College. Cui Shanyu smiled reservedly. But from the expression on his face, he probably felt that he was in the bag too. Haha. Brother Cui, don't be modest. Other than Li Zishuan, all the previous secretaries only needed the joint recommendations of 6 professors. I don't think His Majesty would have any different opinions. Brother Cui, this is what everyone wants. Zheng Zhanli laughed loudly. Gu Fengyan nodded and said, "Indeed. I think Chancellor Kong will definitely return to the Imperial College in the afternoon. When that time comes, Brother Chui will definitely become the secretary of the Imperial College. We can also bask in the glory." "Yes, yes. Brother Chui, don't forget about us when that time comes." The rest of the people also went up and smiled as they complimented him. The flattery in their tone was obvious. Chui Shanyu pretended to be heroic as he waved his hand and smiled. "What are you all saying? Even if I, Chui Shanyu, forget someone, I won't forget you all." This sentence finally exposed the true thoughts in Chui Shanyu's heart. From what he said, he was already certain that he would be able to gain Li Er's favor and become the secretary of the Imperial College. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the Imperial College's canteen. In the afternoon. After lunch, Chui Shanyu came to Kong Yingda's office. He had forgotten that Kong Yingda had the habit of taking afternoon naps. However, Kong Yingda didn't take an afternoon nap today. This could be considered as Chui Shanyu's good luck. Otherwise, if he interrupted Kong Yingda's rest, he would definitely be in trouble in the future. "Professor Chui, I think you're here to ask about the results of the appointment?" After opening the door and letting Chui Shanyu in, Kong Yingda asked straightforwardly. Cough cough. "That is indeed the case. I've made a fool of myself in front of Chancellor." Chui Shanyu felt a trace of awkwardness as he said awkwardly. "Here, this is the result of His Majesty's Imperial Decree this morning. Professor Chui, you can take it out and take a look yourself. This old man needs to rest." Kong Yingda directly took out a piece of bright yellow square silk cloth and handed it over as he said. Oh. Then Chancellor, please rest. This Chui will take his leave." Chui Shanyu received the silk cloth with unusual agitation and cupped his hands to bid farewell. When he reached the door, he impatiently opened the silk cloth and saw the words written on it, "Not allowed." How can a person who only knows how to fight for power and profit and scheme against others take up this heavy responsibility? The position of Secretary of the Imperial College will continue to be vacant and await a worthy talent. Chapter 409. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The news that the 7 academicians had recommended Chui Shanyu for the position of Minister of the Imperial College but had been mercilessly rejected by Li Er had spread like wildfire in less than an afternoon. There were those who were shocked, those who were lamenting, and even more who were clapping and cheering. Haha. That old bastard Chui Shanyu is really shameless. He wants to be the secretary of the Imperial College as soon as he comes back. He really overestimates himself. In the Imperial College, a flat-faced boy squinted his eyes and laughed loudly. It was the end of class, and the previous class wasn't Chui Shanyu's class, so this guy had no scruples and started to act recklessly. He even called Chui Shanyu by his name and called him an old bastard. Su Yuanjin, you're so bold now. If Professor Chui was here, would you still dare to say that? Bah. What's there to be afraid of? Even if that old bastard Chui Shanyu heard it, what can he do to me? He can complain about Li Sai behind his back, but I can't scold him behind his back. I heard that a lot of children pooped in front of Chui Shanyu's house a while ago. They pooped really well. Sigh, if I had known, I would have pooped too. What a pity. Su Yuanjin shook his head and said with a regretful expression. Kai Yuengeng, who had just finished his class, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead when he heard Su Yuanjin's words. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't agree to Chui Shanyu's suggestion to impeach Li Zishuan. Otherwise, wouldn't he have become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up? That's right, Kai Yuengeng was also one of the 5 professors of the Imperial College. He was older than Chui Shanyu, but he kept a low profile and didn't show off like Chui Shanyu. He didn't think that Li Zishuan's actions in the Imperial College was a big deal, and it even improved the learning atmosphere and learning efficiency of the Imperial College. So when Chui Shanyu came to him, he rejected him. He wasn't afraid of a crooked shadow anyway, and Chui Shanyu couldn't take revenge on him. Haha. Su Yuanjin, do you really want to poop in front of Professor Chui's house? Of course. It's not like you don't know how interesting Li Sai's lectures are and how many novel ideas he has. He's such a good teacher, but he was forced to leave by that old bastard Cui Shanyu. Fortunately, His Majesty's divine eyes are like torches and saw through this fellow's true colors. Otherwise, if this old thing really became the Minister of War, then wouldn't our days in the future become as boring as before? That's right, if Professor Cui becomes Li Sai, he might really wipe out the new system that Li Sai brought. Hey! What do you mean maybe? That would definitely be the case. Actually, I've long wanted to transfer to the School of Mathematics, but my stubborn old man didn't agree. Fine, even if he agrees now, I won't go to the School of Mathematics. Without Li Sai, what's the point of going to the School of Mathematics? Su Yuanshao shook his head and curled his lips in regret. This fellow was also a weirdo. He actually dared to talk about his own father in public. There was no one else like him. Haha. Actually, Yuanshao, it's not like you don't have a chance. I heard that Li Sai is going to build his own college called Yanhuang College. His Majesty even wants to personally carry a plaque for it. Build his own college? No, what future does the college have? My old man definitely won't let me go. He won't even let me go to the School of Mathematics. If I tell him that I want to go to a private college, my old man will beat me to death. Hee hee. You can't say that. I heard that more than half of the 44 students in the School of Mathematics are going to follow Li Sai to Yanhuang College. His Royal Highness Prince Wei is also among them. Yuanshao, do you dare to say that the college has no future? Now that you mention it, I really want to go. But my old man doesn't buy it. I already told him that even Prince Wei is going to the School of Mathematics, but he just didn't agree. Don't you think that he's a stubborn old man? Pfft, haha. If Uncle Su hears you talk about him like that, he will beat you to death. Yanfu, what do you say? Didn't you say that you want to transfer to the School of Mathematics? Are you still going to transfer? In the classroom of the Imperial Academy. Yuan Shua, who was sitting in the middle row on the right, turned his head and asked Chu Yanfu after hearing the students in front of him talking loudly. Sigh. My father agreed 2 days ago, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Now that Li Sai is gone, the School of Mathematics will definitely not be the lively School of Mathematics that it used to be. Why should I go there? Chu Yanfu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Of course, Chu Suiliang was not a pedantic person. Previously, when Chu Yanfu had brought up the idea of transferring schools, he had seriously considered it for 2 days and felt that going to the School of Mathematics was not a bad idea. He himself had some understanding of Li Zishuan's character. Most importantly, Li Qingxian held Li Zishuan in high esteem. As a member of the Crown Prince faction, what was there to hesitate about? It was just that, he was really unlucky. He had just agreed, and Li Zishuan had already jumped ship to build his own school. The tragic Chu Yanfu would probably have to go home and apply for another transfer to his father, and Chu Suiliang would probably have to face another choice. Then, Yanfu, are you interested in the Yanhuang College that Li Sai wants to build? Do you want to go? Yuan Shua looked at the regretful expression on his good friend's face and suddenly thought of a crooked idea, so he suggested. Go. I missed the opportunity once, and I can't miss it again. Yuan Shua, you don't know how much more motivated the students had become after Li Sai came to the School of Mathematics. Moreover, Li Sai's teaching method is also full of tricks. It's completely different from the professors in our Imperial Academy who only know how to read books all day long. Chu Yanfu thought for a moment and suddenly said firmly. Yanfu, you can't be serious, right? Don't you know the morals of the schools in our Tang dynasty? If you go there, what will your future be like? Moreover, your father will definitely not agree. Yuan Shua was really shocked. He had only said it casually and never expected Chu Yanfu to actually dare to do this. He was really too daring. Of course I'm serious. I don't care about the other schools, but I believe that Li Sai's school will definitely be different from theirs. You saw Li Sai's wedding 2 days ago, right? That scene, that spirit, that creativity. I don't believe that someone who can arrange such a grand wedding will build a small school. Perhaps when Li Sai's school is completed, it will be even bigger than the Imperial Academy. As for my father, I will definitely convince him. Chu Yanfu said confidently. As he spoke, his eyes became brighter and brighter. It was a kind of expectation and yearning for a bright and beautiful future. Speaking of which, this child could be considered as the first student attracted by Yanhuang College other than the students of the School of Mathematics. Chapter 410. Yanfu, you're actually so confident in Yanhuang College? 2 days ago, Li Sai's wedding was the talk of the town. Of course I saw it. It was indeed the grandest wedding in the history of the Tang Empire. However, building a college is not the same as holding a wedding, right? Yuan Shuo was stunned speechless. He really admired his good friend's way of thinking. Although it's not the same, I can completely see Li Sai's huge and grand vision of the situation from this grand wedding. That's enough. Chu Yanfu smiled and said confidently. Yuan Shuo shook his head. He saw that Chu Yanfu had already made up his mind that he couldn't persuade him, so he simply stopped trying. In fact, he also had a glimmer of hope for Yanhuang College. Perhaps in a few years, Yanhuang College could also soar into the sky and become an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Imperial College. Perhaps this could also be considered Li Zishuan's personal charm. There were always some people who had an inexplicable trust in him. Your Majesty, today's morning court, why did you? Empress Jiangsun was in Li Er's arms and suddenly asked in the Empress's bedroom in Lijing Palace. That's right, the couple had taken an afternoon nap together after lunch. Of course, only God knew if anything embarrassing had happened in between. Guanyin Maid wants to ask why I didn't agree with those people recommending Cui Shanyu as the new minister of the Imperial College, right? Li Er said with a smile as he held Empress Jiangsuan's back that was as smooth as jade and silk. Yes, but I'm just asking casually. After all, according to the previous practice, Cui Shanyu should be able to win the joint recommendation of so many doctors. Empress Jiangsun explained without leaving a trace. She had always strictly adhered to the bottom line of the harem not being allowed to interfere in politics. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Li Er's love for her never waned. She was sensible, knew when to advance and retreat, and was virtuous and virtuous. No man would dislike such a woman. Guanyin Maid doesn't need to explain. You and I have been husband and wife for so many years. How can I not understand you? Li Er was so astute, how could he not understand the meaning behind those words? He patted Empress Jiangsuan's back, and then said with a cold chuckle, Cui Shanyu himself can't compete with Li Zishuan in terms of ability, so he wants to use a joint impeachment to drag down Li Zishuan through my blade. Then, he himself can become a minister of the Imperial College, Dream on. What he doesn't know is that this Emperor's saber is double-edged. If he injures others, he won't have an easy time either. The director of the Imperial College? He's not qualified. Zhang Sun patted Li Er's strong chest, wanting to soothe her husband's anger. She smiled and said, Cui Shanyu can be considered unlucky. If the news gets out, I'm afraid he won't have an easy time in the future. But Your Majesty, by doing this, aren't you telling everyone that you're on Li Zishuan's side? That's right. I want to tell them that I only choose people based on their abilities. I don't need those imperial court parasites who only know how to play tricks and scheme all day long. Li Zishuan, that brat, has been wronged this time. I can't let him be bitterly disappointed, can I? Yes. If that child knows that Your Majesty has put in so much effort, he might be overjoyed. Empress Jiangsun covered her mouth and laughed. Hearing this, Li Er snorted and said, That brat won't be so conscientious. After a moment, he thought and continued, but I'm really looking forward to what that brat's Yanhuang College will be like. If the wedding can be so grand, the college can't be bad. Maybe he really will give us all a big surprise. Empress Jiangsun was right. The most important thing about Cui Shanyo's failure to be a minister of the Imperial College was not the matter itself, but the deeper meaning behind it. Li Er was obviously supporting Li Zishuan. This made those who heard that Li Zishuan had been kicked out of the Imperial College and thought that Li Zishuan had lost the emperor's favor and his future was bleak. At the same time, more and more people began to pay attention to the Yanhuang College that Li Zishuan was about to establish. The radicals had already begun to think of ways to send their children to Yanhuang College. After all, if one wanted to establish a college, one must have knowledge and a view of the big picture. Li Zishuan had both, and he had the support of Li Er. Such a potential stock was worth investing in. The conservatives were still waiting for Li Zishuan to establish the college before making a decision. Being in the whirlpool of the storm, Li Zishuan heard that Jing Zhanli, Lu Yenyu, and the others had jointly recommended Cui Shanyu to be a minister of the Imperial College but had been rejected. He just smiled and thought that Zheng Zhanli was not muddle-headed and knew who to use and who not to use. Even if Cui Shanyu was his subordinate, he would not put him in an important position. What he lacked the most, and what he liked the most, was people like Ma Zhou who were both talented and hardworking. Only such people could bring economic benefits. If it had been in the past, Li Zishuan might have written an article in the newspaper to ridicule Cui Shanyu. But now, he would not do that. First, he was now married and could be considered an adult, so he had become more mature. Second, there was an internal investigation department in Datong Daily. If he really did that, Yu Shinan and the others would definitely not agree, and he could not reason with Li Er, because he did not have the right to. Third, he did not have time now. He was busy designing his future foundation, Yanhuang College. As a young engineering student in the 21st century, Li Zishuan certainly had a plan. There were so many institutions of higher learning in the country, and there were all kinds of famous buildings and famous scenic spots. If he just copied a few, it would be enough to shock everyone. The scenic spots were not so bad, but the buildings were generally very large in size. If he only relied on his spiritual power to construct a three-dimensional model in his mind, it would be too torturous. Li Zishuan expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. He now deeply felt the inconvenience caused by his low level of martial arts. This was because he only dared to meditate for 2 hours in the afternoon, and he had to rest more than 10 times in the middle. As a result, the efficiency was greatly reduced. Fortunately, although the building was large in size, the structure of the general building was relatively simple. There were many repeated units. In terms of complexity, the internal structure of a building was not as complicated as the internal structure of a car. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan could barely recall the three-dimensional model of a high-rise building with only the spiritual power of the 5th level of the Taishan Sutra. Sigh. I can't meditate anymore, or I'll faint again. Let's go see what my wife is cooking for dinner. Li Zishuan rubbed his swollen head, put away the half-finished blueprint, and walked out of the door to the kitchen. Chapter 411. Husband, it's time to get up. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Han Yushi opened her eyes and felt the weight on her naked body. She knew that it was her lover's arms and legs. She had recovered from her injuries last night. As newlyweds, the two of them couldn't help but be passionate. When she thought of the complete nonsense last night and the passionate entanglement, Han Yushi couldn't help but blush. Her body went soft, and she didn't even want to move a finger. But when she thought that she had to go back with her husband today, she couldn't help but prop herself up and wake Li Zishuan up. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if Xiao He and Xiao Shi came over to wake him up. She didn't know that the two little maidservants sleeping in the outer room were still sleeping soundly. Last night, the two of them were tormented by the sounds inside and didn't fall asleep until the latter half of the night. Oh. It's still early. Sleep a little more. Even the emperor hasn't woken up yet. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked out of the window. When he realized that the sun hadn't come out yet, he couldn't help but grumble. He hugged his wife's hand tighter and closed his eyes to sleep again. Husband. Seeing Li Zishuan's lazy look, Han Yushi was embarrassed and couldn't help but push his arm. She said anxiously, Husband, we have to go back today. If we don't wake up early, we won't be able to make it. Didn't we agree on it last night? Oh. Go back. Then I'll get up. In a daze, Li Zixuan remembered that there was indeed such a thing. He hurriedly propped himself up and got up. Suddenly, he looked at the beauty on the bed and teased, Why does my wife look so energetic? No wonder people say that there are only cows that are plowed but no fields that are plowed. You're courting death. The gentle and virtuous Han Yushi could not stand such hateful words. Hearing this, she immediately came over and pinched the soft flesh on Li Zixuan's waist. Who said she wasn't tired? She was also exhausted last night. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to return home to visit her relatives today, she also wanted to stay in bed and not get up. She didn't expect to be teased by her husband like this. Ouch! Wife, quickly let go. My old waist. Li Zixuan immediately bared his teeth and screamed. After breakfast, the couple took their gifts and matchmaker's song with them and embarked on their journey back to Ning City. Returning to peace was also known as visiting, returning home, or returning to the home of the three dynasties. It originated very early, and there were related records in the Book of Songs. Generally, it referred to newlyweds who brought gifts to visit the bride's family on the third day of their marriage. At this time, the bride's family also had to prepare a banquet, usually at noon, known as the Returning to Peace Banquet or Inviting the Son-in-Law. After the Returning to Peace Banquet was over, the matchmaker's work would come to an end, and the man would have to send gifts to the matchmaker to express his gratitude. Therefore, Matchmaker Song woke up early today and rushed to the Li family because the debt from before hadn't been settled yet. Compared to other newlyweds, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi's Returning to Peace Banquet today was slightly more complicated. Their first stop was the Qin Manor, which was what the two elders had instructed them to do yesterday afternoon. After all, Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin both treated Han Yushi as their biological daughter and helped a lot in this wedding. They also supported the Li and Han families a lot. If the Qin Manor could be considered half of Han Yushi's family, it wouldn't be too much at all. On the contrary, if they didn't go today, it would really be a bit too much. There was no other reason why they chose to go to the Qin Manor first. The main reason was that the Qin Manor was closer to the Li family. After they were done, they could go to the Han family for the Returning to Peace Banquet. Previously, Li Zixuan had sent someone to the Qin Manor to deliver a letter, so when they arrived at the door, they saw Qin Huayu waiting there. Haha. Brother Huayu. Li Zixuan got off the carriage with his wife and quickly walked over to Qin Huayu. He laughed heartily as he greeted him. He hadn't forgotten how his four good brothers had helped him drink on the night of his wedding. Hey! Little Xian, you left me and Chimo alone that day. That wasn't very kind of you. Qin Huayu bore a grudge and punched Li Zixuan in the chest as he joked. Haha. That night, your little brother couldn't hold his liquor. Didn't I come to visit you today? Li Zixuan shamelessly spouted nonsense. Greetings, sworn brother. Han Yushi stepped forward and bowed to Qin Huayu. Haha. You don't have to be so polite, sworn sister. Go in quickly. My father and mother are waiting for you. Qin Huayu originally wanted to scold Li Zixuan, but since Han Yushi came over to greet him, he couldn't continue scolding him. He could only lead the couple in front of him into the manor. As expected, Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin were sitting in the living room, waiting for them. Qin Xiong was wearing a thin black shirt, and his face was flushed. Li Zixuan could feel the heat from his body even from far away. He probably just finished his morning exercise. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Qin Xiong was already so old, but he still hadn't given up on martial arts. He hadn't gotten up early to practice martial arts in a long time. After he had a wife, he couldn't bear to part with his wife in the morning. Yesterday, when he was recalling the three-dimensional model of modern university buildings, he was still complaining that his mental strength wasn't enough. It seemed that he should hurry up and practice martial arts starting tomorrow. Li Zixuan secretly encouraged himself. Greetings, Godfather. Greetings, godmother. Han Yushi didn't have such complicated thoughts. She followed Li Zishuan to Qin Xiong and Mrs. Qin and bowed gracefully. Ah. Ah. Good girl, get up. Mrs. Qin's face was like a blooming flower. She quickly went forward and pulled Han Yushi to sit beside her. She looked at Han Yushi carefully and couldn't help but laugh when she saw that Han Yushi's face was rosy and full of energy. Yushi, how are you doing in the Li family? Xiao Xian didn't bully you, right? If he really did, tell me. You're godfather and I won't let him off. That's right. The Qin family is your maiden home. Yushi, if you suffer any grievances at Xiao Xian's place, feel free to tell your godfather. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and smiled. Yes. God sister, if Xiao Xian bullies you, I won't let him off easily either. It was rare to have the opportunity to pretend to be rich in front of Li Zishuan, so Qin Huaiyu also joined in the fun. Li Zishuan was speechless. It was supposed to be a good gwinning event to visit relatives. How did it become a meeting to criticize him? Thank you, godfather and godmother, for your concern. My husband treats me very well and didn't bully me. Han Yushi quickly explained with a smile when she saw Li Zishuan's embarrassed look. Even though Li Zishuan had just bullied her last night, this kind of private matter obviously couldn't be told to outsiders. Chapter 412. Uncle Qin, are you feeling better? After some small talk, Li Zishuan suddenly asked. Although from another perspective, Qin Xiong was half his father-in-law, Li Zishuan was not used to calling him that, so he insisted on calling him Uncle Qin. Qin Xiong was stunned and said with a smile, Much better. Although I'm not as strong as before, I can wield the golden mace for at least an hour now. Haha. This is all thanks to little Xian's medicinal wine and the blood-stealing life-prolonging technique. Otherwise, with this old man's body, I can only struggle at death's door for 2 to 3 years. Pfft. The children are all here, and you're still spouting nonsense. Mrs. Qin gave Qin Xiong a reproachful look before complaining to Li Zishuan. Your Uncle Qin just got a little better, and he couldn't stand it anymore. A while ago, he felt that he could wield the golden mace, so he tried it. Once he tried, he didn't know how to wield it. In the end, he couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Luckily, the golden mace didn't fall and hit him. Otherwise, he would be a laughing stock. Huh? There's such a thing? Li Zishuan's eyes widened in shock. Qin Xiong's face turned red in embarrassment. He coughed dryly. Ahem. Don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. That day, I just haven't used the golden mace for a long time, and I wasn't used to it yet. Now that I've adapted to it, I'm fine, right? I can wield it for an hour now. Humph. How old are you? Don't you know how heavy it is? Don't you know how heavy your golden mace is? Mrs. Qin did not give her husband any face and mocked him. Ahem. Uncle Qin, can you let your nephew see your golden mace? Li Zishuan suddenly asked curiously. In his previous life, he had often seen Qin Xiong, the door god, holding a pair of golden maces in his hands. He looked majestic and arrogant. Now that he had the chance to get close to this legendary figure, of course he wanted to see for himself what the golden maces looked like. Haha. What's wrong with that? Huaiyu, take out your father's golden mace. Oh. Wait, you don't seem to be able to carry it. Let's carry it for father. Xiao Xian, wait. Seeing that Li Zishuan was interested in his weapon, Qin Xiong was overjoyed. He laughed and went to another room to get the golden mace. Not long after, Qin Xiong came to Li Zishuan with a pair of golden truncheons in his hands. He said, Here, this is the golden truncheons that have followed this old man to war for more than 10 years. Little Xian, take it. With that, he handed the golden mace to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan suddenly felt his hands sink. He could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. The golden truncheons were only about 2 feet and 2 inches, about 70 to 80 centimeters, long. He estimated that they were at most 20 to 30 caddies. However, after Li Zishuan weighed them, he realized that they were more than 20 to 30 caddies. They must have weighed at least 70 to 30 caddies. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, Qin Xiong's golden truncheons weighed about 20 caddies. However, according to the official history of the Tang dynasties, Qin Xiong's golden truncheons weighed 65 caddies each, for a total of 70 to 30 caddies. Looking at the two maces in his hands that were unremarkable in appearance but shockingly heavy, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel speechless. No one who had just recovered from a serious illness would be stupid enough to take out such heavy weapons for training. This was King playing with one's life. Qin Xiong was really going all out. Luckily, he had only fainted because of a concussion. If he had sprained his back, it would have been troublesome. Haha. Little Xian, how is it? My golden truncheons are not bad, right? They are stained with quite a few enemies' brains. Qin Xiong saw Li Zishuan staring at the truncheons in a daze. He thought that this kid was shocked by the truncheon's domineering aura. He could not help but laugh proudly. Brains? Li Zishuan was so shocked that his wrist trembled. He almost threw the truncheons to the ground. During the rescue mission at Mang, although he had killed dozens of people, including Flying Snake, he did not use the truncheons to hit people's heads for fun like Qin Xiong. Too disgusting. Cough cough. Uncle Qin, please forgive me for being blunt. You have just recovered some of your blood qi. It is not suitable for you to use such a heavy weapon. You have to know that going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This is especially true for martial arts. My master said that martial arts is a process to stimulate the human body's potential. However, if you do not care about the limits of your body and forcefully increase the burden, not only will your martial arts not improve, but your body will also break down. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said solemnly. Anyone who was sick would have a gradual recovery process. For someone like Qin Xiong, who felt that his body was slightly better, he went straight to the most difficult training method. He was really seeking death. Li Zishuan could not help but feel lucky that he came today. Otherwise, if he let Qin Xiong continue like this, his body's potential would be overdrawn, and it would be difficult for him to recover in the future. Oh. There's such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it? Qin Xiong asked suspiciously. You haven't heard of it because you are ignorant. Are your medical skills better, or is Xiao Xian's medical skills better? Xiao Xian. According to what you said, does that mean that my master will not be able to use the truncheons in the future? Mrs. Qin was shocked after hearing Li Zishuan's words. She quickly stood up and looked at Li Zishuan. Of course, she could not help but pinch Qin Xiong in the process. Hiss. Qin Xiong grimaced and did not say anything else. Li Zishuan pretended that he did not see their little actions and said seriously, in reply to Auntie, at least before Uncle Qin fully recovers, he should not use such a heavy weapon. That is tantamount to overdrawing his life potential. It won't be too late to use the truncheons after Uncle Qin fully recovers. For now, it's best to use some light weapons to train your body. That will be beneficial to your recovery. Master, did you hear that? I'll let someone take these truncheons away for now. You should change to a lighter weapon in the future. Mrs. Qin turned her head and glared at her husband. Then, without any explanation, she asked the servants to take the truncheons away. Qin Xiong stretched out his hand and said unhappily, but I'm not used to changing weapons. It's better not to practice. Then don't practice if you don't want to, just rest. Mrs. Qin insisted stubbornly. You. Qin Xiong waved his hand in exasperation. Then, he turned to Li Zishuan and said shamelessly, You brat, you took away my truncheons. You have to think of another way for me. It wasn't easy for me to wield a sword and a spear. If I still do nothing every day, I feel like my bones are going to rust. Li Zishuan was stunned speechless. He did not expect Qin Xiong to have such a mischievous side. Perhaps it was because he really treated him as a nephew that he revealed his true nature. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, "I've got it. Uncle Qin, I have a set of very advanced fist techniques here. Not only will it help your body recover, but it will also help Uncle Qin comprehend the martial arts realm." Chapter 413. Fist technique? No way. What fist technique can defeat this old man's golden mace? You sure know how to brag. Qin Xiong shook his head in disbelief. Master. Xiao Xian already said that this fist technique can nourish the body. Since you can't use the golden mace now, just follow along and practice. After all, Xiao Xian won't harm you. Madame Qin hurriedly advised. That's right. Father. Go ahead and practice. Xiao Xian isn't someone who likes to boast. Since he said that this fist technique is good, then there must be something special about it. Qin Huayu also stood up and advised. There was no helping it. Qin Xiong was as stubborn as a bull. All right. Then let's take a look first. Qin Xiong saw that if he didn't agree, it seemed like he would be betrayed. He hurriedly waved his hand. Thus, the group of people all moved to the training field in the backyard of Qin Manor. Li Zishuan looked at the time and thought to himself, I can't delay for too long. I still have to go to the Han Manor for the returning home banquet. Thus, he went straight to the point and said, Uncle Qin, this fist technique is called Tai Chi. It was deduced by my master from the thousands of Taoist techniques in his spare time. As the saying goes, the great Tao is above Tai Chi, but not high, below the six extremes, but not deep, above heaven and earth, but not old, above the ancient times, but not old. Tai Chi fist may look ordinary on the surface, but those who have truly grasped its essence can feel its infinite mysteries. If Uncle Qin can grasp its essence and integrate the profoundness of Tai Chi fist into your Tai Chi technique, I'm sure your martial arts realm will reach a higher level in the future. Qin Xiong's expression became more and more serious as he listened to Li Zishuan's words. He didn't expect Tai Chi to have such a great background. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he sighed and said, Since this fist technique was created by your master, and I'm not a Taoist, how can I steal it? Xiao Xian, it's better that you don't teach it to him. Uncle Qin, you're wrong. My master has never had the thought of keeping his knowledge to himself. His greatest wish in life is for me to pass on all his knowledge to those who need it. Li Zishuan said hurriedly. Spiritual Master Ling Su is indeed an otherworldly expert. This old man cannot compare to your breadth of mind. Qin Xiong sighed. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Qin, I still have to go to the Han Manor later, so I'll teach you a simple set of Tai Chi fist first. There are a total of 24 forms. If you think this fist technique is okay, then I'll teach you the complete set of Tai Chi fist. Qin Xiong nodded and solemnly cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. That was a cupped fist salute to people of the same generation. Tai Chi was not something that Li Zishuan had created by simply activating his gold finger. Moreover, his gold finger did not have the overbearing ability of copying martial arts from his previous life. In his previous life, he had majored in Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship. Why didn't he choose basketball? Because he wasn't tall enough. Why not choose football? Because his body was not strong enough, his stamina could not keep up. Therefore, he could only tragically practice Tai Chi with a group of girls and a few boys in every PE class. However, as he practiced, he gradually became interested in Tai Chi. The PE teacher of his class majored in Tai Chi before and had even won a place in a national competition. Li Zishuan's curiosity was aroused and he had the intention of becoming a disciple. This was because he knew that they were practicing a simplified version of Tai Chi in class. The PE teacher was a beautiful woman who was not even 30 years old and had just graduated from the Capital Sports University. Ahem, Li Zishuan's disciple was definitely only for Tai Chi, not for the person. When she heard that Li Zishuan was interested in Tai Chi, she could not help but be surprised. However, the teacher was also afraid that teaching in private would cause gossip, so she sent Li Zishuan a complete video of Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship so that he could self-study and ask her if he had any questions. Everyone had a dream of becoming a martial arts master, and Li Zixuan was no exception. At that time, this guy was as excited as if he had received a secret martial arts manual. He practiced in private for about 2 months and had mastered all the basic movements of the 108 forms of Yang's Tai Chi and the 55 forms of Yang's Tai Chi swordsmanship. Taking advantage of the time after class, he demonstrated it to the beautiful teacher. The beautiful teacher pointed out more than a dozen shortcomings. After a few rounds of guidance, he got full marks in Tai Chi in the first semester of his freshman year and Tai Chi swordsmanship in the second semester of his sophomore year, which made others envious. However, after he found out that Tai Chi could not make him a martial arts master, he gradually let go of it and became a nerd who only knew how to run back and forth between the laboratory, the classroom, and the dormitory. At this moment, Li Zixuan nodded at Qin Xiong and then began to close his eyes and clear his heart. After a while, when his essence, qi, and spirit reached the best state, he opened his eyes and drew a circle with the tip of his foot. His hands formed a circle, and his body stretched limitlessly. With one foot as the core, he slowly danced along the agitation of his body's qi. Tai Chi Yin and Yang Xian Li Ming, thousands of changes do not leave the origin. Not biased, not relying on defense, and only when you understand the loosening and tightening skill can you succeed. Li Zixuan recited the formula, and his hands formed a circle and pushed it horizontally. In this life, he already had a very deep foundation in martial arts, and in his meridians, there was the purest Taoist true qi. As soon as he started the Tai Chi movement, he immediately felt a sense of intimacy, as if his blood was thicker than water, and his whole person seemed to have entered a very strange state. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be that he completely forgot himself, and became one with the world. This feeling was very strange. Tao is the natural law of nature, don't ask for it, don't pursue it. The heart is loose, the spirit is loose, it seems loose, but it is not loose, loose. Li Zixuan had already forgotten where and when he was at this moment. There was a fire in his heart, and that was that he must freely and unrestrainedly perform this set of Tai Chi fist techniques. He slightly turned his body, turned his waist, and crossed his arms. His left and right palms flew up and down, and it was difficult to see with the naked eye. At this moment, an early flower butterfly landed in the center of his palm. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a leaf. Every blade of grass and tree had life. Every insect and fish had spirituality. Li Zixuan smiled at the flower butterfly, and then let the flower butterfly move up and down in his palm. He stretched out his 2 hands, and shook his arms up and down according to the frequency of the flower butterfly's wings, up and down, borrowing and dispersing force. Every time the flower wanted to fly, it would be coincidentally dispelled by his strength. When the flower's body fell, it would be pushed up into the air by his rebounding force. His strength was light, and his posture was casual. He merged with nature, like a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers. At this moment, the morning sun had just passed the pavilions on the east side of the martial arts practice field, and a thin mist surrounded it. The new sun had just risen, and the rays of light shone on Li Zixuan's tall and handsome body. From afar, he seemed to be bathed in divine light. Dressed in white, he was handsome and elegant, like a golden immortal who had been banished to the world. Below the stage, Han Yushi, Qin Xiong, Madame Qin, and Qin Huayu were stunned. How was this a fist technique? This was an immortal's technique, right? The great Tao has no boundaries, and the world and man become one. Little Xian has comprehended the Tao. I'm afraid that breaking through to the master stage is just around the corner. The younger generation will surpass us in time, truly surpassing us in time. Qin Xiong's martial arts realm was not below Li Zixuan's. He quickly saw the wonderful state Li Zixuan was in and couldn't help but sigh. The others were confused, not knowing what Qin Xiong was talking about. Han Yushi only felt that her husband looked really good when he performed the fist technique. She looked and couldn't help but be mesmerized. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and she was especially cute, just like some little infatuated girls in modern times. Chapter 4:14. Some people said that Tai Chi originated from the Tang dynasty during the reign of Emperor Ruizong, Su Xianping. Others said that Tai Chi originated from the Ming dynasty's Wudang sect leader, Zhang Sanfeng. Others said that Tai Chi was first created by Chen Wangting and Wang Zongyue in the Qing dynasty. It was called Long Fist, Cotton Circle, 13 Forces, and Soft Hand. During the reign of Qianlong, Wang Zongyue from Shaanxi wrote Tai Chi Theory, which gave it its name. Li Zixuan didn't know if that was true. After all, he didn't major in history in university. He didn't need to know, because from this moment on, there was only one creator of Tai Chi, and that was his godlike master, spiritual master Lingxiu. Tai Chi didn't exist in this era. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. He would take it as promoting the essence of the nation. This was the first time Li Zixuan showed Tai Chi to someone in this world. It was also the best Tai Chi he had ever shown in his previous life. Today, he realized that the real Tai Chi was like this. It was powerful. Yes, it was powerful. In his previous life, the 108 forms of Yang-style Tai Chi he learned from videos were just for show. He only learned the movements and didn't understand the essence of Tai Chi, therefore, his Tai Chi was weak and powerless. It wasn't much better than the Tai Chi grandpas and grandmas in the park. In this life, combined with this body's deep understanding of Taoism, Li Zixuan's Taiji fist was already at the beginning of the path. He could even feel a hint of Taoism from it. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people like Mrs. Qin, Li Zixuan's Tai Chi was still slow and soft. It wasn't suitable for fighting with others. However, in the eyes of a true martial arts expert like Qin Xiong, Li Zixuan's every punch and movement was full of power and beauty. Li Zixuan penetrated his mind into every movement. It was light but not floating, soft but not soft. It was as if he was floating in the water, floating in the Yangtze River. His waist was like a wheel, and his spirit surged as he continuously swam through the water. Every time Li Zixuan threw a punch or an elbow strike, Qin Xiong could feel the intense true qi vibrations around his fist and elbow joints from afar. The most surprising thing was that the frequency of the true qi vibrations was not random, but changed according to Li Zixuan's movements. Everything looked so coordinated and natural, like a fish in water. In fact, this was one of the essence of Tai Chi fist, the Tao of nature, for tails against 1,000 caddies. Arm support, knee support, mind support, if you don't support yourself, support yourself, support yourself. Huff. Li Zixuan's body was already emitting a wave of heat as he unleashed the last move of the fist technique. A few drops of sweat also appeared on his forehead. Standing on the martial arts stage, Li Zixuan closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. He was comprehending the faintly discernible Tao. Han Yushi was just about to go up and wipe her husband's sweat, but Qin Xiong reached out and stopped her. Yushi, don't go first. Xiao Xian should have comprehended the Tao just now. Let him calm down. The benefits are immeasurable. Qin Xiong said solemnly. Comprehended the Tao? Han Yushi covered her mouth in shock. Seeing Qin Xiong use his hand to signal her to be quiet, she quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Godfather." Qin Xiong put his hands behind his back, took a few steps forward, and stood on the edge of the stage. Then, he straightened his back and did not move. He was protecting Li Zixuan and not letting anyone disturb Li Zixuan's comprehension of martial arts. After a full half an hour, Li Zixuan opened his eyes. He looked slightly excited because just now, he felt that his stagnant realm had loosened a little. For the first time, he had close contact with the so-called Master Realm. It seemed that he was not far away from the Master Realm. This was like having a girlfriend. If the girl's hand was held by you, would she still be far away from becoming your real girlfriend? I'm sorry. I wanted to teach Uncle Qin the body strengthening technique, but I didn't expect to be addicted for a while. Li Zixuan saw Qin Xiong looking at him with a smile not far away. Only then did he remember where he was and what he was here for. He quickly went up and cupped his hands in embarrassment. Haha. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Xian, you're probably going to break through to the Master Realm soon, right? This kind of martial arts talent is really shocking. I've lived all my life, but I've never heard of such a young realm master in the pugilistic world. The younger generation will surpass us in time. My Tang dynasty is blessed. Qin Xiong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed with emotion. Haha. Uncle Qin, you flatter me. I was just lucky. If I didn't suddenly think of teaching you Taiji Fist today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to enter that state for a long time. Ha. You're just lazy. I've never heard of you waking up early to practice martial arts, but I didn't expect your martial arts to improve instead of regressing. Looks like there really are geniuses in this world. You must have suffered too much when you were young, and the heavens gave you a good bone structure as compensation. Qin Xiong could not understand Li Zishuan's natural laziness, but his progress in martial arts far exceeded that of his peers. After thinking about it, he could only explain it to himself. Li Zishuan tilted his head and thought about it. He felt that Qin Xiong's words made a lot of sense. There was a kind of creature in this world that could not be judged by common sense, and that was a genius. Looks like I'm a genius too. Li Zishuan thought smugly in his heart. Uncle Qin, how much of the set of martial arts that I showed you just now, did you remember? After joking for a while, Li Zishuan returned to the topic at hand. He had wasted too much time just now, and now he was a little anxious. Oh. I remember the movements, but the concept of the fist. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said seriously, Little Xian, you probably haven't practiced Taiji Fist in a long time, right? When this old man first saw it, he felt that it was soft, powerless, and ordinary. But as you gradually improved, this old man realized that each of your punches seemed to contain the charm of Dao. It's not difficult for me to imitate the movements you just did, but I'm afraid it's very difficult for me to execute the concept you just showed. Li Zishuan nodded. Qin Xiong was indeed a martial arts expert who had once entered the Grandmaster realm. Although his strength had declined because of his body, his eyesight was still there. He could see the difficult part of Taiji Fist at a glance: fist intent. Fist intent was illusory and had to be comprehended by oneself. The reason why Li Zishuan could understand the fist intent of Taiji Fist so quickly was inseparable from his body's 8 years of Daoist culture. At this moment, facing Qin Xiong's question, he organized his words and said, Uncle Qin, it's not difficult to execute that concept, but it's also not difficult to say that it's not difficult either. It all depends on one's own understanding. I can only share my experience with you. Speak. I'm all ears. Qin Xiong said seriously. Li Zishuan said slowly, Taiji is the state before heaven and earth were created and before the chaos was divided into yin and yang. When practicing Taiji Fist, although the body is moving, the heart must be calm, the qi must be restrained, the spirit must be relaxed, the heart must be the command, the qi must be the flag, the spirit must be the commander, and the body must be the driver. Pay attention to it all the time, and you will gain something. First in the heart, then in the body. Then in the body, you will know how to dance with the hands and step with the feet. As the saying goes, one must give up oneself and follow others. If one fails, one can pull 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. You must know that when one moves, there is nothing that is not moving. When one is still, there is nothing that is not still. When the other party does not move, you will not move. When the other party moves, you will move first. When the other party moves, you will move first. When the other party moves, you will move first. When you rely on others, you must know yourself well. When you turn around, you will be able to follow others. When you stick to others, you will not be behind or in front. Chapter 4:15. After explaining the essence and profundity of Taiji Fist to Qin Xiong at Qin Manor, Li Zishuan saw that old Master Qin had practiced it in a decent manner and felt that it was not bad. Then, he left with Han Yushi. Thinking of the endless light in Qin Xiong's eyes when they parted, Li Zishuan guessed that the Qin Manor would not be peaceful for the next 2 days. Because the old master had a new toy, again, he would probably be having fun. But this way, it was better than letting him play with the more than 130 kilograms of gold. At least he wouldn't hurt anyone when he practiced Taiji fist. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that after accompanying his wife home today, he would have to study Taiji fist a few times. Maybe he could really comprehend Taiji fist from the profound meaning of Taiji and break through to the Grandmaster level in one go? In that case, his mental strength would be even stronger, and he would be able to create even more awesome, big treasures. In a while, they would be going to the Han Manor. Li Zishuan had to go home and choose a batch of gifts. Because they were going to the Qin Manor first, they couldn't bring the gifts for the Han family to the Qin Manor and then bring them out, right? Although Qin Xiong wouldn't mind, it wouldn't look good on his face. Driving the carriage quickly back to the Li Manor, Madame Li had already prepared the gifts. There were a total of 10 carriages, with copper coins, snacks, and silk. The 10 carriages were neatly lined up, and the coachmen and servants were all in place. Once Li Zishuan returned home, he immediately set off with the carriages. Previously, Li Zishuan had heard from Han Yushi that Han Lijing had spent all his fortune to give his daughter a dowry. It wasn't that Han Yushi took the initiative to ask for money for her family. She still understood the principle of following the husband after marriage. She only slightly expressed her worries about her father's future in front of Li Zishuan. The rest of the situation was investigated by Li Zishuan himself. Not only did he marry his beautiful daughter that he had raised for more than 10 years to you, but he also gave you all his fortune. After knowing that there was actually such an honest father-in-law in the world, Li Zishuan was really touched, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't lack money now. It wasn't worth it for Han Lijing to do this. Therefore, he discussed with his parents and decided to bring more gifts when he returned home today. On one hand, it was to help Han Lijing's family. He couldn't let his father-in-law not even be able to afford food after marrying his daughter, right? If the news spread, where would the Li family put their face? On the other hand, it was to give benefits to the villagers of the Han family. After all, when the Han family was at its most difficult time, Han Yushi had eaten hundreds of meals in the village. This time, she could be considered to have returned to her hometown in glory, right? The family had to have the right to show off. And couldn't be stingy. The Han family was clearly prepared for this. Knowing that Li Zishuan probably brought more than one person today, Han Tianhu invited the 2 village women with the best cooking skills in the village to the house. He was a rough man in the army, so his cooking skills were naturally not good. Then, he invited 4 or 5 young men to help move the table, choose the vegetables, and wash the dishes. The small courtyard of the Han family immediately became crowded. As Li Zishuan's eldest disciple and brother-in-law, although Iron Egg's feelings were a little complicated, he was still willing to help. He was everywhere in the courtyard, the hall, the kitchen. They're here. They're here. They're here. Uncle Han, young master, and big sister Yushi are here. A chubby boy with snot running down his nose came bouncing in, making a big fuss. It was one of Iron Egg's playmates, Ernyu. Smack. Slug didn't even have time to ask for a reward before he was slapped on the head. Little brat, you have no respect for your elders. What did I tell you before? You have to call her young madam. Who are you to call big sister Yushi? It was the Niu family's woman, Ernyu's mother, Feng Chunmei. She and Lu Yue were considered the village women with the best cooking skills in the village. Today, Han Lijing invited the 2 of them to cook. She had just come out and was about to take some washed vegetables. When she heard her son shouting, she immediately became angry, so she went forward and scolded him. Cough cough. Old Niu's family, why do you have to be like this? Ernyu is not wrong. What young madam and young madam? My girl has eaten your family's food before. Come, Ernyu, come here. Han Tianhu walked over and pulled Snot over. He asked with a smile, Ernyu, where are Xiaoxian and the others now? Li Zheng. The Niu family's woman wanted to say more, but Han Tianhu waved his hand to stop her. Uncle Han, when Ernyu came, young master and the others had already arrived at the village entrance. They should be here soon. Ernyu blinked and said. Haha. Good. I'll reward you with a drumstick. Han Lijing laughed loudly. A drumstick appeared out of nowhere and stuffed it into Erniu's hands without any explanation. Erniu was stunned. Then, he looked at his mother. Seeing that his mother did not object, he happily took the drumstick and ran out. He must have gone to taste the delicious food with his brother, Dainu. Father. Erniu was right. In a short while, Han Yushi appeared at the entrance of the courtyard holding Li Zishuan's hand. Looking at her old father in the courtyard, Han Yushi's eyes were filled with tears. In just a few days, she had changed from the daughter of this family to the wife of another family. Returning to this small courtyard where she had lived for more than 10 years, the bits and pieces of the past could not help but appear in her mind. It was really a mixture of feelings. "Oh. Daughter, you're back? How have you been these days?" Looking at his daughter holding hands with Li Zishuan, how could Han Lijing not have mixed feelings in his heart? It was said that a daughter was the flesh of a father's heart. These words were really not false at all. He resisted the sourness in his eyes and quickly walked closer with a smile. "Father. Daughter is very good. Husband and parents-in-law also treat daughter very well. You don't have to worry." Han Yushi said softly. Good, good, good. That's good." Han Tianhu laughed with relief. Son-in-law pays his respects to father-in-law. Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Han Lijing was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. Quickly go in and sit. Iron Egg, why are you still in a daze, you brat? Quickly go and get some water." "Father, there's no hurry. We've brought a lot of gifts for the villagers this time. I'll take the opportunity to go to the village with my husband to distribute these gifts to everyone. We'll come back for dinner later." Han Yushi did not forget her other mission today and quickly said. Oh. That's fine. Iron Egg. Quickly pack up and help your sister deliver the gifts." Han Tianhu was stunned. He turned around and shouted at Iron Egg. "Oh. Young madam is really considerate. She even brought us gifts." The Niu family's woman, Feng Chunmei, was all smiles as she complimented. "Auntie Feng, what young madam? You can just call me Yushi. We only brought some snacks and cloth to satisfy the children in the village. At the same time, we can also cut a few new clothes. It's not worth much." Han Yushi hurriedly waved her hands. She was really not used to these people who had been with her day and night suddenly calling her young madam. Chapter 4:16. Han Yushi, Li Zishuan, and Iron Egg led a group of servants and pulled 6 carts of gifts. The other 4 carts were naturally sent to the Han family, to the villagers of the Han family manor to send warmth from house to house. Oh. There's too much, too much. Young master, young mistress, you can't accept this. A woman in her 30s in green looked at the heavy package of gifts in her hands and quickly rejected it. Haha. Aunt Shioha, just take it. Every household has so much, and you're not the only one who's special. Take it quickly. Li Zishuan saw that behind the woman in green, 3 little boys and a little girl were staring at the package in their hands. Obviously, the 4 children had sharp noses and smelled the fragrance of the snacks in the package. Hence, he smiled and pushed the gifts back. He saw himself in the eyes of the children when he was young in his previous life. Back then, he had also experienced such a difficult life. Yes. Aunt Shioha. Take it quickly. There's only some snacks, and cloth inside. It's not worth much. You can also use the cloth inside to make some clothes for Dumao, Ermao, and the others, right? Han Yushi smiled faintly. Although Han Yushi said that these things were not worth much, that was not the case. How could the gifts from the Li family not be worth much? The things inside were worth at least 7 or 8 strings of coins. To an ordinary villager, it was a huge fortune. Thank you, young master, young mistress. The woman in green hesitated for a moment before taking the package. She turned around and said to the children, Dumao, Ermao, Sanmao, Mao Mao, come over and kowtow to young master and young mistress." The 4 children of different sizes came over to kneel. Although Li Zishuan was quite shocked by their names, his reaction was not slow. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Aunt Xiuhe, there's no need. We still have to rush to the next house. Goodbye." After saying that, he pulled Han Yushi and slipped away. He did not know why, but he did not like kneeling to others, nor did he like others kneeling to him. Hence, he could only slip away quickly. The next stop was the Hu family. Now, the Hu family could be considered to be living a good life. Not only were their son and daughter's illnesses cured, they no longer needed to go bankrupt to see a doctor. Moreover, their family had earned quite a lot of money through Huzhen's training classes for the children of the Han village and Plum village. The dilapidated courtyard walls made of reeds were gone and replaced with green brick walls. The crumbling courtyard door was also replaced with a brand new vermilion wooden door. From afar, although it was far from the grandeur of a rich family's courtyard, at least in this countryside, it could be called a well-off family. A few days ago, when Li Zishuan came to the Han village to fetch the bride, he was on a mission, so he didn't have time to visit old Hu's house. Today, when he came to take a look, he was immediately shocked. "Yo! Uncle Hu is going to be rich. The place we live in is different from before." When Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the Hu clan's residence, he was immediately delighted to see the grand gate and courtyard in the countryside. "Husband, what are you talking about? Uncle Hu and Aunt Lu have suffered for so many years, and it wasn't easy for them to enjoy the fruits of their labor. What's wrong with renovating the house?" Han Yushi pinched Li Zishuan's big hand and pouted coquettishly. "Haha. I didn't say anything. I can't be happier that my family's villagers can live a good life. Wife, don't think of me as such a petty person. Actually, your husband doesn't have great ambitions, but I do have a small dream. That is, as long as I can lead the villagers of the Han village and Plum village to live a life with clothes to wear, food to eat, and a house to live in, I will be satisfied." Li Zishuan ignored his wife's resistance and put his arm around her shoulders with a smile. When he was delivering gifts along the way, he realized that the villagers of the Han village were living a much better life compared to the first time he came here a few months ago. Not every family could be like the Hu clan, but basically every family could afford to eat meat on a daily basis. Although the children's clothes were patched up, it was still much better than before when they didn't have any clothes to wear at all. Moreover, after visiting so many families, he didn't see any malnourished children anymore. In the past, at least 9 out of 10 children were malnourished and emaciated. No matter how others looked at him, he had finally done something that he could for this group of simple and kind villagers. Now, he was one step closer to his small dream. Although I am very touched that my husband thinks this way, I still feel that my husband should put his energy into bigger things. The more capable my husband is, the greater his responsibility will be. There will be more people that my husband needs to protect. Han Yushi pondered for a moment before looking up and speaking. Haha. My husband, I will have a good talk with you when we get back. Let's go in first. Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi and went forward to push open the courtyard door. He saw that the courtyard had also changed. The dilapidated house from before had basically been renovated. Hu Qian was sitting on the stone table in the courtyard, hugging a book and muttering something in a low voice. Li Zishuan listened carefully for a moment and immediately understood that this child was recognizing Chinese characters. Haha. As expected. Are you learning Pinyin? Li Zishuan walked closer and said with a smile. This child was really engrossed in his studies. He didn't even notice that someone had walked up to him, so Li Zishuan could only interrupt him. Ah. Young master. Hu Qian looked up and was shocked when he saw who it was. He quickly stood up and shouted. What's wrong? Priest's son didn't cure your illness last time? Li Zishuan frowned and asked. He remembered that Sun Simiao had directly cured Hu Qian's stuttering previously. Why was this child still stuttering now? I'm cured, young master. Hu Qian was so anxious that his face turned red as he explained. Li Zishuan was full of question marks. He was cured just like that? Who was he kidding? Pfft. Han Yushi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. My husband, let Hu Qian rest first. He hasn't seen you for a long time. He must be so excited that he can't speak clearly now. His previous illness has really been cured. Everyone in the village has heard him speak normally. Yes, Yushi. Sister Yushi is right. Indeed. I was a little nervous just now. Hu Qian nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan was speechless. He had become the culprit. The commotion outside eventually alarmed Hu Hanyun, who was making lunch for his son in the kitchen. He had been a soldier when he was young, so he still had this level of vigilance. Hey! Young master, you! Young madam, why are you here? Quick, sit inside. You really are too much. Why didn't you come in and let me know when young master came? Han Lijing was pleasantly surprised when he saw Li Zishuan and Han Yushi. Haha. Uncle Hu, why are you still being so polite with me? We won't sit. Yushi and I are here to give you something to thank you and Aunt Lu for working so hard for our wedding these few days. This little gift is also a token of our appreciation. Please accept it quickly. We still have to go for the homecoming banquet. Li Zishuan called for the servant behind him to carry a box of gifts in. Old Hu's family had been busy preparing the house and sending the bride off personally. Of course, the gifts they gave were more expensive. No one said anything when Li Zishuan did something to them. Hey! How can I accept this? Young master, Old Hu, can't accept these. Hey! Young master, don't go. Haha. Uncle Hu, let him learn to read properly. I'll send him to school in the future. This child will definitely be successful in the future. Li Zishuan's laughter came from outside the door. This fellow couldn't be bothered to decline. He hugged Han Yushi's waist and slipped away with the orchid butterfly steps.